OK. Là, quoi? Pourquoi je vois rien? Je veux voir le... Non.
It's Lizzie Jeff, just here to remind you you're beautiful. What are you doing right now in this moment? Can you take a second to breathe? Can you release any fear that you have about what it is you can achieve? Practice alignment in all of your moments and never look back for more ease. Meditate, medicate, emanate, elevate. Give yourself all that you need. You're a motherfucking winner. Go queen, go. Focus on your inner. Go queen, go. Got your crystals in your bag and you just say, sit down. You've been focused on your back, there ain't no playing around. You're a motherfucking winner. Go queen, go. Focus on your inner. Go queen, go. I know you're doing the work that you need to continue to elevate how you fall. I only hope that the music I speak when you peace and it you inspire. Even if it's so confident, entrepreneur. They know what time it is. They see you radiating greatness in your face. It's just amazing. You've been praying, slaying, even staying in your lane. Eat 3 life shots with the brain. Celebrating all the gains, even celebrate the pain. I know the game is constant change. Can't expect to stay the same. Evolution, let's grow. Fuck all of that institution. Leaders of a new revolution. Sent to this plane to start some new shit. When I think of the odds I beat and how I go off on beats, I see why they honor me. I know Granny proud of me. I'm right where I ought to be. It's crying a lot to me. Keep going. Just come to the top with me. What are you doing right now in this moment? Can you take a second and breathe? Can you release any fears that you have about what it is you can achieve? Practice alignment in all of your moments and you will live life with more ease. Meditate, medicate, emanate, elevate. Give yourself all that you need. You're a motherfucking winner. Go queen, go. Focus on your inner. Go queen, go. Got your crystals in your bag and you just say, sit down. You've been focused on your back. There ain't no playing around. You motherfucking winner. Go queen, go. Focus on your inner. Go queen, go. Just go. I had to do it for my queens. You feel me? Like, Had to show love, had to let y'all know I see you out there winning, thriving, starting your own businesses. Moms out there looking good, feeling good, making it happen, bossing up. It's a vibe. Yeah. Just want to take a minute to honor you. He sees you. Lizzie sees you. Lizzie loves you. I gotta think. Welcome, goddesses, healers, medicine women, mothers. This is the G code. I am all that I preach to be. I invite you all to take a leap with me. Astral projecting through frequency. Let's vibe it out, just wait for me. Keep it enchanted. I am all that I preach to be. I invite you all to take a leap with me. Astral projecting through frequency. Let's vibe it out, just wait for me. Keep it enchanted. I really want to hit up Palm Springs with my queens. We've been manifesting finding things. All our dreams. Rulers of the green reign supreme. Getting cream. Surround myself with ultralight beams. That's the theme. Descendants of the kingdom of Kush. Down in Venice smoking blackberries. I do it once. I do it for fun. I do it for us. I do it with love. Celebrate. The more I do, the more they pay me.
In the car. Did I have that? Maybe I should have that.
Well, it sounds better than that.
Yeah.
Over there.
Don't ever let them knock you off your business. Keep your vibe tight up. You get it. So your work is never finished. If you want to see it happen, write it down. That's law. I usually like to cop it by the pound.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's unsurprising that I mean, again, I would have predicted, I mean, I knew she was going to ask because like, that's just what people do, but I think she's like used to us now. So if we don't do anything, we're fine. Okay. No, of course, that wasn't part of her agreement. It's just like standard operating.
You should mute yourself. You should mute yourself. You're talking to everybody.
Yep. Cool. I mean, I think we just not worry about that. I mean,
Alexa, turn off the pig lamp.
Oh, I mean, again, whether she's a nut or not is going to be, again, the two are not related. So.
That's what I mean. Get up there. Thanks.
Oh, no, I forgot.
Yeah, it's so girl. Sitting on this canopy, it's so durable.
That's another mode that was snowing. What were you mowing?
Let's find it out so it's for me. Keep it in check. Did you know that your woman
Sand shells?
Get my hands right now.
Yeah, mowing in the snow is odd.
It's a little strange.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think I've ever done that. To
I
be
haven't done
honest.
it. That's the first time I've ever done it.
Spring is just really gonna be right now. Like, you can't
I've seen
phone a friend and call it winter.
I've seen it snow in May, so.
Remember the St. Louis winter that wintered again and wintered until May?
I went to Cozy. I guess I do. It smells like it was on my birthday. But we didn't even get pretend spring.
What was
It was just winter all the way through.
What was that town called?
Potosi?
Cozy, Missouri. And you definitely say Missouri if you're talking about Cozy. Missouri.
How come I can't hear it?
You're gonna be fine, little Sand Shells. Everybody's around Sand Shells.
Look at all these beautiful stoners.
God, it's cold now.
Welcome, everybody. We're having some like very minor tech issues in terms of I sent the sponsors the wrong Zoom. I don't know how that happened. So of course, like I'm over here emailing them, trying to figure out because it looks like the same link.
This is what happens when everyone's high.
So while that's happening, Cynthia is our host because she's sort
No,
of
not yet.
than I am. Whoever's unmuted with like ambient, would you mind muting? I just temporarily stopped Lizzie so I could make this announcement. I totally recognized Matt's voice there and I was like, oh my gosh, that is so funny that it's like the dude I'm dating that we can hear him talking. But Matt, I'm calling you out. You forgot to mute. It was hilarious. Nobody minds at all because we're all stoners. So, you know, we're going to start in a few minutes. We got a few friends trickling in. We have about 200 people joining us today, which is dope. Last year we had 100. So it's a big deal. I mean, I guess I can start my video. I was hiding for a sec because I was like over here, like emailing. I also have to roll my doobie. It's happening. So I'm going to finish off this email just to make sure I have the right Zoom. I might have had a little typo on the other one. But please write in the chat box. Tell us what you're smoking on and where you're from. And you might want to go ahead and mute so there's less ambient background noise. We decided to let everyone be unmuted. So, you know, if you wanted to say stuff here and there, we have a couple guests popping in to say stuff. And you know who you are if you're one of those guests. But maybe we'll ask everyone else to mute so that we can kind of like hear each other more cleanly. So I'm going to put the tunes back on for a sec, finish off this email, see where of course, I shouldn't be left in charge of tech things. I think that should be the rule of all Ganja yoga events. Don't let me do it. Okay, so let me finish this off and we'll be with you in a moment. I'm gonna hide my video while I email. It seems kind of boring otherwise.
Mothers, this is the G code.
Oh, I hear other music. I'm gonna stop mine. Okay, that email is sent, so the sponsors will be trickling in too. Yay! Welcome everybody. How many people are with us now? We have 70. So yeah, we're expecting around 200, but I mean, not everyone who got the ticket is going to join us live. Some people are going to be watching the recording after the event. If you'd like to share where you're from, I see people from Scotland, Chicago, Grass Valley. We got Florida. Oh my gosh, Quebec. I see a lot of Tampa, Florida. Are you guys all like together? That's cool. That's cool. I'm always curious who's here from the furthest away. So I guess I'll be the center of the universe. So who's the furthest from California? Maybe is it Quebec? Saskatchewan? Sarah's in Spain.
Pretty far too. I'm from Massachusetts. It's
Okay,
a few hours away by plane.
I think I'm gonna guess Spain's further. It feels further. We got a Portugal. Wow. That's cool. And thank you for sharing what you're smoking on. I have over here the biggest, baddest cannabis altar with I don't know, however many jars of weed that is, all kinds of fruits. And I even have an elixir from Lizzie Jeff's book, which is one of the prizes that we'll be giving away later. So I made a huge mandarin, pineapple, celery juice. And if anyone's wearing anything cute and you want to like bring your outfit up to the camera, please feel free. And is any of our, ooh, I see some cute leggings. Okay, I wish you could see everyone at once. They're not letting 70 on a page. Okay, who else is looking cute? Oh, I see some cuties. Of course, you don't have to have your on. Are any of our intro guests here? If you are, just you can either unmute and start talking. You can send a note to us in the chat box, or you can raise your hand. Cynthia is kind of moderating the tech side of things. So if you're here, we have a few people kind of jumping in at the beginning to say hi. But just as we're waiting for those people to arrive, you might want to make yourself really comfortable. Take a second and, get a pillow. We're going to be on the floor. Make sure you got like enough warmth, a cardigan, some socks. You might want to set out a whole display of like finger foods and delicious things. And you don't have to be on the floor. You could do today's event, on the couch, on your bed, in a chair. So, whatever's going to make you feel, supported, and not just supported, but like ultra, ultra, ultra self-love. So whatever is going to make you feel great. And just like, with the sitting and the hanging, if anything our teachers today present or offer, invite that you don't want to do, doesn't feel good, this is your day. It's not Simon Says. So feel free to always modify from our teachers. So just do what you need to do. And for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Dee. I'm the founder of Ganja Yoga. I try to keep it low key, and I like to highlight my people more so than do all the talking. So I have an amazing co-presenter today, my dear friend from Montreal, Cynthia, who's also a certified Ganja Yoga teacher, just like all of our teachers today.
Hi, such a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you, Dee. It's amazing. We're still having people that wants to get in the room. So I'm just really glad that everyone is here. Thank you.
Yeah, totally. Thanks for co-hosting with me, co-creating this with me, designing all our beautiful flyers and just keeping it so real. And I see you sipping water. So like I said, if you don't already have water, people, bring all the fluids over, bring all the weed over, all the snacks, and especially the cannabis. And since we are going all day, some of us are going to commit to a 6-hour cannabis yoga-a-thon, no pressure, but some of us are. So you might want to go slow and kind of ease in. I'm starting with like a low dose cannabis beverage as I roll my first joint. So, go low and you can always add more as you go type thing. So you can use edibles, tinctures, all of that good stuff. And then you might also want props. I'm sitting on a block right now. One of our classes today is about props, and she's recommending 2 blocks or 2 books or anything that you might use as a prop. So just as our friends are trickling in, I see now we're at 83. Grab yourself some props, whatever's going to make you feel really comfy. And anything that's going to help you feel more mindful too, like maybe you want to burn a little incense now, or some sage, or I have eucalyptus trees near me, so instead of sage I get some eucalyptus, something like that grows in abundance around me, because sage may not be around. It's nice to burn things that grow locally instead of kind of buying imported sage. It's anyway, small thing about that. We have a whole class on social justice coming up as well. So maybe we'll talk more about things like that in that class. So burn what you want to burn, no pressure if it's sage or Palo Santo. And yeah, shall we get started soon? Are we feeling like we're good to
I think we have like most of the people there, and I'm still receiving the admin request, so we're good. We can start whenever
Beautiful.
you're ready.
Nice. And should I introduce you first, or you want to introduce me first? I briefly introduced you. I guess I can finish since I did like a half introduction. Everyone, this is Cynthia. She's from Montreal. She's a friend, a Ganja yoga teacher. And we met when she came to LA. We met at Lizzie Jeff, who is one of our sponsors, one of our prizes. Amazing. She's the cannabis priestess, say no more. So we met at Lizzie Jeff's, topless CBD pool party. That's how it's intimate. So I'll never forget that.
Mais je veux quand même terminer l'épisode.
Oh, I hear some French. Claudia. Yeah. So Cynthia does some fascia-based work in Montreal. She's really focused on that side of the Ganja yoga family. We have like the psychedelic lens, we have the spirituality lens. I mean, Cynthia's pretty sexy too. We have the sexy, the sexy lens. So she really works with clients, especially with like kind of chair yoga and really making yoga accessible for people. So I love collaborating with you, Cyn, and yeah, it's just nice to see your beautiful face. Thanks for doing this with me.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much, Dee. I just love the first time we spoke, it was actually on Instagram in 2018, if I'm not making any mistakes.
Nice.
And since the first conversation we had, you always had this way to share Ganja yoga. Like it wasn't yours, but all about the community, about sharing to feel good in your body, in your mind. And that's what I'm trying to bring back in Montreal. And I'm just so happy to have been able to stay in touch with that community just because you're really open. And like you said, like the first time we met, it was at this beautiful party. And I just decided, to travel from Montreal, Canada to LA, totally from the east to the west, just to meet you. And since then, I never had a regret about it. You have been a friend, a mentor, and the Ganja queen that we all know. So such a blessing to be here with you co-hosting.
Oh, thank you, love. And Cynthia's translating the teacher training into French. So any French speakers or anyone who knows French people, we're also having a Spanish translation with Javiera, who'll be teaching later. So community, man, it's all about the community. And so speaking of community, are any of my special guests here? I have 4 or 5 cameo performances by people who aren't certified Ganja yoga teachers. So all the teachers today have done my training, have done our certification program, but we have a larger extended family beyond people who've done the training. And I wanted to invite them at the beginning to come just honestly say hello to you guys, because Ganja yoga is very, very big on collaborations, collaborating within the brand, but also collaborating beyond the brand. On my 10-year anniversary tour, I collaborated with other cannabis enhanced yoga companies. So we want to keep it tight, and it's always collaboration over competition. So if any of you guys are here, I don't see you, so you'll have to enter into the chat box that you're here or raise your hand, because I'm not seeing any of my special guest faces. So we'll keep going forward until I see that one of you are here. Good. So maybe what we'll do is we're just getting in. I always think it's important at the beginning of any class or any event, whether virtual or in person. Something this year that I have become aware of that's important is to do a land acknowledgement, which means essentially to state that I'm on stolen land, that all of us are on stolen land, no matter where we are in North America, and to acknowledge the original people of the land, the original tribe or community of the land. So San Francisco, the original land is from the Miwok tribe. I may be mispronouncing that. And I'll ask whoever's got some action in the background to please, if you don't mind. So if you want to know what land you're on right now, or Cynthia, are you putting in the link?
We don't hear you. We can't hear.
Dee, you muted it yourself, everybody.
Yeah.
Oops, Cynthia muted everyone, oops, including me. So yeah, it's kind of cool to see what land you're on and to acknowledge that. So if you're a yoga teacher yourself and you're doing events yourself, I think it's important to consider also doing a very short land acknowledgement. So Cynthia's gonna, she put into the chat box, if you wanna go to that link now or later, you can see what stolen land you are on. And what land are you on, Cynthia? Do you know what stolen land you're on near Quebec?
Totally. I've been looking at it, but it's also something that I'm aware of because right now I'm living near autochthone, a native community, which they are called the Mohawk. I'm living near the reserve that is called Ganesatake. It's written with a K at the beginning, but we say Ga like Ganja. So I thought it was pretty interesting. And if you want to say it with me, it's Ganesatake. And it's the Mohawk land. We have like a space that we have dispensary here, and they are allowed to still sell cannabis by the government because they don't want the resource of cannabis to be owned by only the government. So they have kept that right of them to be able to sell it, use it also without giving due to the government. So that's what the Mohawk community is all about here, about healing, about using the plant medicine to make sure that people are able to take care of themselves, but also bringing that outward the community. So I'm really collaborating a lot with the Medicine Box, which is one of our principal sponsors today. They are doing lab tests on their products, on their cannabis, and making sure that the quality of what they are selling is also there. So by the quality, the conferences, and all the information they are giving to the community, and the classes of yoga also that I give there, we're trying to bring that to everyone. Yeah.
Nice.
Ganesatake.
Ganesatake. I'm not sure I said it right, but yeah. And so, as we talk about the importance of testing and, how that Medicine Box has testing, as we legalize, as we fight for legalization, decriminalization, testing is one of the natural things that will happen. And then, you're getting the terpenes that it says on the package, the strain amount, the amount of THC and CBD. So testing is so important. And then of course, with legalization, we get people out of prison. And so we can't have a 420 event without acknowledging what a privilege it is to consume cannabis when others are put into jail in the same country that I live in, the same state I live in, for the very same thing. And then, having records that last a lifetime, trying to get a job, trying to, get an apartment when you have a federal offense. So I just want to take a sec. We have a class about this issue and we're going to go more into it with Jana, but I really want to acknowledge toward the beginning, not only the land acknowledgement, but the fact that it's such a privilege to consume cannabis when, people right now in this moment are behind bars. And we're still in propaganda. We're still in prohibition, even if it seems like it's not, because we have all these delicious, gorgeous products. So Cynthia and I, when we created this event, we wanted to work with sponsors that were people of color, that were women. It's really important that cannabis not just be legalized for billionaire white men, but for everyone. So we'll go into that more, but I also just want to say here at the beginning that it's really important. Yeah. Was there anything you wanted to add about that, Cyn?
I think you said it all, but I will add that I truly believe that it's a kind of responsibility that we have to be aware of it, to acknowledge it, and from there to move forward as a community to make sure that this kind of propaganda is not staying, and that we're also aware of how it can hurt some community. So I think that's why we decided also to give 15% of today's sale to a nonprofit organization that will help people that have problems because they are in jail because of the use of cannabis, and they have offenses because of it.
Definitely. So that's Last Prisoners Project. I'll put it into the chat box. And I see one of our intro guests is here. Ty, would you like to, Cynthia will unmute you if you can't unmute yourself. So like I said, I invited friends. Actually, Ty is in the Ganja yoga community, as of I don't know if he did his exam. I think he's planning on doing it today or tomorrow. So he's like, I don't know if you're in it yet, but Ty, are you with us? You here? I saw you in the chat box.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome. Thanks for popping in, saying hey.
Hey, peace and light, everybody. It's good to be with the family. I'm just so excited. I've been pretty much conversing with Dee since I think August, but it's just everything that everybody stands for. Everybody can come as they are. Nobody's belittled. Nobody's demoralized here. Everybody's just loving, caring, and everybody smokes. So I feel like that's a beautiful space that I need to be in. So, but just coming from Newark, New Jersey, we don't have any Ganja yoga teachers out here. And yes, I will be taking my test this weekend as soon as it opens back up, and then it will just be official from there.
And you're, if I'm not mistaken, you're the first Black male yoga teacher in your town or in your city in Jersey. Is that correct? Did I see that on your Instagram?
Correct. I'm the first Black male yoga teacher in the city of Newark, New Jersey.
Nice. Yes. And you'll be our first Black male yoga teacher, Ganja yoga teacher too. So it's so great to grow the family.
Gratitude.
Yeah. Thanks for popping in. Stay the day. Enjoy the yoga. It's really great to meet you in person. And follow Ty. I'm going to pop his Instagram into the chat box. He's got the most, gorgeous shots. I don't know where you live that you have so many tropical pictures. I'm jealous. But also just such inspirational quotes. And it's just obviously really important to see positive images of male spirituality. You know, it's just so important to show that it's not just skinny, rich white women doing, myself included, doing yoga, right? That all populations benefit from this practice. I'm so inspired by what you post and just so grateful that you could pop in.
Gratitude. Thank you for your time. And Dee, thank you for all your energy. You definitely are loved and appreciated through all of us.
Peace. Yay. Okay, Sin, would you mind putting, you got him in the chat box. She's on. This is why we were a good team. She's on it. Okay, so I think now's a good time to maybe introduce the raffle. So we have this big bad raffle today. I mean, several. We reached out to a couple of awesome brands we know. We got like over $3,000 in sponsored prizes, including a trip for two to a cannabis and optional psilocybin retreat property. So if you don't want to do the psilocybin, it's cannabis. It's amazing, all-inclusive meals, snorkeling. There's a cannabis farm, everything except your flights. So it's like $1,600 value. And I know Keiko, she's one of our intro guests. If she's here, or when she's here, she'll say hi. She's amazing. So tons of great prizes. We have sexy lubricants from High on Love, a company in Montreal, woman-owned. We have, you name it. I mean, you name it. So there's different ways that you can win. And so I think we have 10 total prizes. And before we get too excited, we should say that regulations, propaganda prevent THC products from being shipped. It prevents CBD products from being shipped internationally. So it's like when we made the prizes, it was like we put in like a CBD product and maybe like a book or something, because you might not be eligible to have the CBD product shipped to you, or whatever, you know, it stinks. So that's why we all have to be really involved in changing the laws. So having said that, should we do our first draw? Should we do our first prize? Okay, so Sin, do you want to do the prize?
Yes, definitely. It's a brand actually from Montreal, so I really, really love them. It's a woman-owned company. It's called Eye on Love, and I really love the name also. Her name is Angela Muston, and she's creating some vegan products. I have one here. The color is pink, really, really soft, and all the formula are made in small batch, which increase the quality of her products. And right now she's having like an office in Montreal, but she's also having a head office in LA. So I thought it was really interesting to see like the correlation in between me, Dee, but also a brand that is trying to reach the same community. So if you have the chance to go see our products, the package that we have is a candle that will be shipped. I don't have it with me yet, but you're going to be able to create a beautiful moment for yourself. The value of the product is approximately $100. And yeah, I will appreciate to have some feedbacks if you want. I can also communicate directly with Angela. And do you want me to say the name of the winner, Dee?
Yeah, let's do it. So it's
okay, perfect. I got it.
This was the very first person to purchase a ticket.
Exactly.
So someone out there got our early. You can say the name. Let's do it. So let's all make a drum roll. Can we unmute and make a drum roll?
Yes.
Just for the first round. Drum roll, please.
Can we unmute? And the winner is Susanna Hamed. Hamed.
Susan Ahmed.
Yeah.
Susan Ahmed. Are you here? Could you unmute or enter the chat box if you're here? Not everyone who bought a ticket is joining us live, but if she's here,
I can put her info in the chat box to confirm.
Yes.
The perfect, the good person.
So that is our first draw of, I think, 10. They're also juicy and delicious. Oh, great. So yeah, we'll email the winners if you're not here. I think, I mean, some of the prizes you can only win if you are here. But for example, Susan, we'll let her know. Okay, so are anyone else from my cameo appearance intro guests here? I don't know. I invited 4 or 5 to drop in. Oh my gosh, losing my words. No, I don't see any of those beauties. Okay, so we're gonna move forward. So we know that we're in a pandemic, right? That's why we can't be together. The advantage, of course, is that we have people from all over the world. You know, how would we all be together if some of you are in Portugal and some of you are in Florida? So it's cool that we have this technology. I'm so grateful to have this global event. It's amazing. And with the pandemic, of course, there's been so much suffering, you know, and we don't need to go into it in a deeper way, but we have to acknowledge that it's been a really tough year for, I'm sure, all of us in different ways. And so it was sadness, actually, that I say our next teacher who was supposed to teach, you know, she messaged me this morning to say that she's caught COVID. I have nothing but the most hope for her health. She's such a vibrant, amazing teacher. It's Amber. Cynthia and I know her. We met her when she came to Montreal from Colorado to do the Ganja yoga teacher training in Montreal. And that training, I rented an Airbnb on like the party street with all these, like, in Montreal, you can drink when you're 18 legally. So all these 18-year-old college kids partying and barfing down, like wearing mini skirts and barfing. And we're up in this like upstairs apartment smoking weed and talking about Shiva. No judgment, just like black, you know, like yin yang, like totally kind of.
It was it. And we had this beautiful rooftop. It was amazing seeing all of that animation, you know.
It was amazing. So we really bonded. It was the only training. Oh no, it was the first training that was a retreat. We've done one since then in Sacramento. So we met Amber. Her Instagram is Healthy Doctor. Maybe Cynthia can pop it in the chat box. She makes like fire cider. She makes all her own herbs. She was going to talk about adding other healing herbs to cannabis joints. Like, you know, you can add mullein, which is a bronchodilator. It helps to open up the lungs. So if you add that, you know, you can maybe get your THC medicine or CBD medicine deeper. You can add lavender, peppermint. I mean, you know, whatever. So she's the expert. She's a naturopath. She's going to email all the attendees the PDF of what she was going to speak about, so we can still learn. Please follow her. I'm so sad you can't feel her personality, and I know that she's going to recover. And so, you know, it's too bad she can't be here, but she sends her love, and she said if she's feeling good, she'll pop in and join us. But you know, so we'll be skipping our first class actually with Amber, and you hopefully stay in touch with her. So we'll move forward. So our second class is Social Justice for Ganja Yogis. Sin, would you be cool to introduce Jana?
Definitively.
Thanks.
Jana Johnson, so happy to follow your class. It's going to be a pleasure to follow this. And she is actually an enthusiastic yogi specializing in meditation, vinyasa, yin, but also Ganja yoga styles. She's teaching in French, but also in Spanish. And she's teaching more a style that is close to relaxation, meditation, and kind of a reset when you're doing a class with her. So I can't wait to meet her, and I'm gonna put actually the link of her Instagram page and her name in the chat box. So Jana, whenever you're ready, you can put on your camera.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jana. Thank you for the introduction, Cynthia. And thank you, Dee, of course, for hosting this. I would love to first just introduce myself briefly. Again, Jana Johnson. I'm a co-owner, a worker owner, more specifically, of the Tree Yoga Cooperative. So it is a BIPOC-owned, worker-owned cooperative based in South Central Los Angeles. And the 3 pillars of our studio space is mindfulness, social justice, and sustainability. And so I'm just excited to share space with you all today about 2 of those pillars, mainly social justice and mindfulness. So I want the first bit of this to be, you know, a dialogue as much as you want it to be about social justice. And to get started, if we all want to spark up, light up I want to just light up to the family of Dante Wright, who was the most recent Black person state-sanctioned murdered. And I just want to acknowledge that as we begin and just light up to him and his family. So it's nice to just feel the silence. And that's something that we learn in both our yoga practice and when we consume and connect with cannabis. So I'll get into the bit here about social justice and just our role in it in Ganja Yoga. And then we're gonna close with a mindfulness meditation. As Dee mentioned earlier, it is definitely a privilege in these days to be consuming cannabis freely. However, I also acknowledge that like before it became propaganda and all this thing about politics and the law and crime and all of that, like this is a natural herb from the earth. And this is something ancestral and something that goes back way before America, right? So those are things that I just want us to acknowledge and kind of like bring into this space. And I think we're all like aware in some sense about this in this community, especially, which is what makes this so dope, of course. So a couple of things, I have some notes here. So first, acknowledgement, right? When we think about social justice and where we are today in our role, it's like simply acknowledging is a big deal, because when we ignore the things, then we like dismiss people's realities, right? So acknowledging that not everybody can celebrate 420 with us, right? Not everybody can celebrate this holiday in the way that we get to, right? And so I think just that acknowledgement is crucial as a foundation for us to start thinking about how we can be active in like having social justice and like social equality and equity in that sense, right? So again, like before it became a business and this industry, people were selling cannabis, right? People were selling cannabis before it became a business in this sense. And so we have to acknowledge them as well. And some of the things that is unfortunate, but maybe not surprising, is that now that it's become legal, it's like disproportionate as far as the representation of those who sell this plant, right? And so this again is just part of our acknowledgement and how we can be mindful about our actions moving forward. So some of the actions moving forward. So we all buy weed probably, right? So it's like asking yourself, where are you buying weed from? Who are you buying it from? Who's growing it? Who's selling it? Who's benefiting from it? Who's making the money from it? You know, asking yourself these questions. Buying locally. I live here in Inglewood, California. So there's a couple of dispensaries around me, but here in Inglewood as well as Torrance, if you're in this area as well, there's a Black-owned dispensary on Melrose called Agora Temple. I'll put them in the chat as well. Agora Temple, they're a Black-owned dispensary. They're also set up as a nonprofit, and their whole ethos is about spirituality of this plant and about using this plant mindfully and in ways that enhance yourself and those around you, right? So that's another part of the social justice, is that acknowledging that this is not about like getting couch locked and like being just brain dead, right? Because those are again the images that were once put out to associate it with crime and with being a bad thing, right? So now we're in a place where it's like, actually, we can do a lot of things while under the influence of cannabis, right? And we know, you know, people who are running businesses, people who have families, people who are mothers, fathers, you know, who are active in their lives are able to enjoy this plant and still function. And so that's another piece of how we have to show up and support of this plant as something that's beneficial. And then the next thing I'll say in terms of our actions is just checking in with your own biases and your own social biases, your own thoughts about other people who smoke cannabis and who smoke in ways that don't look like you and the way that you consume it. And just being mindful of the thoughts that you have around other people who consume this plant. Especially again, when it's correlated with crime, poverty, with people of color, and you know, all the images that denote criminalization, basically. And so I think that because this plant also is such a unifying plant, it's like it helps bring people together as well. I think that we have to be mindful as we consume it about how we think about other people that don't look like us who consume this plant and who don't consume it in the ways that we think are the appropriate ways. So a couple of organizations and things that are currently happening. I know that this event, some of the proceeds are going to support Last Prisoner Project, which is really great. And I think, so I actually was introduced to Last Prisoner Project because I have a subscription to sometimes. It's called Nug, the Nug Club, right? The Nug Box or something, Nug Club, NUGG. But they, a few months ago, just started all of their branding with Last Prisoner Project. So now they have, not only are they having some of the funds go to that organization, but also some of the brands that are in that subscription box are also either located in places where prisons once were and having their proceeds go to contribute to getting people out of prison and just supporting that movement. And so another thing as well is the MORE Act. And this is something that I'm gonna put this in the chat as well. The important thing about this act is that it has to do with the federal decriminalization of cannabis. So it's about descheduling cannabis, right? And that is why the realities as well is that even though this is decriminalized in many states, people are still, mainly Black and Latino people, are still getting arrested for possession. Ben and Jerry, I'm not sure what their relationship is with cannabis exactly, but they've been doing a lot of great informative things about this as well. And I'm gonna put this in the chat because it's very helpful. That helps give a sense of like what's really going on today and how even though decriminalization is happening and moving and that's great, it's still disproportionate and not recognizing and acknowledging all that happened when this was criminalized, like just yesterday, right? If you know what I mean, in a real sense. So the reality is there are people currently behind bars for what we are doing right now. So I just want us again to be acknowledged of that. The first link I sent is more of the details of the bill, but the second link I sent has it more like layman's term of what's going on. And what we can do, and I did it this morning, is there's a form at the bottom of there that sends a letter to your local council people that basically supports this act that removes it as a Schedule I drug. And the thing with that is because like it's decriminalized many places, people can still get arrested because it's illegal federally, right? And that's the same thing that goes with dispensaries who have their shops, but of course you need all the papers and all these things. And so federally is the thing that this bill is like focused on. So that's one way that we can continue to like act and support the continued justice around this plant and the use of this plant. And also, again, just being mindful and self-aware, which I believe the plant and the practice helps us to do about our own biases about, you know, what's going on around us. Any questions or comments or thoughts? Feel free to like put in the chat or unmute yourself. I know.
I just want to say thank you for sharing your knowledge. I'm feeling very inspired to just keep learning and sharing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And that's what we're all doing, is like learning, because the reality is the prison system is set up in a way to where we can live life and like ignore it. We don't have to see it if we don't want to. And the reality is like slavery is still legal if you are in prison. Like, you're still legally a slave. And so when we talk about prison abolition and things of that nature, it's the reality, just like Dee was saying earlier, like, we're still in prohibition, we're still in abolition, we're still in that. It's just that it's in a way to where people can live in society and have that be ignored if you're living a certain way, definitely if you have a certain skin color. And so, but the reality is, for many of us, you know, we have cousins, friends, people who we know, relatives who are caught up because the police harass, the police, you know, police in a way that's like targeting. And so this is just about opening our eyes a little wider, right? And seeing what we can do. And that's all. And having compassion with ourselves and others along the way.
Thank you so much, Jana.
Yes.
It's
Yes,
amazing. I'm seeing a question in the chat box from Laura. She's asking, is there anything you recommend for those of us that are medical states that are overloaded with white-owned dispensaries? Do you have like a list or something you can recommend to refer to?
What comes to my mind right now, because so I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, the process to get a dispensary license is actually very easy compared to the state of California. And so I think it's nice to support those who want to do the business, who, like, if you have resources that they don't have, they have resources. Like, I think that coming together, collaborative and supporting people who have a vision but may not have certain resources, I think is important. You know, but being clear on, because each state has a different process of how to set up your dispensary and what's needed.
Thank you. I'm putting again your link in the bio, so if anyone wants to go see your Instagram page and link up with you, the info is there. Thank you, Jana.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so I see some other ones shared. Thank you, Jacqueline. And yeah, Cynthia. And then I'll also just put the Tree Yoga Co-op, my cooperative. We do work with organizations providing services of mindfulness, yoga, meditation for like people who were either recently incarcerated, people who have been homeless, people who don't have access to mental health resources. So I think it's important too, just again, like, who are we serving? Who are our classes for? Who are you teaching? What people do you want to influence? That's another way that we can share in a way that aligns more with the social justice piece of it, right? And again, recognizing our biases. So this is that, and it's the same here.
Thank you, Jana. I think what you were saying about, you know, not just reforming police and the prison industrial complex, but actually abolishing the police is something that, like, yogis and you know, all of us need to become more aware of. And it can sound like a lot at first. We abolish the police, what? But when we realize that, you know, here in the US, that the police were, you know, an offshoot of slavery, that it doesn't have to exist, that we can reinvest in communities like you're doing, offering yoga to underserved populations. People won't be repeat offenders if they have community, they have housing, they have infrastructure to support them, mental health services and all of that. So it's really, you know, it's all possible. You know, it may be hard to envision for some, but it's so possible. And the more we talk about this, and just, you know, it's our duty, you know, it's karma yoga, it's the action in yoga, right? It's our duty as yogis to serve this community and to serve all people. So thank you so much for teaching us. I can see in the chat box that people are incredibly grateful. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'll stop the talking there, or at least the talking about that. And we'll do just a shorter meditation just to, again, have that space of self-awareness, right? And just silence and stillness. I always invite, I mean, this is a Ganja yoga bit, so consume freely and mindfully, right? So let's just go ahead and find a comfortable position in your body. If you are in a chair or on a couch, then feel your feet on the ground if you can. And if you are on the ground, then feel your sits bones as your foundation, right at your hips. If it feels comfortable, then start to close your eyes. Whether you want to leave them open or not, see if you can feel a sense of just softness around your eyes, your cheeks, your jaw. And let that continue to float down to your shoulders, down your spine, your hips, your legs, your knees, your ankles and feet. Let your attention turn to your breath. Let it fill your body up. And just as much, let it completely empty out. Maybe start to notice how the cannabis is feeling in your body right now. How it feels with your breath. How it feels in your body. And just acknowledging the essence of this plant. That essence of spirit, of femininity, connected with the earth. Ancestral. Whatever resonates with you as the essence of this plant. Just feeling and acknowledging that in this moment. Start to bring your awareness to your hands and take your time. Start to move your hands, your fingers. And we'll bring our hands together in front of the heart center. We give thanks right here, invoking our own sense of gratitude and appreciation for our own practice, our own presence, our own experience. And we give thanks for the opportunity to share space with each other and expand our experiences, expand ourselves. Thank you all for sharing your practice with me. And so it is. Ashe, namaste. Take a moment. Start to open your eyes, take in the space, take in the screen again. Thank you all for sharing. I'll pass the mic.
Thank you so much, Anna. That was beautiful, and what a beautiful way to begin our day, and also to, yeah, conclude the discussion on social justice. I'm super grateful. I don't know about you all, but I'm feeling like surrounded now. It's amazing. I love 420 because, especially this Ganja Yoga 420, because we're merging like party vibes and like raffles and socializing with, yeah, meditate. Like, I just love that we can do it all. It's so dynamic. Okay, so speaking of raffle, I guess it's time for, before our next class, we have our second raffle. And Jenna, stick around for sure, because I see comments coming in. I want to make sure you see all the love. So our next raffle is a two-part prize. One is this delicious CBD infused olive oil by, I'm gonna slaughter the French, pot d'huile. Cynthia's gonna shake her head like, nice try. Pot d'huile. How do you say it? Oh, pot d'huile.
Pot d'huile.
Exactly. The founders of this company, the owners of this company are really, really awesome. They sponsor so many Ganja Yoga retreats and classes. It's an Asian American owned company. It's always great to work with people who, as we were talking about, maybe don't get as much amplification, right? I mean, these guys have had so many great press. They're in Bon Appetit magazine, but not all BIPOC companies are getting that amplification. So whenever us Ganja Yoga teachers are collaborating, let's make sure to seek out awesome brands like this. So the prize is, yeah, one of these amazing infused CBDs and a digital comic. So there's this new graphic novel coming out called Herbs for the Apocalypse. And I just became aware of it through my friend Tina at Moon Made Farms. We'll talk more about Tina in a moment. But Herbs for the Apocalypse, I went to their website and it's this amazing, it's like DIY stuff, it's revolution stuff, it's herbs, it's self-empowerment, the history of international resistance movements, like all put together, right? And so they're currently crowdfunding to make a print edition, but they're going to start it off as a Sunday comic. So it'll come out as a digital Sunday comic. But the winner of this prize will get like the full comic, the Sunday comic. And so one of the monologues is specifically about cannabis. So it's this badass chick, you know, a babe during the revolution times, is this is what I'm gathering. And she speaks with plants and they help her to empower herself to, you know, revolt and rebel against all the corruption that's around us. So it's really poignant and really reminiscent of reality. So I'm excited to read it. And so for this prize, we're going to award, and if Sarah from Herbs from the Apocalypse is here and you want to type anything about the comic into the chat box, please do. So for this prize, similar to the first one, it's going to be someone who purchased a ticket, but not the first ticket purchaser. We wanted to do the 42nd. The 42nd person, kind of like 420, to purchase the ticket. And so the winner is Leah Nelson. I'll put it in the chat box. Leah Nelson, in case I'm whatever mispronouncing it. So if you're here, you won this amazing digital comic, graphic novel, and also this CBD enhanced olive oil by Pot d'huile. I try my best. So if you're here, let us know. I'd love to celebrate with you. We'll give you a snap in. Oh, yay. Oh, yeah. Their honey, chili oil, and olive oil is all so yummy. Oh, yeah. This is so good. So it's got this it's got that kind of like grounded, earthy cannabis taste, but you put it on vanilla ice cream and a pinch of sea salt, because you got the earthy, the salty, the creamy, the sweet. Okay, so thank you so much, guys, for sponsoring. We're going to move forward to the next class. And so I'm really excited about Tamara's class. She's joining us live from Hawaii, and she's doing a class on props. So a big part of the Ganja Yoga teacher training is to focus on making yoga accessible for people, for all bodies, regardless of experience level or size. And we do that by using props. So I'm really pleased that she brought this class to our day. Tamra is, she writes that she invites her clients to join her in yoking their highest selves and achieving their greatest dreams. And when you meet Tamra, you'll feel that that's her vibe. She's so aloha. I'm so happy to have her here. Tamara, when you're ready, you can unmute and take it away.
Okay. Aloha, everyone. Thank you, Dee. What a beautiful introduction. Thank you so much for this beautiful community that you cultivate. And I just feel so at home here, and sending you all plenty aloha. Happy 420. I'm so stoked to be here celebrating with every single one of you. So throwing plenty shakas your way. Hope everyone's having a good morning. Today for this class, we're gonna be using 2 blocks and a strap. So as you settle in, we're gonna start kneeling and we're gonna take the long side of our block parallel with the long side of your mat. So we're really gonna support our butt here. And the block should be right under your bottom, and you're kind of wedging the balls of your feet, sandwiching the block between them. And as you settle in, like we said, my name is Tamra. I'm joining you guys from the island of Hawaii, and it's also known as the Big Island. So this island is really special to me. It's the home of Pele Honuamea, who is the Hawaiian goddess of fire and volcanoes. She is the creator and the destroyer, and she shapes this sacred land that I'm so lucky to call my home. So today we'll be calling in those sort of fiery goddess vibes and tapping into our own abilities to create our lives. So as you settle in, we'll wiggle our hip bones. And before you bring your eyes to close, just look up at the screen for a minute. We're going to start with something I call blossoming lotus. So our hands will start in Anjali Mudra at the heart, the prayer pose. And then we'll keep our hands touching, making circles like a blossoming lotus as we inhale the arms up. And we'll exhale, arms wide and down. And this time, closing the eyes, inhaling through center. Really calling in how you're blossoming in life. Exhaling the arms down. One more like this. Inhale up. And exhale. Down. Bring the hands onto the sides, palms up. We'll touch our index finger to the tip of our thumbs in a gesture of consciousness. And here, just taking a moment, if you're working with an intention in life, or maybe for your day, or just for this practice, we're going to plant it mentally 3 times. So it can be something simple like I am happy or I am healthy. And plant it mentally 3 times now. Beautiful. When you feel complete, just gently blinking the eyes open, letting the mudra go in the hands. We're going to grab our strap. So keeping the kneeling position or switching if you're getting a little uncomfortable, we'll be sitting just for another minute. And we're going to take our hands wider than our shoulders, gripping our strap. And we'll keep our strap in our lap to begin. And on your next inhale, we're going to bring the strap up to the crown of our head. And as you exhale, the strap will fall down behind the back. Be very mindful of how your shoulders are feeling. We're just, in a sense, lubing that ball joint in our shoulders. We'll take the strap up and over in front, continuing with your own breath, inhaling up to the crown of the head, and exhaling down the back. Being mindful that we're not jutting our ribs forward, but instead keeping them stacked over our hips. Inhale up the back. And exhale down in front. We'll do one more like this. Inhale up. And exhale down. Last one. Inhale up. Exhale down. Beautiful. And you can just set your strap aside. And we're very slowly going to come off of our block, grabbing one to take with us, setting the other aside, and we'll slowly make our way to standing now. And we're just going to pause here. And we're going to actually take our block and put it between our thighs. So squeeze it between the thighs. And the feet are going to be hip distance or somewhere nearby. So if that's not quite comfortable, take them wider, take them closer, tuning into your mind, body, and giving yourself what you need. And here we're standing tall, relaxing the shoulders ever so slightly down the back, creating space in the neck. And then we'll flip our palms forward, liberate your fingers, spread them wide. Feeling powerful here in Tadasana, mountain pose, and bringing the eyes to close. Breathing easily. Feeling the strength between your thighs, maybe activating your roots, squeezing the perineum as if you were preventing yourself from going to the loo, Sending your root down, and then we'll just inhale, big breath, arms out to the side overhead, palms touch. And exhale, hands down the center line. Opening the eyes. We're gonna find chair pose. So here we're moving our butt back in space, as well as bending the knees. And you want your knee to be somewhere nearby over the ankle. So even if that means there's a less intense bend in the knees, no worries. It's better for our bodies in alignment this way. And when you're ready and you feel steady, we'll just inhale the arms overhead. Shoulder width or somewhere nearby. If your shoulders are tight, take them wide. Breathing here. And here we're giving our Manipur chakra some love. Stoking our inner fires. We'll be here for 3. Maybe you lift your toes off the mat, feet on the ground, toes up. 2. And sink a little lower. Then we'll inhale, rise. Nice. Hands come back to the side, keeping the block between the thighs, and again, finding mountain pose, closing the eyes. Just noticing any shifts in the mind, body, organism. For 1, breath in. Full breath out. Nice. We'll leave the block where it is. We're gonna move through chair pose, but this time we're gonna keep it moving. So we're kind of gonna do a dynamic chair. So we'll sink our hips down, arms up, inhale, lift. And then as you exhale, the arms are going to come back behind the butt, and we're going to come up onto the toes, moving slowly, okay? Take your time. And then heels ground, inhale, lift, sink into your chair. And exhale, fly, come up onto your toes. Inhale, heels ground and lift. And exhale, fly, coming up onto the toes. And this is more of a playful flow, so have fun with it. Inhale, lift. And last time, exhale, fly, arms back. Nice. And the heels will ground. We'll place our block on our mat. And this time we'll find mountain pose, no block, feet together, heels together. Hands at the side, liberate the fingers and breathe. Maybe you notice the fingers are more vibrant, capillaries are pumping your blood. Thankful for vibrance and vitality. I'm grateful for our natural, effortless breath. Our breath has been our constant companion since we were little babies. Finding gratitude for the breath and reminding yourself whenever you feel uncertain or anxious, you can always return to the breath. And then gently opening the eyes, finding that block we laid down. And we're gonna have another fun little playtime in tree pose. So we're gonna step our left foot onto our block and really center and ground your foot. Yeah, wiggle side to side, make sure you're steady and stable, and then test it out. Come up onto that left foot, let the right toes hover. Maybe feel wobbly, that's totally fun and normal. Enjoy it, notice without any judgment. Coming back down, and this time when we lift, we're gonna find our center. Inhale, hands to the heart. Exhaling here, and then we'll lift our right foot up the left leg. So it can be down by the ankle, it can be on the ground if you're feeling super wobbly, no worries. Or it can be above the knee. We don't want the foot right on the knee. Breathing as you steady yourself, finding a drishti or gazing point 3 or 4 feet in front of you. And when you feel steady, if you feel steady, maybe extend your branches. And breathe. Grateful for this beautiful plant medicine enhancing all of our days today. Shining your heart forward in tree pose. One more full breath in and full breath out. And we'll unravel, hands down. Right foot down and shake out the left leg. Shake, shake, shake. Maybe shake the whole body, re-energizing ourselves before we switch sides. And when you're ready, we're going to do the same thing, but this time our right foot and leg is our trunk. So same thing, ground into the right foot on top of your block, and then test it out. Come on up off of that left foot, let it hover. And if you're feeling great, groovy, if you need to make any adjustments, go right ahead. This is your journey, your practice. And here we go. Coming up, left foot slides up the right leg. And this side may feel different than the other. That's totally normal. Bringing the hand to the heart space. Connecting with your drishti or gazing point, something steady, 3 or 4 feet in front of you. Stilling the body helps still the mind, and we extend our branches when you're ready. Breathing here. And if you're feeling super balanced, another fun little thing you can try is maybe just closing the eyes for a second. It totally adds another dimension of play to this pose. We'll be here for one more breath in and one more breath out. And when you're ready, arms down, left leg down, and shake out the right leg, kick your block away. Shake, shake, shake. Beautiful, you guys. And we'll find stillness. This time we're going to take our feet wider than the hips. Take up space. Inhale, the arms out to the side, overhead, palms touch. Lowering through the center again. Inhale, arms out wide overhead. Exhale through the center line. One more like this. Inhale, arms wide. Palms touch as you exhale. Rest the thumbs between the eyebrows this time. Maybe applying some pressure or a slight minor circle. Massaging your pineal gland. Noticing your breath. Noticing as you inhale, the air is slightly cooler. And as you exhale with the warmth of your body, slightly warmer. And thank you all so much for your practice today. The love and light in me sees, honors, and respects the love and light in each of you. Aloha. Namaste. Just lowering the hands to the heart, opening the eyes. Thank you all. Aloha. Hope everyone has a beautiful day.
Thank you, Tamara. I love the sound of your voice. It's like so slow and calm. Did everyone else hear that?
Thank you.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I had to put a little tiny bit of you on my Instagram, so you'll notice that I just tagged you. It's not very yoga.
You.
Stop doing yoga for Instagram's sake, but once in a while I have to. So that was awesome.
No worries. Thank you. Yeah, and speaking of Instagram, if you guys want to connect there, I'm hosting a Ganja, a plant medicine yoga retreat next April. So details coming soon. Yay. But yeah, thank you all.
Thank you. That sounds amazing. Retreat in Hawaii sounds just right. Thanks, Tamara.
I just put her link in the chat box if anyone wants to link up with her on her Instagram page. Thank you, Tamaha. That was love.
We're going to ooze right into another yoga class, nervous system regulation, the brain dance. This probably wins for most creative title, although there were some very creative titles. So this is taught by our certified Ganja yoga teacher, Mihala. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. She's a 500-hour yoga teacher, but she's also an educator, and she works with highly impact middle schoolers. And she teaches self-regulation techniques such as emotional freedom technique or tapping. And she believes yoga to be a platform for justice, serving those in need. And she's in the Seattle area, helping people there, helping people who are living on, the margins that have been marginalized due to our dominator culture, white supremacist, patriarchal culture. So she's helping these people, underserved people, and she offers a variety of breathing patterns and visualizations to help them to connect more deeply with themselves. So really about creating that safer space. So Mihala, if you're here, show yourself and let me know, please, if I'm mispronouncing your name. My sincerest apology.
It's Michaela. No worries. Hello again. Good to see you all. Thank you for introducing me. Yeah, one wonderful day in Seattle to share with you. I am on ceded Duwamish and Snohomish land. And I also wanted to share that I just pulled the card, the mantra seed syllable of the goddess, which means speak your truth, basically. Like it's time to speak from the mind out the mouth. So here we go. Yes, most of my teaching is rooted in trauma-informed techniques, and the work I do with middle schoolers is just compounded by like all the love we share through empathy and relationship, and yeah, they're amazing. So I'm happy to be here, taking a break from that and teaching them. And know that this can always be done seated. You shift and try to force your body into something that doesn't feel good. So first, start to just tune yourself back into your space. Maybe, begin to listen to the sounds, whether you're inside or outside. Perhaps you're observing colors or textures through the eyes, on the body. Start to tune into yourself. And over time, if it feels safe, you're welcome to soften the eyes, beginning to look inside. And we'll begin our time together with a gentle breathing practice called the stress breath. So when you feel ready, just lower your chin down towards your torso and take a breath in. And then exhale, lift the chin off the torso, let your head realign. And just move like that as you breathe in, lower your chin down to your torso. Exhale, relax the shoulders, lift the head. Let's do 2 more. Perhaps inviting in any sounds or sensations to be part of your experience. And when you're ready, just bringing yourself back in a seated shape. Lengthen through the spine. Maybe take a moment to look up at the sky. And then we'll start to take the left ear over to the left shoulder. And you might start to move your body forward or backward or side to side. Just beginning to tap into the physical self and how it is here. And then you're welcome to extend the right arm off to the side. And maybe this arm stays soft, or maybe you find a little movement, bending the elbow or swaying the arm back and forth. And then find a moment to be still. Honor the quality of your breath and let every breath in just be an invitation to arrive completely. And then release the right arm. Lower the chin down towards that collarbone. You might look down a minute and just sway the head to center. And then lift the head over the shoulders. Reaching your arms off to the side, maybe grow your body big. And then exhale, guide the hands over to either shoulder and curl the body inward, guiding attention to the core. Inhale, extend, open up. And then close the body, guide attention in. And then as you're complete, realign your spine and just begin to find these nice hip circles, shifting the torso over to the side. Allowing yourself to be natural. Maybe you get really flowy, or maybe you stay a little slower. And then switch in the other direction. Recognizing any sensations or feelings or thoughts or love that's surfacing for you. And then guide your body back to stillness. And then we'll start to slowly stand up. You're always welcome to stay seated. But here we're going to begin our brain dance, which was developed originally for infants and toddlers, but then also for dancers, and it's a way to regulate the brain. So just get yourself comfortable, stand as wide as you like, sit as comfy as you like. And then the first part of the brain dance is the breath. And we've all been working on that, but let's place a hand over the heart and over the tummy. And take 2 breaths in through the nose and out through the nose. Maybe your eyes stay gently closed, or perhaps you look around you, reorient yourself. And then stand in Tadasana, mountain shape. And we'll just begin to start to tap the top of the head, inviting a little tactile input to the very top of the head. And then down to the collar, not the collarbones, the top of the eyes, and the eyebrows. And then tap the side of your forehead. And then tap beneath the eyes. So here we're working the spleen and the stomach, pressure points that align with Chinese medicine theory. And then tap down the face, tap the chin. And then the throat and the collarbones. And recognize that you're safe and that you can breathe freely. Here, I'm going to start to tap my heart, and I might start to make a fist or a ball and apply a little more pressure. But keep this as loving and inviting as you like. Tap down to the abdomen. And the pelvis, and all the way down the legs. Tap up the legs. And then let your arms grow soft. And we're just going to start to bounce. It can be a lot, it can be a little. And then let your shoulders, your head bounce. Give yourself whatever moment you want. And then grow back to stillness. And a little more tactile input. We use a brush, but I also tell my kids to use your fingertips like tentacles. And we're gonna sweep up our arm. 1, 2, for 5, and then swipe up your other arm. For kids with special needs, this is super helpful for their regulation system, their sensory input. And then you might start to brush up the legs a little. And then place your fingertips or your brush over your heart and find that tap. And then relax. Anchor back into your breath. And now we do awareness towards the core, like when we were seated. So we guide everything in and then extend the limbs, reach off into space. And then curl inward and open the body. Release. Now keeping your legs heavy and connected into the earth and the land. Start to move the upper body. It might be side to side or twisty, but see how you might keep the lower part of your body heavy and grounded. Get your head into it if your neck feels safe. And then relax. If you're sitting in a cushion, think about the cushion absorbing any tension beneath your seat. Now, stillness in the upper body and start to shake your legs. Maybe get the hips into it, just start to move. Recognize that you can be breathing, you can be safe. And then soft. Lifting one arm up, just one arm. Now lift the same leg up with the arm. And if you like to challenge your balance, take your eyes up towards the fingertip and down towards the floor. Release. Notice the sides of the body. Switch sides. Arm lifts up. And then leg lifts up. Let the body loose. Look at the pretty birds outside. And then soft body. Back to the breath. Back to whatever sensations are moving in your physical and emotional self. Now, opposite arm, opposite leg. Staying alive. Soften, switch sides. And when you're complete, go ahead and shake it out. And just start to twist the torso. Let the arms be long. Maybe shake your hair. And then plant yourself. We're going to turn our body into a circle. So go ahead and turn your body in one direction. And then anchor back in a steady mountain shape. Breathe in through your nose. And then out through your mouth. For the kids, we call it lion's breath or dragon breath. I invite you to let your fire out. And now turn in the other direction. Beautiful. Notice what might feel challenging what might feel vibrant or deep. And then however it feels safe, start to send the arms somewhere up, maybe look up. And then very gently fold over your legs. And I'll invite you to step your legs back and lower the knees to the floor. And from there, shifting to child's pose, or whatever feels restful. You might come all the way down to the belly. Maybe you stay seated, take a moment to check in. Recognizing the sounds in your environment and weaving together all the different sounds in your environment together into this tapestry of sound. And then I'll invite you to lift your torso up, soften the shoulders. And just start to roll your shoulders. Relax the jaw. And then curl the body inward once more. And then align the body, open the heart. Then just take some time to notice how you might feel different. And hold space in your heart for the ways that feel the same. I share this practice with you with so much gratitude and love today. You might start to open your eyes, reorient the brain, take in any colors or shapes. And just notice the beating of your heart and the beating of my heart and how they're together. Have a good day, everyone. Much love to you all. This is so good.
Thank you, love. That was awesome. That was like a lot of moves that, a lot of moves I'd done before, and then a lot of things I've never done before. And I really could feel like the left and right side of my brains, like getting that integration. And as I learned more about trauma and how important that is, like I knew it cognitively, but I really experienced it in your class. It was awesome. Yeah. That was beautiful. And I'm seeing in the comments, someone wrote, my ADHD loved that so much. Exactly. Yeah. Like I really did feel similarly, like so integrated. I feel different, you know?
Thank you all. Yeah, I love that. That was awesome. Thank you. It must be amazing to see like 25 children just doing that and the lion's breath and everything. Wow.
Yeah, I wanted to do with you too. Our favorite is bumblebee breath, and yoga, we do bee breath, right? Let's do it together. Breathe in through the nose. Let out a big hum. And that is just one of our favorites to let that play. Yeah, thank you all.
I also put the link of Mishala in the chat box if anyone wants to have more info about her social media or what she's doing right now. Thank you again. So I'm so relaxed right now. Let's continue. We had a draw right now, and it's going with the theme of the class we just did. It's CBD tincture and CBD butter made by the brand Baysay. I'm pronouncing it properly. I'm also going to put the link in the chat box. The price is actually like a butter for the body. You can put it when you have pain and stuff on your skin. And you also have a beautiful box of 12 vegan chocolate that are made with broad spectrum CBD. So thank you so much for this. And the woman, yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm still on that like really chill vibe. I'm not sure where I'm at, but the person that won that prize was the first person that logged in today. And I take a note of that person at the beginning of the event, but I can see her right now and I don't have her last name, so I'm gonna send her a private message. Her name is Heather, and there's the sign of peace beside your name, Heather. So you have won the prize, the 12 chocolate and the CBD butter from Baysay. So if you want to send me your info, your email address, I will send you something after the event. Thank you.
Amazing. Yeah. Miho, who's the woman behind the husband-wife team of Basie, is an amazing, everything she creates, it's all ethically sourced. It's vegan. I was trying to show, so she sent me CBD tincture because my dog has anxiety. So this is their like branding. And yeah, she's just such a lovely soul. So definitely you want to follow her on Instagram and support her. And like, yeah, vegan CBD chocolates, like gourmet box, each one is different. So the prize value is $160. Yeah.
So,
okay, so we have the winner.
Yeah, I do have the winner. I'm gonna send her an email after. Thank you.
Beautiful. I included Basie's link in the chat box. So I think it's time for our next teacher.
Yes, and we are going with Cameo. The class is called Wonders of Roses. So if you want to have more info about her, I'm also going to put the link of her bio. And she's a blazing yogi who never goes with the flow. She's kind of going against the flow. So who believes in honoring the creative process and artistic expression that yogi is and can be. So Cameo, if you're here, thank you so much for this class. I invite you to put on your camera and your mic.
I am here. Hi, everybody. It's great to see you guys. So coming into the wonders of roses, you know, there's so much information about rose water. There's information about, you know, roses themselves or putting them up on a shelf. You know, we always use them for the more beautiful look of them instead of what benefits they can bring to us. So smoking roses increases your inner peace. It reduces depression and it's an aphrodisiac. So I'm giving you all the vibes here. So beginning off, we're just going to start with a little poem. We're going to come into a settled position, whatever your settling position is. Shoulders relaxed, palms facing up for better breath space. The poem today is called A Rose That Grew from Concrete by Tupac Shakur. Did you ever hear about the rose that grew from a crack in the concrete? Preserving and falsifying nature's laws wrong. It learned to walk without having any feet. Funny, but by keeping its dreams, it learned to breathe fresh air. Long live the rose that grew from concrete when no one else even cared. I share that poem with you because it's oftentimes that sometimes we feel like we're that single rose when everything else around you is different and not the same as you. But that doesn't mean that you're not beautiful in that space. So we're coming to mind with that. We're gonna begin in staff pose. Yes, staff pose. Who starts their classes with staff pose? I do. It's a little cold in the Bay Area, so I'm hoping you guys can see me well. I just want you to place your feet pointing up, palms facing down on your knees, and just kind of wiggle out your legs. Just wiggle them out. Relax your shoulders. And now that you've just kind of wiggled them out, we've been kind of sitting, we've been standing up. I just want you to pedal the feet. Left and right. Feeling the stretch in the hamstring. Wiggling out the toes. Seeing what you can feel into your toes. Balling them up. Cracking them. Opening them. Pedaling at your own pace. I don't want to control your breath. I want you to breathe into you. Pay attention to your breath. Feeling the stretch behind the knees. And let them both down gently. Now, when we bring them both down gently, I just want you to roll your ankles. Doesn't matter if you do left, right. Sometimes it feels better if you do both at the same time. I'm a feet person. The tactile sensations, the air between your toes. It feels so amazing. Checking into your alignment. How can you better fix your back? How can you relax your shoulders a little more? Wiggling your feet again, rolling them, seeing the sensations that you're bringing down. We're super high now. We've been at this for a while now, so everybody's got a nice little buzz on. Bring your left ankle over your right knee. Sometimes I do opposite because I'm behind, but y'all get it, because y'all do the same thing. Bring your hands behind your back. Keep your leg up, but I did the opposite, so that's okay. And now with your left leg, just kind of slide it up. I want to make sure you can see me. Feeling into our pigeon pose, wiggling our toes again. Going back and forth with them. Rolling the ankles. If yours is here, that's great. If yours is down here, that's even better. Where you are, meet yourself. Relax the leg. Bringing it down. Right ankle on the left knee. Keeping the hands where they are. We're chilling like we're watching TV. Making sure our toes are pointed up. And just slide it back. My hamstrings are always very tight. So it just depends on where you are at your point. And if you like movement with it, that's cool too. Stretch it out a little bit. See what you feel. Wiggling the toes, moving the ankles. Make sure you slide your foot all the way down, flattening out the left leg before you release the right leg. It's beautiful, everyone. And we're going to come into a bound ankle pose. So just kind of sliding. In a bound ankle pose, bring the palms up. I want you to think about a time that you felt like a single rose, whether it was in a garden of weeds, any weeds, of course, or if it was in a room full of people. Syncing our breath together, one time and one time only. When you're inhale up, arms frame your ears, palms come to touch, and exhale. Prayer pose. Bringing us together, calming us together. Inhale your arms back up, palms come to touch. Now I want you to reach to your right, feeling the stretch in your side, relaxing the neck. Coming back into center. Again, move on your breath. We will wait for you. Reaching over to your right. Coming back into the center. Prayer pose, exhale. Beautiful, everyone. When you are ready, release your hands down, palms facing up. And I want you to look all the way down. Just drop your chin to your chest. Taking the breath here, acknowledging yourself as this beautiful rose that you are. Relax your neck back. Slowly opening up the throat. Slowly coming back to center. Neck stretching up, crown rising strong. Look to your right. Emptying the space in the neck. Guiding your neck over to the left. Slowly. Like you're scanning the perimeter. Coming back into the center. With the palms up, offering and acknowledging if you would like to smoke, lighting something up right now. Staying in our bound ankle pose. We're gonna do a smoking visualization. Palms facing up. Close your eyes. Again, check in with your alignment. Eyes facing forward, crown shining, beautiful and strong. And when you close your eyes, I just want you to go dark or black. Nothing but the black, strong pigment. Mystic and majestic. And on the back of your eyes, I want you to imagine cracks forming like concrete. Your vision starts to clear. You still see the cracks, but you acknowledge that it's the black top, like on a basketball court, all around you. Just dark cracks. But you notice a speckle of your favorite color in the crack in front of you. Just a fleckle. As you become curiouser, as the color becomes more intense, you become curiouser. The more detailed and strong this image, this color becomes in front of you. It's your favorite color. Whatever color came to you was whatever color you needed. As the details start to become strong, you see this beautiful rose, and it unfolds in front of you, just as strong and solid as if it came out of the dirt. You acknowledge it. You don't pluck it. You just look at the details. You look at the rawness. You acknowledge that that is a part of you. That is a part of yourself. That when no one else is around and when no one else is watching, that you come to see so beautifully. That is yourself. How wonderful, how beautiful you are. Thanking yourself, giving gratitude to yourself. Slowly walk away from her or him, she, they. They'll be fine. Just remember to check on her, him, them. and water her. Walking into your strength, holding on to that beautiful flower inside your heart. Slowly, let your eyes open. Remember your reflection. Aretha Franklin said a rose is still a rose. Now I know you guys are getting kind of tired in the bound ankle pose, depending on your hips, so you can come into an easy pose. We've been on this all day, so before we end, let's do a couple neck rolls. Bringing your chin to your left collar and just roll your neck. Still thinking about the beautiful rose in your heart. Remembering what smoking her, nurturing her, and loving her can do for you. Thank you all. Inhale your arms up, palms come to touch. Reaching and stretching. Bowing to yourself with gratitude, everyone. Ashe and namastizzle, ladies. So with removing that, kind of getting into our beauty of ourselves with all the sexy things that are coming next, I wanted to show you guys what I'm smoking. I'm smoking on this beautiful rose cone. I smoke a lot of roses. I'm very big on them. I struggle with depression, so they really help for me. That's why the classes that I teach are artistic themed. If you want one, go to my website, ladynamastizzle.com. They are under the frequency tab for 20% off, and they're organic, made with distilled water. Ladies and gentlemen, great for you. But learning about anything, the herbs, the weed, doing your research before you smoke anything is very, very important. I stress that to everybody. Don't just buy something because it sounds cool. I always check out the information. I am a researcher. I feel like I'm not gonna just, take anything from you or offer you something that I wouldn't give myself either. So just make sure you do your research. But I invite the artistic expressions. I'm very kind of artsy fartsy, if you want to say. I have an engineering degree, so I like to bring that and evolve in my classes. That's why it's important for me to teach my own separate thing. It's just me, and I have to be that way. So I'm so thankful for you guys. Have a great and wonderful day. If you're in the Bay Area, I will be in San Francisco at the Speak Easy Brewery for a 420 event, and it is free. It is absolutely free, everyone, okay? Have a wonderful day. I love you guys. Love you, Dee. Thank you for always supporting all of us. We appreciate you.
Awesome. Thank you, Camille. It was really, really lovely. So peaceful and calm. I think I'm gonna order one and wishing it's gonna reach me. Thank you. It was amazing. I already tried to smoke with roses in my joints, but I never knew that there was some propriety like anxiety and managing like the stuff that you were talking about. I didn't know about those stuff. Thank you. That was cool. So I think we're continuing with Kendra. She's gonna give us a class that's called Sgt. Pepper Album 2021 Remix, if I'm not making any mistake in the title. So Kendra's playful styles continue to evolve following evidences-based form of practice, emphasizing connection, empowerment, and liberation. Our karma yoga work is with the Humble Warrior Collective, and we also are going to put the links in the chat room. So Kendra, if you're there, I invite you to put your mic on.
And before she does, I would love to add that Kendra is our first Ganja yoga teacher in Oklahoma. You know, it's easy to imagine Ganja yoga in Seattle, okay, you know, Toronto, Montreal, Los Angeles, but she's like badass. She started off doing CBD classes because that was what was legal. And, you know, she came and did the training in LA, and she's just like, you know, changing laws and working hard over there. Are you with us, Kendra? I don't see
I'm
her.
here, ladies.
Oh, nice. There you are. Yeah, love it.
Yeah.
Yay.
Thank you again to Lady Namastizzle and her beautiful rose joints. I'm really gonna have to work on finding those and seeing if I could just maybe get some cones, because shipping to Oklahoma can be a little difficult. And I do have a little remix. It's going to be a combination of the Beatles and then also a Brazilian band that played at Carnival and did an entire cover. And they are called Bloco de Sargento Pimento. You can find them easily on Spotify or YouTube, of course. And today we're going to start out with our legs up the wall or on a couch or a chair if you have something like that. I have these lovely baskets here that I put a blanket on that I could throw my legs on too. Or I set a blanket down and then I come close to the wall. And if you don't have a wall or any props, you can just lay down on the floor if you like. You could throw your legs up in an L shape. And then it's up to you whether your feet stay hip distance apart or go maybe a little bit wider in a Y or a V. And just take a moment to kind of move your shoulders, your head and your neck. Settling into space. And in 2021, we have to wonder, with the cultural influence of the Beatles and George Harrison and bringing the sitar to Western pop culture, this topic of appropriation and appreciation. So settling in. And following your breath down into your belly. Feeling the backside of your body on the floor. Feeling your legs suspended, supported. Maybe the space above your feet. Becoming aware. Taking a moment to appreciate your breath and the space around you. Choosing if you like to bend one knee and place one foot flat against the wall or your couch cushion or your chair edge. Taking a moment to let that foot settle, finding new balance in the hip and the back side of the body. And then following that journey of the breath again, back down to ground. Finding some appreciation for your body, for this experience, for this 420 Ganja Yoga family, for Dee, for Cynthia, for every beautiful goddess teaching today. And with an exhale, preparing to send that foot away, driving the heel up towards the sky. Resting again, the back of your calf or your heel, where you're supported. Taking a gaze over one shoulder. And gazing back to center. Gazing over the other shoulder. And inhaling your head back to center, nice and slow. Feeling that sensual movement of your neck supported by the floor. And then taking that other knee and slowly gliding that foot down and finding some support, shifting, bending on the opposite side as little or as much as you like today. Following the breath, traveling down to the ground, feeling the support all around and the space. Choosing, if you like, to maybe take a puff of your vape or your joint, if you like, and it's handy still. And remembering that low and slow is always the great way to go. Savoring that breath, traveling, feeling the sensation of the ground, the support. And with an exhale, sending that heel on the opposite side back up to the sky. Feeling the support. Perhaps reaching the hands up, just shoulder height towards the ceiling. And then, if there's space, reaching them up behind your head. Maybe bending the elbows to tension triangle, touching the fingertips together. Nice and slow, drawing one knee at a time in towards your chest and reaching the same hand up for the shin or the back of the thigh. The other knee could slowly glide in, and that other hand could find its space, shin or thigh. Take a soft rock side to side. Perhaps blinking your eyes open, maybe fluttering your eyes, seeing little spots as you look back in and up, coming out of the darkness if you'd had your eyes closed. And then listening to the body's information as you pick it up, moving side to side, maybe even circling softly. And choosing a side of your body to land on in fetal position. Taking a moment to land here, becoming present and aware. The breath. Finding a little equanimity or equal parts in and out. Finding some balancing breath before you take a hand to the mat and very slowly press yourself up, over and around. Perhaps taking that blanket, if you like, to the center of your mat for some support under the knees as we come to all fours. And with an exhale, rounding your back, pressing and arching into the wrists and the mat, shoulders towards sky, and rocking forwards and back. Maybe touching the toes together, widening the knees apart so that we can sink down into a child's pose. Hands could be stacked under the forehead or fingertips forward, forehead floating or touching the mat. Nice and slow, walking the hands back in under the shoulders, rocking to all fours, a little forwards, a little back, sinking into child's pose. Again, your shape, your space. This time, inhaling, hands back, walking towards knees, shoulders and hips shift over heels. Toes could remain to the top of the floor, tucked or untucked. You shift and see what works. Finding a centering pose, taking the right hand over your heart, and then the left hand over your heart. Just noticing, feeling the beat, the energy in your body from your crown to your root, your nose to your toes. And taking a big breath, reaching those arms up or out, finding the appropriate shape for your space. And then shifting hips up over knees to half stand, toes tucked or untucked, hands overhead. We exhale, all fours, hands and knees. We can inhale, heart tips forward, soft, sway in the back. And we exhale into that arched kitty cat shape, tucking our hips, our chin, our shoulders. Big breath, hands walk back nice and slow towards those shins, finding that hero's pose. Hands to heart, one over the other, left first if you like this time. Settling into space. And thinking for a moment about who inspires you. That album, Sgt. Pepper's, originally written in the 60s, was inspired just by a misunderstanding when Paul McCartney's airplane seatmate asked him to pass the salt and pepper. And the whole idea was reborn. We could become new people. Let's identify with our heroes, the people that we admire. And so they came up with these alter egos and these costumes and these colorful new sounds as George Harrison had picked up the sitar, taking lessons for about 3 years at the time from Ravi Shankar, an amazing sitar master who had been traveling across Europe, Russia, and then into the United States playing sitar. So who inspires you? As we move forward into 2021, we have all these new opportunities. We've questioned and examined ourselves and come to grips with things and made changes and all kinds of new practices through 2020. Taking an inhale, reaching those hands overhead, shifting hips forward over knees. Taking those hands nice and slow down to the mat, giving yourself a little purchase, walking the hands to the right side so that we could step or shift slowly, moving that left foot forward, knee bent over ankle. Left hand and right hand can come to that left side. And we could softly twist to that left side. That left hand can come to the left hip or even knuckles to the low back. Taking a big breath in, lift your toes up, and that left foot, spread them back out, press them down. Breathing in, very slowly shifting left hand back down, right hand back down. Rocking those hips back. And inhale to rock the hips and the knee forward. Exhaling to rock back, hip toward heel. Maybe lifting those front left toes if you like. And you could always keep one hand on that left thigh. Or even stay up if you like. Coming back, right hand to right hip, or right hand to wall or couch. Being gentle with yourself. And then hands back down towards the right side of the mat, leaning into the wrists and very slowly shifting that left knee back. Sinking the hips towards the heels and walking the hands back to center, either stacked under the forehead, coming down for a child's pose, or fingers outstretched. Forearms nice and flat. Coming back to the breath, grounding, even widening the knees apart if you like. Breathing a little better, becoming aware, and slowly shifting arms back, coming all the way, hands to thighs, back into that hero's pose. Right hand, left hand over heart. I'm fixing a home where the rain gets in and stops my eyes from wandering. And then taking those hands back down to the mat towards the left side this time. Walking over, shifting towards those wrists so that that right leg can glide and shift to the front of the mat. Knee and ankle aligned. Hands walking up towards that right thigh. You could turn the right toes out to the side just a little. Your hands would be on that thigh. Right hand to right hip or to the low back. And belonging here in the moment, grounding in that space, pressing that thigh forward, that left thigh, pressing that knee down into the mat as you find lift in your spine, and even a soft twist or gaze over the right shoulder if you like. Where is your mind? Breathe it in. And exhaling, right hand back to right thigh. And either staying here, hands on thigh, shifting, rocking, pressing knees forward, softly gliding hips back, or hands down to the mat. Hip back towards heel, front toes could come up. Rocking right where you belong. And then landing into space. Taking your time to walk those hands over to the left and slowly gliding that right knee back and down. Heels to one side, hips coming down, down to the ground, seated. Stretching those legs out, nice and straight in front of us. You could bob your knees up and down. You could windshield wiper the feet softly side to side. You can take an inhale, softly reaching the hands up overhead. Exhaling, taking the palms, the heel of the palms to the crown of your head. And who inspires you, but who do you inspire? Opening the middle 3 fingers on your hand. Keeping the pinky finger and the thumb touching, passing down thumbs towards third eye, resting with that lotus mudra. Taking a big breath, blossoming some creativity for yourself this 2021. Be inspired, be inspiring, and exhaling, hands down to heart, fingertips together. Taking a big breath in, hands reach back up, breathing together. Exhaling, shifting from the hips, reaching your hands down like anchors of a suspension bridge, and softly folding in, chin to heart. Appreciating cultures, finding that beautiful anthropological principle of diffusion where we respect and do no harm, but instead bring together, uplift and honor and embrace and liberate each other. Walking those hands back, nice and slow, coming upright, choosing to cross one ankle over the other if you like, one hand over the heart, another hand over the opposite. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for a beautiful practice. I'm going to throw that playlist for that Sgt. Pepper's remix into the chat. All the way from Tulsa, Oklahoma, I'm Kendra Zachary, and happy 420.
Yay, Kendra, happy 420. Actually, it's 420 right now in Montreal, Canada. So I just wanted to acknowledge it at the end of your class, and you just said it. So, wow, that's awesome. It was so energizing. Thank you. Wow.
Thank
I
you.
also put your link in the bio. So if anyone wants to link up with you, Kendra, you have all the info, guys. Wow. So happy 420. Like I said, it's 420, really 4:20 p.m. in Montreal, Canada. And I have a lot of people that I'm seeing in our participants. I actually have one woman that I was going to elementary school with. So I think it's pretty cool that she's there to see that our vibration are maybe following the same path around that plan. So I just wanted to say hi, Claudia, and thank you for your support.
My mom just texted me from Toronto, Canada, that it's 420. She's been watching some of the classes and stuff. So yes, happy 420 to our East Coast friends. And if you're in a time zone, tell us when your 420 is or what time it is there. Do we know what time it is? I only know Eastern time and Pacific. So any of the other places I can't say I know how to convert it, but if anyone wants to educate us, that'd be amazing. And Kendra, that was so awesome. Your outfit was amazing. Your music was so awesome. I love your discussion at the beginning about appropriation and appreciation. These are really important topics. And yeah, your vibe's just so great. And both you and Cameo I love the way it's flowing, these like creative, Ganja yoga is not just cannabis plus yoga, it's so much more than that. Each teacher brings their own flavor, not just like vinyasa or hatha type flavor, but like complete poetic like expression. It's beautiful. It's so awesome to see each one's unique way. So you make me so proud. Alrighty, so I guess it's time for our next draw. That's the next thing. Yay. Oops, I turned off. Okay, so our next draw is, okay, I like this one. It's a fun one. So a spool of organic hemp wick, which is hemp dipped in beeswax, and you use it to light your joint so that you're not slurping, lighter fluid when you toke. It's also apparel from Moonmaid's Farms. I get to show off my cute t-shirt that I ultra cropped, almost too short. It comes as a full tee, but you can crop it cute too. And they have all different designs and cutie. She is a badass babe. I've been smoking her weed. Organic lady farmer up in Humboldt. There's not a lot of women farmers up there, let alone women of color. So Tina is Asian and Jewish, and she's helping to be a part of a movement for something called the Appellations of Origin, which means to honor that the Emerald Triangle in Northern California, these specific growing traditions have been around the seeds, the agricultural methods, and we don't want like Monsanto, Walmart, these kinds of companies coming in and, doing monoculture up there with cannabis. So she's really fighting to keep these, more, premium strains and premium, organic growing conditions for the land. So she's a warrior. If she's around ever, Tina, definitely say hello. So it's apparel from her. And then also a copy of my book for those that don't already have it, as well as CBD enhanced honey or apple cider, your pick, from an Asian American owned company called Potley. So that's a badass prize with like 4 prizes and $130 value, including another aspect that I didn't mention, which is the Hush Kush. Cynthia, do you have a Hush Kush handy to show? Awesome.
Do, always.
Nice. I knew that. Exactly. I was like, wait, I was supposed to show one more thing.
It's definitively my go-to because actually it's a weed pocket that it's created in Montreal by a woman. It's made with bee wax. She has a patent on the creation of that product. You can carry your weed with you. It's smell-proof, waterproof, and you have 2 sizes. I actually have the king size one, and the colors are just amazing. And she's doing that with all of her heart, and she's being really, really passionate about cannabis. And this week, she also participated into a project here with a lot of Canadian and Quebecois brands that have created an association to go against a specific law that the government are trying to install in businesses here. So the law is actually that you cannot have clothes that are having weed leaf or products that are having weed leaf on. So for example, your book would not be allowed to be sold here because there's a representation of a weed leaf, even if it's a joke, a comic book, a draw. If it's hard, it's not allowed here. So these brands are going against and are fighting this law from the government of Canada, if I'm not making any mistake. I'm not sure if it's a Quebecois law, a federal, or a provincial law, but these groups are just amazing. There's prohibition that are going there also, and it's the process have been done on Thursday, so we are waiting for the answer of the court right now. So it's kind of a big thing, and it's really important for brands that to create a community and an association, not only to promote the cannabis lifestyle, but also to make a right value and fighting the law that is not making any sense, if you want my opinion. So yeah.
Totally. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just like
Yeah.
Tina up here in Humboldt. Like it's so important that these, our brands are not just, making cool products is important, ethically sourced ingredients and, maybe minimal packaging for the environment and women-owned companies and BIPOC owned companies, but then also how are they giving back to the community, either changing the
Yeah.
law or redistributing wealth or, what are they doing? What are they doing? It's really
Yeah.
important we ask brands that.
Exactly. So
We can all do
really
better,
want
right?
you out there with us.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So this is a mega prize with the Hush Kush Pocket, Cynthia's Friends Company. We got a copy of, or an Organic Flame Hemp Wick, apparel from Roommate Farms, a copy of my book, and then your choice, CBD apple cider vinegar or honey, because the company makes both, Potley, and they're both great. Okay. So this one, Cynthia's going to have to really look at the chat box. She's going to have to really monitor a fast moving chat box because the answers might come in and it's going to be the first one to type it. So get your fingers ready. The winner of this prize will be the first person who writes in our main sponsor for the event. Which brand is our main sponsor? We said it at the beginning. Who was paying attention? Hi, Ella. I saw it.
Nikki.
Nice. Okay.
There we
So
go.
this is the winner of our prize today. Nikki, you won. High on Love is our main sponsor, but you won all these other. And can we ask everyone else to mute, please? Austin, were you going to say something?
I just need her to send me her email address, so it's gonna be easier to reach to send you the products.
Congratulations, Nikki. These are all amazing things. Like I barely will smoke a joint if there's like, especially not a pipe without a hemp wick. Cause you're just like, after you think about it, you're like, oh, and then other wicks, aren't necessarily organic hemp. So then again, you might be consuming pesticides. So I love Organic Flame, organic beeswax and organic hemp. Okay, the day is moving forward. How's everyone feeling? Let's do a community check-in before we go to our next class. If you want to write in the chat box, let us know how you're feeling. How's the groove going for everybody? Are you guys baked or are you pacing yourself? That's kind of the sub question. I'm trying to pace myself. We're like, I guess 2 hours in, I've had 2 joints. That's pretty paced. So our next.
Can we be both baked and pacing ourselves?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Totally.
That. Thank you.
I was gonna say the same thing. I'm baked and I'm pacing myself at this point. I'm going with it, but now I'm laying down. So I'm enjoying everything.
we're baking ourselves. Are we? No, it didn't work. Oh yeah, someone wrote. Oh, Keiko's here! Yay, Keiko! Would you like to say hello before we go to our next class? Keiko is one of my friends that's, someone in our community that's not a Ganja yoga teacher. All of the teachers presenting today are Ganja yoga teachers. But Keiko is a friend that I've seen oftentimes at cannabis events. And she's so generously offered us the mega prize of the trip for 2 to Jamaica at the cannabis resort. If you're here, I saw your comment in the chat box and want to say a quick hello. We have maybe about a minute before Kitty starts. Keiko, are you down?
Yes, I am. Hello, everyone. Such an honor and pleasure to be here today to spend 420 with all you Ganja goddesses and gods here, and just being able to share the spirit and the energy that provides us so much balance and harmony in our life. So I'm very honored to be here, and I'm very happy to be able to support this event with the trip to Coral Cove for 2 people. And that includes all your food and a gift certificate to our dispensary on site. And this is a facility that's in Jamaica, right along the ocean front. So there's kayaking, snorkeling, a spa, a conference center, and very healthy food. So whether you're vegan or vegetarian or pescatarian or a meat eater, you'll be able to have wonderful food there to nourish you while you're basking in the sun and having yoga in some wonderful places at Coral Cove. So I just really admire and respect Dee, and to be able to share with all of you that gift to come to Coral Cove is a true honor. So thank you for letting me be here with you today too. And I would, just to be here on 420 doing all forms of yoga today. It's the icing on the cake, the cherry on the sundae, and the kiss with a hug. So thank you so much.
Yes, Keiko. Yes. I'm so glad you popped in. I love seeing your face every time I see you. You radiate such love, and yes, everyone's feeling it. I can tell. And I don't know if you saw the chat box. It's on fire about this prize. It's so generous. Cynthia and I are not going to tell everyone what time the prize will be, that raffle, because it's such a juicy raffle. You're going to have to just stick around all day and find out. So in the meantime, I'm super pleased to introduce our next teacher, Kitty, a friend of mine that I've known for a couple of years now. Kitty is the founder of Secret Stash Yoga, and she lives in Colorado Springs. She's a former collegiate athlete. So she's one of the people that comes to Ganja Yoga from that more physical place. And she's a certified personal trainer. And at the same time, she's also a herbalist. And she's passionate about educating people about the plant, about body, about soul, and all about connection. So her Instagram is really it's got that really good balance of the physical and the spiritual. And I love Kitty, and I'm really glad that you're here. And I see your face. So when you're ready to unmute.
Hello. You can hear me right? Making sure my setup's all good. Awesome. So thank you. I appreciate it. Like she said, my name is Kitty and I'm from Colorado Springs. And today in my little session here, I'm going to talk to you guys about mudras, and we're going to do a little meditation that's going to go with it, right? So what are mudras? Mudras are sills or hand gestures that facilitate the flow of energy. Now, personally, I like mudras. I mean, because asana, can't everybody do asanas all the time, right? And not everybody has time to do movement and, get on a mat and things like that. So mudras, hand yoga, which it's also called as well, is also a good way to facilitate the movement of energy or to help calm yourself or bring yourself back to the present moment. And it is also, I think, another accessible form of yoga for certain people, because if you think about it, like I said, not a lot of people can get to the mat, or not a lot of people are functioning enough to where they can do the movement. So most of us, maybe not everybody, we can do things with our hands, and our hands are a huge part of our life. You actually stop and think about it. We open the door, we use it to scroll on our phones, we make our food with it, and we grind up our weed and we roll our joints with our hands, right? So mudras can be a very powerful tool when incorporated into your meditation practice, into your yoga practice. And there are different types of mudras, right? So usually you will see people just do the hand gestures of different things, and that's a mudra. But there are also mudras called, there's one called mana mudra, which is your ears, your eyes, your nose, your tongue, your lips, your head, different positions that you can put your tongue, your eyes, and things into, to kind of make that seal or gesture, or to facilitate some type of energy, right? There are also kaya mudras, which is the combination of asana, pranayama, and concentration. So that one's just kind of the mixture of doing the movement with the hand gestures and the breath all together. That's kind of what we do in yoga practices nowadays too. And then the last one, which you might have heard of, are bandha mudras. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but that means like locks, to close off, to stop the flow of energy, to facilitate more energy. And there are particular spots in your body. So I believe, like, I want to say there's one in your root chakra that is, your bandha mudra that you can lock up and learn. But today I'm going to stick to the hand mudras. So like I mentioned, we use our hands for a lot of different things in life, right? And they say that your hands, your fingers, the palms of your hands, each finger represents a different part of the body, a different chakra, a different, what else? A different, like energy that you're moving. Each finger can mean a lot of different things. And I'm not going to go through what each finger means. There are definitely great resources out there. One of the books that I have is called Mudras, and it kind of goes through all of that too. It goes into more depth and detail about what specific finger means what and where it's at, because in a lot of different practices and like Ayurveda and reflexology and people that do palmistry, each part of the hand can mean something different, although it's all tied together in some sense. And a fun fact for you too, if you decide to look up different, the fingers and their different meanings, if you search for, it's called a sensory homunculus. It's basically, here, I wrote it down too. It's like, it's a crazy image. It shows you how we view ourselves. And that image it's a very awkward looking image. It's of a person, and their hands are huge, their eyes are huge. They might have a small nose or a small mouth. And this is based off the neurological map from our brains on how we view the things that we, our body in this world. So that's a little fun thing if you want to look it up and get a laugh at how we think we perceive ourselves when it comes to that part of it. So moving on, in today's little session here, I'm going to show you 3 different mudras, and then each mudra is paired with a chakra. And then I'm going to guide you through a meditation where we will incorporate those mudras into that meditation. So the 3 mudras that we are going to do today, and this is always good too, because you don't have to do any moving. And if you have a joint handy, you can always put them in your fingers and, start incorporating that Ganja energy into everything. But the 3 mudras that we're going to do today are the Prana mudra, the Shiva Linga mudra. I feel like I'm butchering these words, and the Lotus mudra. So the first one is called the Prana mudra, right? And what we're going to do there is we're going to take our thumb and we're going to take our ring finger and our pinky, and we're going to bring them together. Now, if you think about how you handle a joint, or you pass a joint, or you're giving it to somebody. These all are ways to facilitate the flow of energy. So if you want to become very mindful of your ganja intake or what you're doing with it, this is, I believe, a good way to do it. I mean, even if you just sit there and you hold your joint in your hand or you move it around your fingers, you're still incorporating that cannabis into your practice before you even light it up and get it into your system. So that's always, I think that's awesome. It's how I practice doing my mudra meditations. But the first one was prana mudra. Once again, that's the ring finger, the pinky, and the thumb coming together. You could do both hands or one hand. And it just kind of comes together. It looks like a peace sign almost, you know. And this is for your root chakra. It is associated with the earth element, and it is also associated with the mantra, I am. Okay, the second one that we're going to do is called Shiva Linga Mudra. Shiva Linga Mudra. And what we're going to do is you're going to take your left hand and put it down like it's like a plate. Straighten it out, put your thumb out, and then we're going to take our right hand and, like you're saying, good job. You're doing a great job today. We're going to take that and we're going to put that right on top of it. And this is your Shiva Linga Mudra. And this is associated with your solar plexus. It is associated with the fire element and with the mantra, I can, right? Shiva Linga. And you can always change it up and do opposite hands. It depends on, you know, I have a really bad left hand, so I don't like to do that much movement with it. It all depends on what's more comfortable for you and your hands and your body. And the last mudra that we're going to do is a favorite, I feel like, of everybody's, is the lotus mudra, right? So what we're going to do for the lotus mudra, we're going to take our pinky and bring them to touch. You're going to take your palms like you're trying to grab a ball, or you have an opening. It's like a bowl almost. And then you're going to bring your thumb, both your thumbs together. So it kind of looks like this, and then opening. And this is for your heart chakra. This is associated with the air element, and it is associated with the mantra, I am love. So these are the three that we're going to do. And I'll guide you through them, and you can watch me as well if you want to. I'm going to move my camera down so you can see my hands a little bit better why I do the meditation. But we are going to start though. So what we're going to do is, I know everybody's pacing themselves, but I definitely invite you to, if you have a joint or a bong, just start to take notice of it. Put it in your hands, feel it. Begin to become aware of your tools that you have around you that you are going to use your hands for. We're going to become very mindful and concentrated on our little extensions here. So, yes. So we're going to start with a warm-up, and then I'm going to lead us into the meditation. So like any ritual or anything that you kind of do physically or mentally, you always want to do a warm-up. You don't necessarily want to jump into something cold. So, and I know that hands, people think, oh, how are we going to warm up our hands, or is that really necessary because they're doing something all day? But the fact that you're taking time to be mindful of, you know, your extension of your body, it always helps. And this is a great time to start thinking about what your intentions are, or what you want to bring into your meditation, or how you want your meditation to be. So to warm up, what we're going to do is we're going to take both of our hands, back. We're going to take our hands and we're going to put them out like you're, 10 fingers out, 10 fingers spread wide. And then we're simply going to begin with the pinky and the thumb. So we'll bring them together to touch, and then open the hand. And then we'll move to the next. We'll move to the ring finger and the thumb, bring them together, open them up. Now to the middle, bring them together, open them up. We'll bring them together, pointer finger, thumb, open them up. Now we're going to switch hands. So we're going to take the thumb and pinky, bring them together, open them up. Thumb and ring finger, bring them together, open them up. Middle finger and thumb, bring them together, open them up. A pointer finger, bring them together, open them up. And as you're doing this warm up, you'll start to realize like, oh, I can't, my fingers are getting a little weird there, or oh, I don't have that much range of motion in certain hands. And that's okay. That's what you want. You want to start to become aware of what your hands are trying to tell you. So we'll go through that one more time, and you can do this at your own pace. Bring them together, open them up. Bring them together. And the more you have your hands out and even keeping your arms up, you're still doing work. You're still incorporating your muscles and the hands and forearms and the shoulders. Moving to the next hand. Open them up. Open it up. Ring finger. I always have such a hard time. Open it up. Pointer finger. Open it up. Now from here, we're going to take both hands and we're going to just simply make a fist. Close your hands together. Squeeze them as tight as you possibly can. Thumb to the sides, thumbs over the fist, whatever's comfortable for you, and simply open them. And we're going to do this 2 more times. So close the hands and open. We'll close the hands and we're going to open them 1 more time. Now you can take this time to shake out your hands if you want, maybe move the shoulders, maybe bring the hands together and roll the wrist out. We're just simply warming up, getting the blood moving in our fingers so we can do this mudra meditation. Now we're going to begin. So I invite you to find a comfortable seated position. You could be on the floor, you could be in the chair, you could lay down for this, whatever works for you. And of course, it's Ganja yoga. So if you want to spark up your joint while we're doing this and have it in your hand at the same time, I highly encourage that. Go for it. So I'm going to move my camera down so we can see my hands a little bit better. All right. So we're going to begin here. So simply find, you can watch me on the camera or find a focal point in the room, soften your gaze, bring the hands down to your side or your stomach, depending on how you're laying, and just simply let them rest there. We'll begin to tune into our breath. So we'll take a deep inhale in through the nose, an audible exhale out through the mouth. Let it all go. Do that again. We'll inhale in through the nose. Exhale out through the mouth. Let it all go. We begin to bring awareness to our breath. The rise and the fall of our chest. The rise and the fall of the belly. We're simply taking inventory of our body. And there is no right or wrong way to breathe. Begin to become aware of the texture. Is it cold? Is it warm? Is it dry? Is it humid? Just simply become aware. We'll take a deep inhale in through the nose and out through the nose, keeping the mouth closed this time. And if at any time you feel yourself begin to wander, simply come back to the breath. If you get lost with the mudras, that's okay. Simply do whatever hand movement or gesture works for you, but keep yourself mindful of your breath. So we'll take a deep breath in and we'll begin with our prana mudra. Once again, we're going to take the thumb, the ring finger, and the pinky and bring it together. You can set your hands on your lap. You can set it in the middle. You can have them facing down, whatever is comfortable for you. But we're starting with our prana mudra. I'll take this time to breathe in through the nose. Breathing in, begin to become aware of your hands. Maybe you're becoming aware of the center of your hands.
Before we go out. Go out this time.
Here, I want you guys to begin to imagine a white light in between both hands. Like, let's say you have a ball, a ball in each palm of your hand, and that ball is white. And each breath, it gets a little brighter. And on each exhale, it gets a little warmer. You're beginning to fill these white lights, these 2 balls, with your intention and with your love. We'll take a deep breath in. And from here, we're going to move into our Shiva Linga Mudra. So we'll take the left hand, flatten it out, bring it to your solar plexus. We'll take the right hand, make that thumbs up motion and place it on top of the left hand. And we breathe into this position. Still imagining those white balls coming together to create a bigger white light in the center, near your stomach, near your solar plexus. And which with each inhale, you feel it get brighter. And on each exhale, it gets warmer. On your next inhale, we'll move the hands up to the heart center, creating that lotus mudra. It can touch your chest, it can come off. If you need to set your hands down, because that's more comfortable, that's fine too. But we're going to breathe into this lotus mudra and imagine that white light getting bigger and brighter and warmer. Each inhale and each exhale. We'll take a deep breath in through the nose and an audible breath out this time. Let it all go. On your next inhale, the hands will come down to your knees and we'll create that prana mudra that we begin with. So bringing the pinky, ring finger, thumb together and bringing it back down to your lap. From here, we'll begin to fill that bright light. And as we fill it with our love and our intention, imagine this white light turning into a bright red light. And the more you breathe into it, the more the color changes, the brighter it gets, the warmer you feel. Imagining that red light in the palm of your hands. We'll take a deep breath in and we think to ourselves, I have a healthy appetite for small and large adventures. I digest challenges with pleasure and joy. We'll inhale, bring the hands up to Shiva Linga, bringing it to your solar plexus. Left hand is straight like a plate. Right hand comes to the center on top of that left hand. We'll take a deep inhale in. And we'll notice that this red light, this red ball of energy is beginning to turn yellow. And this yellow light fills us with joy and strength and confidence. And we think here, I am healing light that illuminates every cell of my body and dissolves everything that should be dissolved and builds up what must be built again. We'll take an inhale here and we exhale. On your next inhale, the hands will come up to Lotus Mudra at the center of your chest. And as we breathe deeply, that yellow ball begins to change into a green light. And this green light is strong, and it is warm, and it is filled with love. We take a deep inhale in and we think here, I am open to the divine so that I will be richly blessed. I open myself to nature. I open myself to the good that exists in every human being. We'll take a deep inhale in through the nose. And on an exhale, let it out through the mouth. Take an inhale in. And on your exhale, the hands will come back down one more time for Prana Mudra, bringing your hands down to your lap. That green light turns white, but it is still strong and full of joy and love and all of the intentions that you are pouring into it. We take a deep inhale in and we say to ourselves, I am beautiful. I am love. I am light. I am confident. I am here. Take an inhale in through the nose. And as we exhale, we begin to bring the hands up to Shiva Linga Mudra. That left hand comes flat, that right hand comes on top, and that thumbs up gesture. We'll inhale in through the nose. Still holding on to that white light, the ball of energy full of love. And in this moment, we think to ourselves, I can. I can do anything that I put my mind to. I can be whoever I want to be. Take a deep inhale in through the nose. And as we exhale, we bring the hands up to Lotus Mudra. One last time. Our hands to heart center, open, ready, and receiving. Holding on to that bright white light, feeling the warmth of our love. We take a deep inhale in and we think. And we say to ourselves, I am love. I give love. I receive love. I radiate love. We'll take a deep inhale in through the nose and an audible exhale out through the mouth. Let it all go. Take a moment to sit with this white light. And with each inhale, that light begins to surround you and get bigger and brighter. And on each exhale, you radiate that light out to those around you. Take an inhale in. We'll exhale, drop the hands down to the lap, relax the hands. And allow yourself a moment to soak up this meditation, the intentions that you poured in, the love that you will get out. You can begin to wiggle your fingers, blink yourself back to awareness. And as I bring my hands to heart center and my palms together, and this mudra as well is also a mudra, I take the time to thank you all for being here and giving me the opportunity to guide you through this meditation and to be a part of the Ganja Yoga tribe and celebrate 420, I think, in the best way possible. I hope this was helpful for you. I hope that you take these mudras and incorporate them into your practice and your ritual, and whatever that may look like. The light in me sees, honors, and respects the light in each one of you. All love. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Kitty. That was so beautiful. I see it in the chat box. Everybody's loving it.
Yes. And hopefully everybody's feeling pretty good now too. We can go on to the next speaker. Thank you guys once again. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kitty. I'll double check the information was in the chat box and probably was. Let's see, going up. I'll throw it. Would you mind putting it up in case, since I'm not sure I don't think I did. Would you put your Instagram in the chat box for us so we can follow you? Thanks, babe. That was amazing. And it's so nice to do a different, type of yoga, right? Thinking about energy and, just taking it out of all that more obvious kind of, visual. Genius. Thank you. How's everyone feeling? I'm looking at your faces, feeling good. Oh, I see Chioma. Would you like to unmute Chioma and say hello? I'll see if I can do it on my end. I'm not sure since you may.
Can you hear me? Hear me?
Oh yeah, there we are. Nice.
Hi, how are you guys? So excited to be here. I took Ganja yoga right before COVID, January 2020. And I was so happy to share space with everyone there. It was a wonderful, wonderful experience. You know, Ganja yoga has been a part of just my evolution spiritually in the way of bringing more reverence to how I use cannabis and more intentional cannabis consumption. And, you know, you share just a wealth of information, Dee. And this is just a beautiful gathering of unicorn spirits, unicorns and dragon spirits. And I'm so blessed to be here. And thank you, presenters and teachers, for sharing your light and gifts on this sacred day. I mean, COVID be damned, okay? We got community.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I love it. And I'm so glad that you're here with us. And yeah, I wanted you to pop in and share your light. And is there anything that you would like us to know that you're up to, any projects or organizations, anything that you want to pop in the chat box for us and tell us about briefly? Is there anything that we should for your Instagram, but anything else besides that?
Always shouting out to my Cosmic Sister organization, our sisterhood. Cosmic Sister organization is Zoe Helene is the founder, and her whole platform is about, just like you said earlier, diversifying psychedelics, including more women, more people of color into psychedelic studies, and just presenting the way that we're using psychedelics in our lives for healing and sharing with our communities. So cosmicsister.org, cosmicsister.com. They're on Instagram also. And I'm doing plant spirit facilitations. You know, they've partially opened up here in LA, as you know. We're hoping for more spaces and places opening up so we can do more in-person treatments. But I've been able to do it via Zoom, sound healing as well via Zoom. Just come and see me on Instagram at Chioma Nuasu. I'll put that on there. And if you have any questions about psychedelic studies with the Cosmic Sisters, or if you want to connect for more information on plant spirit journeys, I'd be so happy to share with you.
Yay. Thank you, babe. It was nice to see your face. Thanks for joining us today. All right, guys, are you ready for another class? I think we'll do one more class and then a raffle. It's nice to pace out those raffles. Those are some mega prizes. Kitty, that was awesome. Like I love just like taking it out of speaker view into gallery view and just like seeing like, okay, people smoking. I see couples, I see groups of friends, I see some people outside. It's so sweet. It's so sweet. And I love seeing friends that I've known for several years, and some Instagram pen pal people, and some of the OG Ganja Yoga San Francisco people. So as we take this collective little toke break, I'll introduce our next teacher. Melanie is, she creates these vinyasa yoga flows that last night during our pre-420 teacher Zoom, she said were, trauma aware vinyasa. And I'm like, wow, that sounds so exciting. I've never heard of that pairing, and I'm really excited. And then she got me more excited because she said that it's a yoga for self-empowerment class, and it's going to be set to this book, or using excerpts from this book, The Body is Not an Apology. And I haven't read the book, but I follow the writer on Instagram, Sonia Renee Taylor, and her stuff is so good, like amazing. And I ordered her book. It just accidentally went to my Toronto address. So I'm so excited to introduce Melanie, another certified Ganja yoga teacher. She's from Massachusetts, and she's going to do our yoga for radical self-love. Melanie, when you're ready, you can take it away.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Dee. Is the microphone working okay, by the way? Okay, awesome. So glad to hear that. Yeah, like Dee said, this is inspired by this book that absolutely just touched my life called The Body is Not an Apology by Sonia Renee Taylor. And so I just kind of themed this class around it. And shout out to my friends from Worcester who are tuning in tonight. It's so great to see new faces. And anyway, so we're going to start in either an easy seat or a kneeling seat, whichever is most comfortable for you. And so I'm going to invite you to try, it's called Hridaya Mudra. So basically just bringing your hands to your heart. It doesn't really matter which hand is on top to start. We'll take a moment to switch. You can just start to find yourself here, tuning into your breath and just noticing what's coming up for you. And I'll also invite you to try tapping if you'd like. So you're totally welcome to just breathe here. That's the thing about trauma conscious yoga, is that you're always making choices about how you want to move your body. So if anyone's interested in trying this, you can try just gently tapping your opposite collarbone. So your hands are kind of crossed in front of your heart. And if it feels safe to you, you can close your eyes, or you can just choose the intensity or the softness of the touch that you're giving your body here. And I'll just start with my definition of radical self-love, which was inspired by Sonia Renee Taylor. Radical self-love is honoring how we are all products of a rigged system designed to keep us stuck in stigma and shame. The only way to beat that system is by giving ourselves something the system never will: compassion. And so we understand self-love in this way that goes beyond acceptance. So we're not just taking a neutral stance towards ourselves, but instead this unapologetic and unconditional inner love. And so sometimes it's harder to find that than other times, but our yoga practice can always help us to become inspired by our bodies again, and just be curious about our practice. So hopefully this tapping is kind of grounding for you. And if it's not serving you, you can just take a moment to close in your Hridaya Mudra again. So maybe you switch which hand is on top here for another couple of breaths. Okay. And then as you're ready, we're going to start to transition to tabletop. So if you're in a kneeling, you can just lean forward, or you can roll forward. So from here, we'll just start with a few cat-cows. So you can inhale to drop your belly and exhale to round your heart towards the sky, just warming up the spine here before we start to get flowing. And whenever you're ready, you can send your right leg behind you with your toes tucked. So long down your mat and starting to move back and forth in space. Just kind of noticing the sensations all the way from your toes to the sole of your foot and your hamstrings. And then when you feel ready, we're gonna start to think about stepping over a giant puddle by sending your foot in between your hands here, and we're starting to arrive towards a low lunge. So when it feels right to you, you can ground down through your right foot, and we'll take whatever version of low lunge you're most comfortable with. So you're welcome to lift the arms for activation, or bring both hands to your lower back here. Or you can try bringing your hands over to the right side of your waist and your right ear to your right shoulder for a little neck stretch to the left side of the neck. If you've taken this stretch, you can carefully release here. And we're gonna start to find our way to a high lunge. So it might be helpful to bring your hands down to frame your front foot, and then lift up your back knee. And then if you feel steady, you can start to rise here. You get big reach up towards the sky. And then just like the low lunge, I'm going to invite you to take whatever variation you want with the arm. So another one that I haven't introduced yet, you can try bringing your left hand out in front of you and then over to the right side. And take a few breaths here. And then can we think about a twist here? So your left arm will reach forward and right back if this feels safe for you. You can take just a couple of breaths here. And then we're gonna think about switching which hand is in front as you pivot your back ankle out to a warrior two. So my upper body is gonna face the other way and I just spin the back ankle out. Yeah. So from your warrior two here, you can take just a moment to ground. Okay. And then we're gonna reverse warrior, flipping your front palm up towards the sky and bending backwards in space towards your straightened leg. All right, and then reaching back up and straightening out your front leg. You can take a little reach forward to whatever degree feels comfortable and find a triangle of some kind here, feeling free to modify with props or whatever else you would enjoy today. And then whenever you're ready, you can just start to carefully make your way back up. And then maybe we just I like to do a little transition in between sides. Okay. And then you can start to turn back to the front of your mat again. And then we're going to end up in your lizard on your right side here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure right side. And you can think about also like think about the angle that your ankle is in and make sure that that feels comfortable for you. We won't stay too long, but just a breath or two. And then we're just gonna start to make our way back up to the front of the mat. So it can kind of be through your yogi squat, but really we're just making our way to stand. So lifting up your back foot to stand and then grounding through your feet and then slowly rising up. And you can reach your arms high. I'll fix my camera. And then exhale, hands down through heart center. And take a breath to ground here in your mountain, pushing down equally through all four edges of both feet. And then as you're ready, we're going to start to make our way back down to the mat. So inhaling to reach your arms high and a big exhale to fold forward. Inhale, halfway lift. And then exhale, planting your hands, and you can step your feet back. Choose to drop your knees if that's more comfortable, or you can keep them lifted. And if you enjoy vinyasas like me, then you can take your chaturanga and vinyasa here. Maybe you take a pit stop through your down dog here, but we're just gonna come back to your tabletop. And eventually sending your left toes behind you. Oh, I have to move this, yeah. Your left toes behind you tucked. And starting to move here. And when you feel ready, you can take that big step with your left foot to the front of your mat and start to set up for your low lunge here. So again, any variation you like. If you wanted to try the neck stretch again, this time you're gonna be stretching the right side of your neck, so left ear to left shoulder. Breathe. And then whenever you're ready, you can start to think about transitioning to the high lunge. So again, you can bring your hands down to the mat again to help you lift up the back leg and take whatever high lunge variation you like. And if you want, you can bring the right hand forward and then over to the left side to get a stretch through that right bicep. And then we can start to transition to a twisted high lunge. So can you think about your right hand reaching forward, left hand back? You can take a moment here just to breathe, kind of feel that fire. And then transitioning to warrior two. So just spinning which hand is in front and turning the torso out, back, ankle, spins out. Yeah, so you should have your left leg in front here. And take a few breaths. When you're ready, you can reverse your warrior. So spinning your front palm, your left palm to the sky and bending back in space towards your straightened leg. And then back through your warrior two as you straighten out your front leg. And you can try any triangle version that you like. Again, use props or modify as you need. All right, and then coming back and we'll set up for your lizard with your right leg in front this time. Yeah, so we already did the left and you can start to set up. And notice what kind of feelings come about when you're challenged. So do the challenging asanas start this dialogue of you talking to yourself, which is completely natural as you're like monitoring your experience in the pose, but at the same time, your mind is a garden and your thoughts are the seeds. You can grow flowers or you can grow weeds. So you want to just talk to yourself nicely, even when you're challenged in your yoga practice, because that is how we grow and develop, is when we're pushed a little bit further than we're comfortable with. All right, and then as you're ready, you can just step your foot back and we're back in our tabletop and we'll start to set up for down dog as you're ready. So your hands might walk a little bit forward. You can start to pedal out your dog a little bit if you like, but we're eventually gonna set up your half pigeon on the right side. So right ankle lifts up and then setting your right knee forward and just setting it down wherever feels right to you. And then from there, you can kind of adjust a little bit. Maybe the left knee comes back a little bit more. And once you feel kind of like you have good alignment here and you feel aware, then you can come down to your elbows or down to blocks if that's comfortable and accessible for you. And breathe. All right, and as you're ready, we'll transition by first bringing your hands back down to your mat. So you're in an upright pigeon. And then can you think about your right glute dropping down to your mat and kind of spinning the left toes up and your right foot is in this tree stance. And then thinking about reaching up to your right hand if you'd like, sitting up nice and tall. And then maybe you bend over to the left just a little bit. Feel the stretch, enjoy the sensation of the body of just being here now with the stretch. And then reaching up your right hand to the front center of your mat And we're just gonna try lifting up a little bit. So it's kind of like a modified side plank or just a little lean back. And then both hands back to the front of your mat. Take whatever you need in between sides for the pigeon if you need water or anything like that, but we'll adjust in your own time. Come to down dog and set up for pigeon on the left side. So left leg high, and then find your comfortable pose here. Feeling free to use blocks underneath the hip or anything that would support you better. And we'll breathe here again. And this time I'll invite you to just consciously give yourself in your inner monologue a few compliments. So just start to bring to mind some of the things that you love about yourself, because sometimes we get caught up in other perceptions of our bodies that we start to lose sight of our own inner self-love that is there for us no matter what the external circumstances are. When you feel ready to switch sides, you can start to come back to your upright pigeon. So basically your hands are framing your front leg again, and then dropping the left glute down. And then we end up in this seated straddle with the right foot out, and then reaching up through your left arm. We'll take one more yummy side bend stretch here. And then reaching back, and we had one more reach at the end if you'd like to try. So you can start to lift here just for some kind of modified side plank. And then dropping back down, and you can send both legs out in front of you if that feels comfortable. So a wider stance, wider than your mat even, if that would be more supportive, you can try that. But on an inhale, try to sit up as tall as you can, and on a big exhale, fold forward. No need to reach for the toes, just accepting where your body is showing up today and taking care of yourself here. And then we'll start to transition into our final pose. So you can come back up through center here, and your choices will be either be this butterfly with bringing the soles of your feet together, or just an easy seat if that's more comfortable for you. And we'll return back to the Hridaya Mudra that we had earlier. So bringing your hands back over your heart, and noticing how your energy has changed here as a result of leading your body through this flow of paying attention to how it made you feel, and of consciously changing the way that you think of and talk to yourself. So I'll leave you with one more amazing quote from Sonia Renee Taylor. Think of body shame like the layers of an onion. For decades of our own lives and for centuries in civilization, we have been taught to judge and shame our bodies, and consequently to judge and shame others. Getting back to our inherent state of radical self-love means peeling away those ancient toxic messages about bodies. It's like returning the world's ugliest shame sweater back to the store where it came from, and coming out wearing nothing but a birthday suit of radical self-love. I hope that you can love yourselves just the way that you are, yogis, because you are love and you are light. Thank you for sharing this virtual space for me. It's an honor. And thank you, Dee, for hosting this event and bringing us all together. Happy 420, everyone.
Thank you, Melanie. That was so lovely. So sweet. And I just love your vibe. It's like, I just love every teacher's vibe. That's my favorite thing about Ganja Yoga, is the diversity. So amazing. Everyone who doesn't know Sonia Renee Taylor should check her out, her book, her Instagram. She's so great. So thank you for bringing us her into our worlds. And then I also got a message from Ruby toward the end of your class with some really good news that Derek Chauvin was just found guilty of all 3 charges against him for his murder of George Floyd. So what an amazing Yeah, something to celebrate. So, I mean, relative. So, but that's good news. It's not justice, right? Justice would be that he was never murdered in the first place, but it's some accountability and that's required. So, wow. Yes. Okay. Moving forward to our draw. Get your chat box fingers ready. We have another quick and dirty draw coming up. And yes, toke to that, Susan. Let's do it. So I have a CBD cookbook from my friend Saline. Saline was the first woman-owned delivery company in Los Angeles. I don't know if she's here right now. You are, correct me if I'm wrong, but word on the street is that Saline has smoked dupes with Snoop Dogg. I could be wrong. It could just be a rumor. She's a powerful boss babe, and she puts on the glowing goddess getaways, these all-women cannabis camps. So she's donated her CBD cookbook as a prize, as well as a nectar collector. You know those little, like you're a bee and you're sucking the pollen, but it's just you're taking dabs. She has her own of that. So it's a saline nectar collector and cocktail book, as well as a 3-month subscription to Ganja Yoga Online. We have like 100 classes. Most of them are me, but there are a couple of certified teachers on there now too. So this is a $200 value. So the question is, ready, chat box fingers? Which state has had cannabis legal for personal use since 1975? First answer. I don't see it. Nope, none of those. Oh, there's, I see it. It's Noemi with Alaska. I think she was the first Alaska, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I think, does anyone else see an Alaska before Noemi's Alaska? It all happens so
Eder is
fast.
the first one, I think.
Who was?
Eder Smith.
Ah, someone else is faster? Oh, on
Yeah.
mine, Heather is lower than, wait, does it go chronologically? Because I see Noemi higher up toward the top. So I think she was first. Unless everybody's seeing a different chat.
Yeah,
order.
Noemi.
Oh,
True.
Noemi. All right. And Noemi writes, F
You're
yeah.
right.
All right. Congratulations, Noemi. Incidentally, a certified Ganja yoga teacher too. But, just a coincidence. We did not study that in the training. So congrats, Noemi. Cynthia's going to grab your email address so that she can arrange getting you that prize. And she'll also put Saline's website into the Ganja Yoga Online link into the chat box, if you don't mind, Cynthia, so that everyone can know about Saline since she wasn't here in person to talk about our products. You did it. Nice. And then Cynthia, would you like to announce our next speaker? I haven't seen her yet, so she may not be here, but Rashida, are you here? I didn't see her. I scanned so maybe, which is.
I'm here, Ganja Yoga Midwest.
Oh, different name. That's why I couldn't find you. There you are. Perfect. Okay, well, I'm going to let Cynthia do the introduction, even though I'm also so personally happy to see your face.
Hi, Rashida. How are you? Oh, I'm going to unmute you.
I'm well.
Awesome. Such a pleasure to have you with us. Let me introduce you quickly. I have your bio right here. So you are a personal trainer, a yoga instructor, a fibromyalgia warrior. Rashida also has learned through her experience the importance of combining cannabis and yoga. She believes that the education about cannabis is vital to legalization and enjoys breaking the pothead stereotypes. Rashida is the first in the Midwest to offer Ganja yoga, especially to medical cannabis patients. Good stuff. Good job, girl. That's cool. So your class is called Alignment Tips You Will Thank Me For Later. So I'm really impatient to follow this little class.
Well, I hope you all enjoy. I feel like we all need to take like 2 seconds. First, I'm obviously a Black woman. I am ecstatic about the news today and for it to happen, for us to get a guilty conviction on 420. I feel like today I'm super winning. So while I am sad about the circumstance, I do feel some form of vindication. So I just wanted to speak to that. So with that being said, let's take a toke, a smoke, try to ease and cleanse that air. I had to shed a few tears. Um, but I am excited to be here and excited to share space with you guys. So let's just take everybody blow one. Lighters, joints, everything in the air. And my class is really about alignment. Um, I do have a personal training background, so I come from a different space or a different place when it comes to yoga. The spiritual side is something that is maybe developed as my practice has, grown. So these tips and tricks that I have to share with you are so that we all as yogis can keep our bodies safe and healthy over the long term. So the first one is, and I have my mat I'm gonna change positions a couple of different ways. The first one is, I feel like almost all of us Ganja yogis like to sit in this seated forward fold, right? So the first thing that we do is like, oh, yes, I love to just like lean forward. And this is wonderful, but it also curves your back. So one way to be able to do that posture to help get your clients to lean forward into their middle ground is to first pull the low belly in. So if you pull the low belly in, the back automatically straightens up. And then be mindful that your body is a building. So that so your shoulders stacking on top of your hips is a straight line. So you want to try to keep that straight line as much as you can. So if you can imagine someone compressing your belly as well as compressing your back, and then have yourself lean forward, that helps to keep your body straight. And I know one of my other Ganja yogi teachers, she uses props as well. So you can use your props to prop yourself up so that you can preserve the space between your back and take the roundness out of your back. So being just more mindful to straighten up your back, and that definitely will change um, the people are able to bend, right? Because we're first leaning forward here, but then when we straighten up our back and bring some alignment, now we're not able to go down as far. And so maybe then you can bring some blocks here, or if you don't have access to blocks, maybe some books or something that is of equal height. So that would be my first one. Another one from this same forward fold is we oftentimes take our legs so wide that we overstretch the glute muscles, or then we have to open up our seat a little bit more. So I say, if you feel like you have to make an adjustment, bring your legs in some. Another small little alignment from this posture, from this pose, is to try to keep your toes in line with your hips. So we all do it, naturally allow your legs to flap in or out. That's fine. But when you're stretching forward, you want to be mindful to try to point your toes towards your hips to allow for a deeper, more intense stretch and to just help keep yourself in alignment. So that's one of my one. We'll call that number one. Number two, let's see, I'll go this way as well. So whenever we're doing any postures that involve our legs being forward. So say for instance, we're in this low lunge. So if we're in a low lunge, our hands are framed around our foot, our toes are curled into the earth, and a lot of times all of the weight is pushed forward. So what that does is it gets the knee over the toes. When you have your knee over your toes, and I'll do it this way too, not that you'll really be able to see it this way, but we'll do it this one anyway. When you have your knee hyperextended over your toe, that puts a whole lot of pressure on the tendons in the knee. So you want to try to keep the knee and the ankle in the same line. And so my trick to making sure that you keep that knee and ankle in line is once you're framing the foot, curl the toes of the opposite leg and lift the knee. And if you can't straighten your leg all the way up on the first, instead of leaning forward, wiggle the toes back so that you can preserve the knee and the ankle. So instead of short stepping it or trying to lean forward, bring the weight so that it's in the back, wiggle that foot back, and then also drop the hips just a little so that you can feel that balance and bounce of the back leg and glute working, as well as the front hamstring. Another alignment or trick or tip is to also use the mat, right? The mat is a perfect rectangle. So when we are doing our postures like warrior, where we want to keep, I'm going to just stay kneeling, where we want to keep our hips in line, we can always take a look down to see where our legs and feet are in relationship to the mat, because the mat doesn't change shape, right? The mat stays a rectangle. So if we are in, let's say, our just regular standing position, our mountain pose, our hips are stacked underneath our shoulders, and then our hips are also stacked on top of the knees. The knees are on top of the ankles, right? So if our alignment is in a perfect straight line, we should be able to look down and see more straight lines. So if you take your step at the top of the mat and you step back for warrior, don't step back into the same plane, literally step back, making sure that your right leg or let's say you step back with the right leg, your right leg is in line with the mat, making sure your left foot is in line with the side of the mat, making sure that your hips are in line with the front of the mat. That's going to give you a more solid base. And then from here, you can worry about the top, because the top, you can take your hands up for upward salute, or you can bring your hands at heart center, wherever your heart, wherever your teacher is guiding you to go, you can take that particular stance. But making sure, or taking that particular arm posture, but the bottom or the base is what is most important. Even when you transition from warrior one or crescent lunge to, let's say, warrior two, when you drop the heel, instead of uh, pivoting the hips wide, you take the hips and just take the right hip back. So if you are taking a step back with your right leg, then you'll take your right leg to the back of the mat, and your left hip and goes to the front of the mat, so that you still have two hips in one line, and then you take your hands out straight so that your hands are over your front knee and your back leg. Again, creating a straight line between your hands, trying to feel maybe what feels balanced for you, right? Using your shoulders, using your arms, feeling what feels balanced. And then another thing that you should think about is also your how wide you're actually taking your backhand. So making sure that you're taking it actually over the back leg and not over the back toes. All right, so we'll make our way slowly down to the ground, as calm and as cool as we want to, and then we'll take another toke, because this is Ganja Yoga. I don't know if anybody else can do this, but can we unmute some of these people? Like, let's have a conversation about alignment. and maybe even ask some questions. I still have plenty of things to share, but it's really nice to be able to have some interaction. So if anybody has any comments, questions, or things that they want to go over in terms of alignment, please speak up.
Hey, can we go over wrist alignment, like wrist sensitivity, please?
Oh.
Also, this is amazing. Thank you so much, like everyone.
You're on point. That's exactly what I was going to next. Exactly what I was going to next. So the next thing is actually the hand. So again, moving kind of in a different direction from our base is also our hands. One of the most common things that we do is, we walk around, we type, we text, right? We do all of these small motor movements with our fingers and hands, but we don't ever stretch them all the way out. So one way to kind of avoid compromising your wrist or pain in your wrist is first widening your fingers. So when you're practicing your downward facing dog, I'm going to get close to the screen. Downward facing dog, people always put their hands really, close together. Widen those fingers. Imagine that the round part of your hand is a suction, and that's the part that should stay no matter what. Another thing is to imagine your fingertips as legs, like a spider, right? So that if you want to lean one way or another, you have to make sure that you're engaging those fingers. Another huge thing is just the setup from beginning. So if everybody gets into their tabletop position, right? Our hands are nice and wide across the mat. Immediately the shoulders should be stacked on top of the wrist. So before you even try to adjust the lower hand, the thing that we can see, right, is that our hands or fingers are wide and that our wrists are stacked underneath the shoulders. Don't move your hands. That's another common thing too, is that people begin to, as if, once they're doing floor work, they begin to move their hands all over. Just leave your hands there. Imagine again the fleshy part of your hand or the palm of your hand as a suction. And then from here, let's just go into our downward facing dog. Curl the toes, lift the hips. From here, inside of the downward facing dog, our feet should be flat on the mat and our hands should be pushing into our hamstrings so that our biceps are almost like earrings, right? Everybody got that? Yes, no, maybe? Well, I'll just assume this is a yes. So from here, let's say we wanted to go into,
That is speaking my language.
Call out a posture. Somebody call a posture out. From downward facing dog, let's go to something that involves a hand. I don't know, I'm having a pothead blank.
We could do a classic warrior too.
Okay, there we go. So from here, let's say we were going into our warrior two. We would come high onto our heels, right? Keeping our hands nice and steady, keeping our wrists, our hands down to the mat, our wrists are kind of at a 90-degree angle. Our heels are nice and high. From here, put a bend in your knee. Tiptoe towards the top of the mat. And then even from here, like if you wanted to create more space, because yoga is about creating space, instead of lifting up, come all the way up until only the fingertips. Yep. And so what that does is it still keeps you a stable base and it keeps your wrists and shoulders inside the same alignment. So from here, we would sweep our hands to the back of the legs. Crown of the head goes to the top of the feet. Then from here, we'll sweep the fingertips around, press them into the earth, flatten out the back, take the gaze a couple of inches above the mat. Then from here, bend the knees, drop the hips, sweep the hands up, upward salute. From here, Slowly bring the hands down to heart center. Shoot the hands back up for upward salute. From here, lift the right leg. Step it all the way back. Toes down first, creating a triangle before you bend the leg. And then from here, we're going to pivot the right heel to the ground, split the arms, and put it into the front leg. Everybody there? How was that on the wrist? All right. So from here, we'll work our way down, wiggle all the way down once again. And this is also a little bit of the wrist as well. Working on that chaturanga and even 8 limbs pose. So if we make our way down flat to our bellies and we take our hands directly under the balls of our shoulders, flattening out the tops of the toes, almost as if we're going to push into a cobra. Everybody there?
Using a towel.
All right, from here, everybody dig their toes into the earth, right? And then pull the belly in and slowly push. Everybody there? So once we're here, the fingers still should be nice and wide, and the suction of our hand, the fat of our hand, should be into the earth. Should be no pain on the wrist, nice and wide. The shoulders should be stacked on top of the wrist, the heels stacked on top of the toes. And everybody take a good exhalation and slowly lower yourself down. As you lower yourself down, make sure you tuck those elbows in. So that's another adjustment of modification or alignment for chaturanga, because there are a lot of people who will take those elbows out and they'll push with the chest first. Pushing with the belly, chest, and legs all at the same time. Right? Have the knee, which is also a very common challenge that I see as well. Hopefully that will help with alignment. This is also just using your mat. So if you bring your left leg up to the front, when we bring our left leg up, we have so much space, right? We have maybe 6 or 7 inches on the left side, and then we have maybe, depending on the size of the mat, another 24 inches on the opposite side. So when we do that, we should be able to see that our knee and our ankle are in line. So everybody just take a look to see, to make sure that the knee and ankle are in line. But before we get to the knee and ankle, making sure that it's in line, the hip and the knee also have to be in line. And the way you do the check to make sure that your hip and knee are in alignment is to actually use the side of your mat. So when you look down at the side of your mat, are your knee and hip in a straight line? Sometimes people will have their foot out to the left, or maybe their hip flexors are a little tight and they'll have their hip pronated or brought in to the center. So make sure your leg is in a straight line and taking it with your hip. Another way you can check to make sure it's in the same line is take both of your hands to the insides of your foot. And if your shoulder and knee line up, then you're in the right space. Here, I'll do it to the front too. So again, making sure that the knee and hip is in line, not out to the center, not too close, but really making sure that it is in the same line. Even if you're across the mat this way, you can check to make sure. Another little check is to place your hands or palms down at the earth and making sure that your shoulder and knee are in line. I think that a lot of times we spend so much time focusing on what the practice looks like instead of what it feels like to us. So make sure that wherever, however, and whoever you're practicing with, you are taking what you need from the practice, whether it be cannabis infused or whether it be sober, however you're deciding to um, celebrate yourself, your self care, and um, maybe reconnect with different parts of, again, yourself that you didn't know. That is all I have to share with you guys. Are there any questions? Please. I think this interaction is great, but I am like dying for some. I can't wait till we can actually do this in person so that we can have a chance to meet and really honestly share space.
That was so amazing. Thank you so much, Rashida. I love the focus on alignment because we want to be able to do this yoga, into our elderly age. And the only way to keep it safe is to be structurally sound. So I'm going to invite people to message you on Instagram with questions because we are already behind schedule. So we won't be able to take any right now.
Sounds great.
Yeah, but be in touch. Cynthia just put Rashida's bio, her Instagram, a bio link, not bio link, what's it called? Account in the chat box. Follow her. Her posts are great. You were in my very last teacher training before the pandemic, and you're right. I can't wait till we all get together again. Thanks so much, love. Thank you. And look in the chat box. People are thanking you. And let's see, who's next? I think we have another class, or is it a raffle? Lost it. I'm so relaxed. Yes, another class. Cynthia, do you want to announce our next speaker, or shall I?
Definitively, I go on. The name of the class is called Sativa and Satya. Really interesting and mysterious name. I'm really excited about that class. It's gonna be led by Shantae. I've seen her right now. Yeah, perfect. So she's here with us. Her name on Instagram is Pertinacious Yoga. That was created to remind her that she should live purposely and unbending when it comes to spiritual, energetic, and mental health. So I've met her I had the chance to connect with her for the event, and I've met her more deeply yesterday. And I just wanted to say that she is truly a warrior. I'm super excited to share the energy that she's gonna hold for us, and I hope you're gonna enjoy as much as I do. Thank you, Shantae, for being here.
Thank you so very much for that warm invitation and welcome. Good evening, you guys. Not just you guys, but good evening, Soul Tribe. This one I liked to honor everyone who seeks truth, everyone who speaks truth, and everyone who lives every day walking in their truth. Thank you for joining me in this moment, in this journey to truthfulness. Welcome to Sativa and Satya. I am Shantae from Pertinacious Yoga. Took and meet me on your mat with your bellies down. And you can face either short edge of your mat. But with your bellies down, we are gonna start in Sphinx pose. This class is a yin yoga journey. I chose yin yoga because it's a quiet practice. And although there's gonna be some vibes in the background because I have no affinity for music, you guys, we will find stillness. We wanna bring it from a self-centered moment, like, but make it deeper than that to a present center.
Gratitude to all you teachers.
Present center moment. Okay, you guys. So start on your bellies. And let me get the vibes right. Give me 1 second. So we're bringing all of your chakras. We're gonna align them and connect them into your mat, but just deeper than that. We're gonna connect it to the earth's core. So in this pose, this is a slight back bend. And as you face the short edge of your mat, spread your fingers wide. Stack your elbows underneath your shoulders. Relax your shoulders away from your ears. Connect here with your breath. In this still practice, we'll be holding many of these poses. And you're not seeking to open anything else but yourself to yourself. We're going to set an intention here as you continue breathing. We're going to set an intention here to seek truthfulness and a high vibration of love at all times, be it thought, speech, or action. Be present in your authenticity. Continue breathing here. Relax every part of your body. You're not meeting the pose here, you're meeting yourself. And as you search and seek the truth in you, invite it with love. Feel that energy move from your root to the crown. Whatever sensations arise, just meet it with the breath. Deep inhale. Exhale. Continue breathing here and connect with yourself. The deeper you connect with your mat, the deeper you are connecting with you and your truth. Take 3 more deep breaths. Let's sync up here with a deep inhale. Open mouth, exhale out. Release yourself back down to your mat. Bring your arms overhead. Bring your left ear down to your mat. Or just connect here. Connect with your breath. Seek truth and connect with it here. Left or right ear, whichever ear is on your mat, just switch it at this time. Arms still overhead. Toes touching, hands touching as well. Bring your hands to your shoulders, palms facing on your mat. Press yourself up into child's pose. Open your knees wide on your mat, facing the short edge of your mat here. Knees apart, but bring them as wide as you can. This time, instead of stretching straight forward, we're taking a wide knee child's pose with a twist. So in this twist, you're going to just start crawling down, bringing your core down to your mat slowly. You're going to keep your right hand tucked inside. You're going to bring your left shoulder down to your mat and twist here. And now you just bring your left elbow to your right thigh. Now this is a hip opener here. Because if this doesn't serve you, we only want you walking in your truth. Be authentic with yourself and your body. So this does not serve you, move into child's pose. So tribe, if you're still vibing with me here, we will stay here for a few breaths. This is also a good time if you would like to meet this pose, meet some truth and connect here. Grab a block, grab a pillow, grab a bolster, anything that you need. You want to take this pose. And continue breathing here. Connect here and keep breathing. Do what serves you and walk in your truth here. Your vibrations are starting to change. Adjust for you. In order to accept truth, you got to be open. So open your heart here. Let it shine towards the core of the earth here. Be gentle with yourself as you try to meet your truth, as you seek your truth. Bring your left arm up. Support yourself in both elbows. Bring your knees together. Bring your belly down to your mat, your forehead down to child's pose. Stretch your arms forward here. Continue breathing. Whenever you're ready, meet me in wide knee child's pose with a twist. This time on the opposite side. You supported yourself. Support yourself again. Bring your right elbow to your mat, open your knees. Then bring your right shoulder down to your mat. You can rest your elbows on your left side here. Wherever you are, just make your way back to the middle. Press up, bring your knees back together. If you need to take a moment here to just rest in hero's pose, because it takes a hero to try to be true at all times. So that's where you are, and if that's what you need, take that moment here. And then whenever you're ready, we're just going to finish this in pentacle pose or floor star. Just want to be an open arm, open body pose on your back. Everything facing up towards the universe. I hope somewhere in this practice you found stillness. I hope somewhere in this practice you found truth. Maybe you knew it already. Maybe you just wasn't ready to walk in it. But I am hoping as you move forward, you walk proudly as your authentic self. Walk in love and high vibration. Continue breathing. Wherever you are, you can stay where you are. You're in pentacle pose. If you hear my voice and you're just connecting with it at this time, you can meet me back in a seated position. So let me just say, when you are operating from truth and when you're operating from love, there is no validation outside of you. You need to seek, hear anything else because you know that your intention is to walk in your truth at all times. And an affirmation that that I use that I share with you is that in all moments I choose to walk in my truth, and at all times be my highest self. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Shantae. That was deeply profound, and I'm aware of the courage and strength behind your class today. And I'm just so honored to have you as part of our community. Someone as loving as you and just who shows up to give in times of darkness. So you're seen, and the love that you shared with us through your practice today is, I hope you feel it reflecting back to you. Let's have a collective breath. Big inhale together. Please behold the chat box and all the love coming into you when you're ready. This is such an incredible community. We have so much care and so much compassion, so much love to give. And earlier, someone wrote me a private message in the box. When can we actually hug each other? Like a little hug. I'm seeing someone writing here that Shantae, they feel filled with light. You use the phrase be your highest self, which is interesting. I'm not sure if you knew this, but our next class is titled that. So
That's sister in.
Ain't that the way? Ain't that the way? So yeah, let's dive right into that. And we'll do a raffle draw after the class with Rana. Thank you again so much. I mean it, dude. Look at the chat box, feel the love, and reach out to. Last night we had a teachers meeting, bicycle day teachers meeting on Zoom, and we got to meet each other. And it's the Ganja Yoga family. It's runs deep. So reach out anytime, all of you. Whether you've done the training or not, your family. So, and it's my pleasure now to introduce Rana, who's just so amazing, another sweetheart in the family. Rana was at the very first ever Ganja Yoga teacher training. That training sold out in 3 days, and it was 18 people in a little, pretty small studio with 1 bathroom, 5 days. So Rana she's the owner of Spativa, which is a CBD wellness boutique that sources products from artisanal farmers and makers. Her Instagram account is amazing. She's also a filmmaker, so she's got a lot of really great, funny content. She's just an amazing person. And she writes that she sells products so pure she would give them to her own child. And Rana's amazing, badass single mom. Just, you'll see, she's amazing. So she writes that in her life, Rana has annihilated every societal label applied to her, and she celebrates every human's capacity. And she wrote this in bold: to move from victim to vigor by going within and writing their own story. So I'm excited to present Rana from Spativa with Be Your Highest Self.
Hello, Ganja yogis. Can you hear me? So honored, and thank you, Shantae, for that class, which is just completely leading us into this. In this really prolific time, the one truth I keep coming back to is we are all humans. And in offer to this auspicious day, I wanted to share with you all a practice I learned from my Taoist master, Mantak Chia. And it is called the 6 Healing Sounds. And it will allow us, since we're already in that juice, to dive into the things we all share. We all have organs, we all have bones, we all have skins and muscles. And the older we get, and we start to think about our health, I find in my own life, when it comes to what's going on in there, I can't see it. I don't know what's going on, which is where the fear comes from sometimes of future health worries. And in this practice, we're going to be able to hang out with our organs and bathe them in loving light. So if you're feeling like standing up, feel free to stand up with, your legs a little bit wider than in tree pose so that you can sit within yourself. If you want to sit down, I really encourage feeling your feet firmly in the floor. And if you're feeling like laying down, you can do this laying down. And it's really great before sleep too, because it equalizes all the heat dispersion in your body as well. So let's close our eyes. Find your hands in a comfortable position on your knees. If you're standing, at your sides, if you're laying down, at your sides, and begin to smile. Think of your heart for a minute. Picture your heart, the actual heart, the organ of the heart. And picture this beautiful, beautiful, loving energy. Feel the joy and the happiness. And connect your smiling eyes to that heart. And having them work as a team to channel the love from your heart space through your eyes so that they can connect with all our organs today. So smiling to yourself, smiling to your insides. Take your hands and rub them together to create some heat. Smile to your hands and bring that chi to your healing hands. The first organ we're going to hang out with is our lungs, especially those of us that consume with smoke. Now is a great time to give thanks. Place your hands on top of the lungs, on your chest. If you're sitting, you can rock back and forth and smile to your lungs. Look at these beautiful, healthy pink lungs. Breathing and smiling into your lungs. And try this for a moment. We have the power to delete the negative emotions that reside in our organs. And when our lungs aren't feeling the best, they may produce the feeling of sadness or depression or grief. So I invite you to look at the left lung and the right lung, left to right, deleting sadness and grief, depression, any feelings like those. Looking at the lungs deeply, smiling, connecting to them. And then if you're laying down, draw your hands above your head. And if you're sitting down, have them come in front of you or standing up. And then bring the palms of your hands to face the sky. Inhale, look at your hands, and then exhale the sound SSS. Visualize on an exhale, inhale, and picture a milky white light taking all the waste of the sadness and depression out of your lungs. Big inhales. Exhale, look, and allowing all that milky energy, sadness, and depression to pour out of the hands down to Mother Earth so that she can compost this and fill us with the positive virtues. Exhale, release the hands back down to your lungs. And now surround and bathe your lungs with a beautiful, warm, white light, planting the virtues of courage and sincerity. Wrapping the lungs in a beautiful white light of courage and sincerity, smiling and smiling. White like the clouds of the sky, fresh and expansive. Place your hands on your knees. Smile. Inhale. Exhale. Integrating the new virtues into your beautiful, healthy lungs, emanating that white light throughout your body and to all beings everywhere. When you feel bring your hands again, rub and make them nice and warm. And we're going to our kidneys. Place your hands right under the back rib cage over your kidneys, feeling them nice and warm. Filling them with a blue light, thinking of your favorite body of water, may it be a creek or a spring, ocean, rain. And as we go from one kidney to the other, we're deleting the feelings of fear and stress, smiling to your kidneys, going left and right with your eyes, deleting all the stress and fear collected in there. Filling it with a blue healing light. And then the sound of the kidneys is CHOOO, almost thinking it as the sound of the universe. The sound sounds like this. So when you're ready, place your hands on your knees. Inhale. And as you exhale, you can almost like a cow. And even if you're laying down on the floor, it's fine. You can just arc your back, saying, releasing all that fear and stress into the ground so that Mother Earth can compost it and then fill up your kidneys with great virtues of gentleness and calmness. One last inhale, exhaling. Placing your hands on your kidneys once again, smiling, planting the virtues of gentleness and calmness, feeling the blue healing light emanating from your kidneys throughout your body into the cosmos and to all beings everywhere. Placing the hands in a neutral spot, smiling to the kidneys and the lungs, and integrating the new planted seeds. The next organ will be the liver. So it's underneath your right rib cage, feeling that, visualizing the actual liver that maybe you've seen in medical magazines or online, smiling to the liver, and now thinking of green, grass, filtration, trees, freshness. Smiling to your liver, And as we look through the liver with our eyes, give it a try. Try deleting all the anger sensations in the liver. Looking left and right, smiling to the liver. Delete, delete all the anger from the liver. And then on an inhale, bring your arms over your head, palms facing the sky, lean to the left, and exhale like a mother to her child, an SHH sound. Comforting your liver, allowing all this dirty, cloudy green energy, letting all the anger come out of your hands down to Mother Earth so that she may recycle it to fill our liver up with the beautiful virtues of kindness. Inhale, exhale, releasing anger and hastiness. Bringing your hands back down to your liver, filling that liver with a beautiful green light, feeling the sensations of fresh trees and grass and the filtration energy, and planting the virtues of kindness, softness into your liver. Smiling, smiling to your liver. Place your hands in a neutral position. Smile to your lungs and their beautiful white light. Smile to your kidneys, bathing in the blue light. Smiling to your liver, bathing in a green glow. And then bring your hands to your heart. Picturing the actual heart, the heart as we know it, that pumps blood throughout our body, this beautiful, strong organ. What's really cool is that the sound of the heart is basically aw. It's HAWWW. So inhale, filling the heart space with the red, beautiful energy, and saying the sound as you multiply the values of love, joy, and happiness. And when the heart is troubled, the heart feels hatred and impatience. So bring your hands over your head once again, leaning to the left, and exhale with the sound, expelling the waste of hatred and impatience. In your mind's eye, deleting these qualities of hastiness, impatience, intolerance, and exhaling the waste out of your hands, leaning to the right. Bringing the hands to the heart again, planting the seeds of joy, happiness, and love. Wrapping that heart around and all multiplying the seeds of joy, love, and happiness. Come to a neutral position once more, integrating the lungs, the kidneys, the liver, and the heart, the jewels of our body. And bring your hands to under the left rib cage for our spleen, stomach, and pancreas. When our spleen, stomach, and pancreas aren't doing so well, we may feel the feeling of worry and anxiety. And it has an appropriate sound as well. It's HOO. I know at times, sometimes I've felt that when I felt anxious. I've actually made that sound. So as you hold these three organs, smiling, looking left and right, and then deleting these qualities of worry and anxiety, smiling, deleting all the worry and anxiety. And to release this waste, we press in the area of these three organs as if our fingers grow long, and we massage the sound into the stomach, spleen, and pancreas. Inhale, feeling the golden light surrounding them. Feeling the connection of this cosmic sound, connecting your organs to the healing of the cosmos. Inhale. We are planting the virtues of openness and fairness, trust, openness, fairness, and trust. One last sound into the stomach, pancreas area. Holding that area, filling it with a golden healing light. Fairness and openness. Then, women, place your hands in your reproductive area. Men will go a little bit lower for our reproductive organs. They are connected to the kidneys. So it's the same sound as the kidneys. And we are going to surround our reproductive organs in the lavender healing light, using the team of our organs. So smile to your lungs, smile to your kidneys, smile to your liver, smile to your tummy, sending all the teamwork and healing energy to the lavender light into your reproductive organs. Inhale together. This is a very personal area. So you choose yourself what qualities you would like to delete from that area. And as you make this sound, feeling that all that energy, all that waste just flowing down to the Mother Earth for her to compost, recycle, and fill in the beautiful virtues you would like to place into your reproductive organs. So keeping that smiling energy, if you're sitting or standing, lay down and we will equalize the entire body with the triple warmer. We're going to be taking the heat from our head and our heart and the top part of our body, pushing it down to the warm part of our body in the middle, and then pushing all the coldness out the bottom of our feet to equalize everything. And the sound that we will make when we do the triple warmer, which is almost like a magic wand, like your hands are magic wands and they're going through your entire body. The sound is H-E-E. Inhale, and this is so great before going to sleep. Exhale. Pushing all the coldness out of the bottoms of the feet, and 2 more times at your own pace. Last one. Observe how the body feels, seeing all your beautiful organs smiling at you and sending all this beautiful chi throughout your body into the universe, knowing that we are all connected. We are all the one humanity. Happy 420, Ganja Yogis. Thank you so much for allowing me to serve you today.
That was beautiful, Rana. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a little giveaway.
Oh, please. You have 25 seconds.
I have 25 seconds. Hey, my store is shifting online and it will be live soon in a few days. And I would like, if you go onto my post today on Instagram and just put Ganja Yoga 420, I will put your name in a hat. And in the giveaway would be these beautiful chill pill bath salts from a fellow Ganja yogi, local Southern Oregon. A beautiful Aphrodite sensual tea made with CBD, local Oregon woman. Filipino rolling papers that taste like ubi. Shiba, African-American owned from Brooklyn rolling papers, and these delicious Delta 8 organic caramels from 7th Hill in Oregon too.
Awesome. Those are unique products too. I love
Yeah.
that. Delta 8, that's like an obscure cannabinoid. So cool beans. And thank you so much for the beautiful class. I love you.
Mwah.
Mwah. And we're going to do another giveaway as well now too. So it's giveaway time. So this one, it'll be the chat box one. So, you know, we've got our fingers all warmed up from Kitty's Mudra class, so we can type in nice and quick. The prize is, among other things, this unbreakable pipe from, I thought it was pronounced Hoj, H-O-J, but they're European. So it's Hoy, or, you know, it's not how it looks, but H-O-J is the spelling. And it's like made out of metal. So I broke so many pipes in my day. And it's actually pretty cute, the design and everything. So it's a pipe from these guys, plus a hemp tea from Society's Tea, which is a woman-owned company, and the Herbsome, which is a really cool woman here in the Bay who puts on like cannabis and wine events. She has a CBD cookbook. As well, I think Cynthia's friend, the Hush Kush, those little envelopes are also included. So all in all, the prize is $160 value. And this one will be I have to look quickly at the chat box actually, because if I'm like looking off in space, I'm not going to see it fast. Which is the most common terpene in indica strains? The most common terpene in indica strains. Mercine, but it's gone so fast. Okay, it looks like it was Mihalamoon.
Michaela D.
Michaela. I think it's because I know Mihal and I used to, okay, Michaela.
Yeah.
Michaela.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, nice. Yeah, when you know two people with a similar name, congratulations, man. That's a dope prize. I like this pipe a lot. I just got gifted it.
That's gorgeous.
The magnet.
That's beautiful. Huh.
Yeah,
Hugo Farms, am I right?
Oh, Hoj, H-O-J is the spelling, but I just heard on the phone they pronounced it like something else, like European, like Hoy or something like that. So
Yeah, there's another farm similar to that. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yay, awesome. Congratulations. And yeah, thanks again, Rana, for the amazing class. We're going to keep going forward because we're like, you know, as always, a little behind schedule. We knew it was going to happen, but you know, it's like, that's what happens when you mix a lot of weed with a lot of great yoga. So our next class is by a dear friend of mine. It's Ganja Yoga Magic. So you might want to light that sage or eucalyptus. You might want to do whatever kind of is going to get you into that mood. So Elska is a yoga instructor, a witchy warrior woman, and a mom of 5. She didn't put that in her bio, but I must add, she has so much love. She brings the magic of cannabis to daily rituals and to yoga practices. And she likes to turn cosmic knowledge, she likes to tune into cosmic knowledge of these ancient practices. And I actually just enrolled in her year and a day long witch school, which registration is now closed, but you can inquire with her about next year's. We're on like week 2. She's amazing. And if she doesn't mind me adding, she's also my assistant. So if you've communicated with me, you probably communicated with her. She was going by the name Mindy, but now it's Elska, and I'm really pleased to present her. Are you ready to rock and roll?
Yes. Yes, I am. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the chat's blowing up. I'm so stoked about her Tamara's rose water and her bong. I'm here for that. Thank you for that amazing introduction. I don't feel like I need to say anything else about myself. Yes, I'm magic and witchy, so I hope you came to get weird because we're about to get really into our magic and tuning into our subtle body and our intuitions and the magic that is found in this beautiful ganja plant. So I know we've been sitting a lot, so if at any point you need to change the cross of your legs, this whole next section is also going to be seated. So you can sit however is comfortable for you. You can be lying down, but I invite you to close your eyes if that's comfortable for you. And if not, find like a drishti point in front of you on your mat or on the floor in front of you or somewhere off in the distance. But taking a moment here, we're going to use our flower or our representation of cannabis that we're working with. So if you have a vape pen or if you're working with some dab oil or you just have flower like me, I just have a flower. So I see, like, if you have a whole altar like Dee, light your candles. Yeah, light your candles, light your incense. But for those of us who don't have like the whole magic setup going right now, you only need your representation of cannabis for this whole process. So, and we're gonna get comfortable. We're gonna start to tune in to our bodies, noticing our sensations. Some of us are excited, some of us are smoking sativa, so we're super hyped. Some of us are smoking indica, so we're just chilling and having a good time. But what sensations are you feeling in your body? What emotions are you feeling right now? If you're like me, they're bubbling over and you don't want to start crying right now while you're teaching. But take a few deep breaths into this space, right? Inhaling deeply, filling the body with that prana. Noticing where you're feeling a little tension still, where you need to release and relax on the exhale. Feeling yourself getting a little taller in your seat as you inhale, reaching towards the ceiling. Feeling a little heavier in your roots as you exhale. Feel those really grounding you in your seat here. Honoring this moment, unlike any other, this one single moment of so many magical beings. And set an intention for this spell work we're going to do. See your intention being doubled, being tripled, times almost 100 people here. Everyone pooling their magic here, everyone pooling their intentions. My magic works for you, your magic works for me. Set a really big intention. Using this moment in time to help propel us and energize us and recharge us. Take a deep inhale with me and a cleansing exhale with me. Feeling that intention. Start to visualize a circle of light starting to enclose your whole space, your whole body, your whole mat, your whole room. See it go around once, See it go around twice, getting brighter. And see this protective circle enclose you 3 times. And on that 3rd time, it's a huge brick wall of light, impenetrable. Only that which you ask into this space may come in, and only that which you let leave may leave. So if you need to open the eyes for a moment and come back to the space, we're going to stay seated though, or lying down. And I want you to start to sway your body a little bit. So if you can keep your eyes closed, that's wonderful, but some people will need to keep them open as they move back and forth, kind of like a tree swaying. And as you're moving, I want you to imagine you're unzipping, unbuttoning the armor that you wear. So see those shoulder pads of shiny metal armor coming off as you move. You can undress in any motion that you want to, but see yourself opening up, opening to receiving, opening to sharing, just being able to open up in this safe space. We've created our circle of protection, so now we can take our armor off. See it fall to the floor, feel yourself feeling lighter, a little more raw, a little more open. Sway and flow with your Shakti energy, tuning into what your body needs right now. Building up that energy here, building up that magic. And now that we're in our protective space and we're turned on and our energy is flowing, we can take our little or big cannabis bud, or again, if you have a pen, a bong, any kind of dab, whatever you feel comfortable with here. You can cup it, you can hold it, you can smell it, right? This is so wonderful, this beautiful little plant, bringing us so much liberation from suffering. So we're gonna hold that in our hands and do a little prayer here. I invite you again to close your eyes if that feels good. Maybe stare at the plant if you need to keep them open. We're gonna invite in the elements one at a time. So meditating on the element of earth here, the soil, the dirt, Mama Gaia, the plant itself, right, made of earth. It's given our plant strength and stability and support and a home. Thank the element of earth for its magic that it has bestowed within this Ganja plant. Next, we're going to invite in the element of air. So the wind that blew to make our plant strong, the intuition, the oxygen exchange, the carbon dioxide to oxygen exchange. Thank the element of air for bringing the wisdom and the intuition and the knowing that we get from this Ganja plant. Next, we're going to invite in the element of water, the nourishing, cleansing rain. It's soaked all the way to the roots to help our plant get big and strong, to grow little buds for us, or big buds. How much beautiful, nourishing, cleansing, emotional water has washed over this beautiful plant for us. Thank water for helping your plant grow here. And lastly, invite in fire. The sun, the heat, the warmth. Everything that had to give it the go and the little boost that it could be a big plant. And then we'll invite in the element of spirit, and whatever that looks like for you, invite that into your space, into your circle. And honoring that this little plant has come from a seed that came from a seed that came from a seed that came from thousands and thousands of years ago, ganja plants, right? And honoring in our community as well that our knowledge and our privilege to be able to work with this plant has come from seeds and seeds and seeds of people who have been prosecuted and incarcerated or didn't get to experience the freedom and the liberation that we're experiencing today. And they brought us the fact that this plant can help us. Seeds within seeds within seeds within seeds. Invite those ancestors in, invite those spirit guides in. We'll chant a little spell here. So if you want to repeat after me, I'll pause. And if you just feel comfortable just holding your plant and finding a slight smile, that is beautiful as well. The plant is medicine. The medicine is me. I ask for one simple request. By the power of 3 times 3. Bring with it wisdom and all there is to see. By the power of Lord Shiva, as I will, so mote it be. And now you can smoke this bud that is full of your intention and full of your spell work and full of your magic and my magic and everyone else's magic here is going to boost your intention. And you can do this every morning before you smoke, and you can write your own ones. And lastly, I just want to tell you to say goodbye to your elements. Tell them that their work is finished and that they can stay and chill and hang out and smoke if they want to, but you let them leave if they need to. And then your circle can remain open and stay unbroken. So thank you for joining me for some spell work and getting a little woo-woo today. This was so magical and a dream come true. And I love Dee when she does these beautiful events. And I didn't think that you could top last year, and then you went and did it. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. That was so awesome. I loved it. And I know everyone did here. Everyone else here did too. Each class, my ability to speak gets less and less. You know, we're entering deep altered state territory here, increasingly so, because we got the magic, we got the psychedelic, we got the sexiness all toward the end of the day. And speaking of which we have next is a high vibe ritual, with Marisa. Marisa is a certified massage therapist. She's a Kundalini yoga teacher. She's got the trippy ass backgrounds. You probably saw her earlier in the gallery view. She does vaginal steaming. She's into Tantra. She's got a new Tantra account on Instagram. She can pop that in the chat box too. She says here she's a moon dancer, and she also brings play, presence, and joy to her high vibe rituals. So it's such a treat to experience one because it's been on my bucket list. I'm so glad to get a little sample, and take it away, love.
Yes. So I'm especially excited because this day today is the end of my 3-month fast from cannabis. I did it, everyone. 3 months. But I just want to check in. Can you guys hear my music? Awesome. All right. So I just want to get present to what's coming up in the body. That was so beautiful, Alska. It's like prepared me right now to just like drop in and get really clear with what my intention is. And I would love if everyone's open to this, and this is optional, if you can reflect on that intention, that seed that you planted with Asuka. And maybe it's a word or a phrase. I invite you to type it into the chat box because I wanna fill you all. I want to fill you through your intentions, and I'll share that mine. I wrote mine out so I could remember. It's actually not just one word. It's a magical, playful, authentic, inspiring love. I got the magic in there just for you, Asuka. Magical, playful, authentic, inspiring love. I see self-compassion, fearlessness, resilience, overflowing my cup, for all of us to overflow our cups so we can serve self-love and abundance, acceptance. Amazing. Thank you. And I'm sure it's just going to keep coming in. So know that these words, yes, we're sharing for our own personal selves, but it's also for the collective as well. And stepping into our power, yes. Amazing. So let's go ahead and find your comfortable seats, and let's go ahead and rub the hands together. And I loved the sounds. Rana, thank you so much for sharing all these sounds and the teachings of Mata Chia. He's one of my teachers as well with the teammates song, the abdominal massage. So you're going to keep rubbing until you feel that element of fire. And as we activate this element of fire and feel the heat between our palms, we're going to go ahead and place our hands on our hearts. And we're going to connect to what's present in our heart in this moment. And as I so loved Dee's Tantric e-course, I learned about the elements of putting Tantra into practice. Some of these elements being sound, breath, and movement. So let's start with connecting to the breath, taking a deep breath into the nose, and exhaling out through the mouth with a sigh. Continue this breath, connecting to your body, to your heart as your home. Just acknowledging any of the feelings that have been present. Whether we identify them as light or dark, just filling into them all as one. And together, we're going to sound home. And it's going to have this om to it. So go ahead and take a deep breath in. Home. You can go ahead and relax the hands onto the knees. Coming into a meditative space. And little by little, we're going to start to inhale as you come forward, exhale as you go back. So if you want to open your eyes to see what the Supi grind looks like. We're going to inhale as you open the heart, waking up the spinal fluid. Exhale as you roll back. And once you get the feel for it, you can close your eyes to bring your attention inward. In the Mayan calendar, we're in the Nahuatl, which is the energy of Ish, which is known as the wind. We're going to connect to the elements of air, to the wind with our breath. Connected to the air elements, we have our spirit animal teachers of the eagle, the condor, and the hummingbird. Keeping this breath long, deep, and fluid. Do your next round, inhaling at the center. You're gonna hold a breath in as you squeeze the root lock. So all the muscles around the anus, the rectum, squeezing, igniting that root lock energy. And on the exhale, you're gonna slowly relax all those root lock muscles, relaxing the breath. When you're ready, you're gonna switch directions, inhaling forward, exhaling back as you continue in these stoopy grinds. Checking in with the muscles in your face, and if you can relax the muscles in your face. Just taking in all the teachings you've received so far. Maybe you want to explore with one of those sounds. I love the sound of the universe for the kidneys, what a beautiful way to read in the teachings of those who shared before us, inviting in that presence. So your next round, inhale to center. Again, suspending that breath, relaxing the shoulders down, and you can squeeze that root lock. And when you're ready, slowly exhale. And to honor these bird spirits, you're going to take your fingers out to the side. You're going to inhale to bring the arms up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. And remembering that working with the spirit of cannabis, she's fluid, right? So knowing it doesn't ever have to look exactly what I'm doing. And if you feel more movement wanting to come into your body with maybe like a bounce, swing back and forth, dancing the arms, imagining your arms as the bird wings that are lifting you up. Letting your upper body dance and flow and return to that intention that you shared, and letting this be a form of celebration. Coming here to celebrate this beautiful plant, this beautiful community. And now you're gonna let your arms be in complete free flow. So letting them move maybe in front of your body. And you can bring in this playful, sensual, whatever this wants to be. And if you've been feeling any stagnation in your body, see what it's like if you bring movement and breath into that space. And you can move between this flow, or if it feels good, I know someone mentioned about wanting to hug each other. So you can even open up your arms and give yourself a big, yummy, juicy, loving hug. You can still sway back and forth in this. And you can start to engage with your sense of touch. And maybe that hug wants to be a massage for the arms. Maybe you want to bring that massage down to your leg, connecting to your body. If at any point you need to stretch the leg out, so want to continue. Where does your body desire touch? Explore, maybe it's your chest. Shoot, maybe you want to do some breast massage. And maybe the abdomen, right? Where we store all of these emotions, all the organs of our kidneys, or our spleen, the pancreas, the colon, just loving up on every part of your being. And very slowly taking your time, you're seated on your heels, moving your hands onto your thighs. You can walk back and forth as you move forward. Inhale deeply. Exhale, slowly moving back. And you can play with the speed. It feels good to move slowly. If you're feeling yourself moving into more like playful, wanna like see what it's like to speed it up, maybe pick up pumping. And now you're gonna go ahead and release your hands up and again, move into that upper body dance. So letting your wrists make circles, maybe it's spreading the fingers out. And again, we get to tap into that sense of playfulness, of movement. And if sitting on your heels is ever too much, you're welcome to change your position. Maybe it's spreading the knees out a little bit more. Maybe if it's coming down into a child's pose, feeling that opening of the hips. Just taking in all the techniques that we've gotten throughout this 420 experience. This is an opportunity to tap into that intuitive guidance, right? So maybe it's laying down on your back, which we will be doing together in a little bit. If it's for this last few minutes, bringing some more dance or movement, just checking in, what do you desire right now? Vuele con el viento, is fly with the wind. Fly with the air. The air element is associated with the changing of the seasons, and to support us through our transitions. So return to that long, deep breathing. Very slowly, you're gonna try to come back to that place of stillness. You're gonna rest your fingertips onto the earth. Eyes closed, bringing that focus to that space between the eyebrows. I invite you to slowly, taking your time, make your way onto your back. You're gonna come lying onto the ground. And if there's anything that you need, whether it's getting warmer or cooling down, you're gonna find a comfortable position, allowing the feet just fall out to the side, palms facing up. Letting yourself come into the space of surrender. Doing whatever you like so that you can get even more cozy. Maybe it's putting a blanket over you. Bringing the awareness into your space, into your body, remembering it as this place of home. You bring your awareness to your heart center. You connect to the feeling of love. And that intention that you shared at the beginning of this high vibe ritual, for those of you to put that word into an I statement. And you're going to repeat this I statement, this affirmation to yourself. So whatever that word is, be I am magical, playful, authentic, inspiring, love. Whatever that was for you, I'm going to repeat it and feel it in your body. And little by little, as you bring your awareness to your breath, feeling that gentle rise and fall of the belly. You're going to start to bring some very gentle movement into your fingers and your toes. And you're going to stretch your arms out above your head, stretching and expanding. And on the exhale, you're going to bring your knees into your chest. You're giving yourself a big, loving, yummy hug. You can rock from side to side. And you can go ahead and stretch out your right leg, bringing that left knee over to the right for a lower back stretch, right cat stretch. Keeping that arm straight out and smooth, a little bit from the shoulder. And then bringing both of the knees back into the chest, stretching out the opposite leg, and the knee to the ground. The knees back in the chest, and grab outside of the feet, moving the arms to the inside of the knees, rocking from side to side. You ever need to sigh out with a sound, exploring to see what that feels like for you. And we're going to go ahead and slowly let go of the feet. And as you do, maybe gently roll over to your left side, coming into a fetal position, using that left arm as a pillow. Very gently, you're going to start to press your hands into the earth, connecting to that earth element, and bring yourself back up to seated position. Whatever comfortable seated position that is for you, you're going to place your left hand on your lower abdomen, For women, connecting to your womb. For men, for anyone, just connecting to that energy in our sacral region. The other hand on our hearts. And inviting in full presence into this moment. Maybe feeling your heartbeat. Taking a moment of gratitude for this life, for this beautiful plant medicine, whether you're inviting or not, for this community, for the teachers, for our ancestors, all of our guides. I invite you now to take your hands and again take this ritual as we started and return full circle. Again, creating that fire and pressing the thumb into our hearts, taking a deep breath in and exhale. And I just like to give a big special thank you to Dia and to all the other teachers and to everyone who's here participating. I'm sorry, Dia, I think I went a little over my time. Just having too much fun.
I think everyone did. It's all. It's hard to keep track of time when we're in altered states. That was so cool. It was so awesome. Thank you so much. I got inspired halfway through and had to go change my clothes to something more sexy.
Yes.
Yes.
And just real quick, if anyone ever wants to do that, I do this every Wednesday night. They're called High Vibe Rituals, and you can go to my purplelotus_LA Instagram and get all the info. So, sending love to you.
Love you. Please add that to the chat so we know about it. And I saw someone else had an outfit change, whether it's a sexy outfit change or whatever kind of outfit change. Feel free to come up to the screen if you want to show off your clothes, what you're wearing, what you got on. Oh, Andy, I see you got a little two-piece with the fishnet arms. Ooh,
oh my God, yes. I love
it. Look what you did. We got the Cosmic Cum coming up. We got the all kinds of juicy Lucy's. We got the yin yoga for sensuality. We got the yoga for psychedelics. You feel like a costume change. It might be a good feel. Might be a good feel. All right, Sin, who is next?
For the next person, we are having Bao Bai with the sensual yin flow. And it's also going with, I think we're having a draw just before. So yeah, let me introduce you maybe the product, which is the Quim oil. I think, Dee, you have sent one to Bao Bai, if I'm not making any mistake. Is that right?
Correct. Yes,
Perfect.
so she may be able to speak to it.
Yes, awesome. So I will let her talk about more of the product. But in that price, we also have Dee's Tantra class, which I did a couple of weeks ago. And honestly, it just allowed me to really tap into a side of me, a sexy side of me, and assuming that side of me that was like already there, but just like creating a connection with it and leaving aside all the judgments. So really, Dee, thank you for that class. It was helpful, informative, sexy, and playful. I really had fun doing that. So I think it's a really beautiful prize to share with our yogi. So I think we're going to do a question, and I'm gonna we are going to choose in the chat box. So if everyone wants to get their fingers ready. The question for this draw is going to be, besides pinene, what is the most common terpene in sativa? Limonene, I think. Yeah, I think we have a winner. There we go. The winner is Leah. Let me confirm. D, if you see it.
Yeah.
Leah Nelson.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, I see Celia.
Celia.
Cilia.
I don't have the good pronunciation. There you go. So if you want to send me your email address.
And it's 1 minute. 1 minute to 4:20. My alarm just went off.
Connection is not really good. So yeah, let's go on. Dee, if you are there. There we go. So yeah, the price is the Tantra class with Dee and the Quim Horn that Bao Bai is gonna talk a little more in her sensual yin flow. And Bao Bai actually started to practicing and teaching Ganja yoga after having spinal surgery due to Koda Ikena syndrome. So our class are focused on spinal health, awakening sensuality, and props are highly encouraged. So Bao Bai, I've seen you earlier. Thank you so much for being here. You can.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm Bobai. Nice to meet everybody. I'm with Bobai Yoga, and I'm so excited to talk about Quim. I started using it a couple weeks ago, and I really love it. Like Sin said before, I had back surgery. I had a big back surgery. I lost a lot of nerve feeling in my genital area, and this actually was really nice to use. It's like an everyday oil for your vulva. And you can put it on your vulva, you can put it on your labia, you can even insert it inside your vagina, insert it on your anus. It smells a little bit like tea tree oil, but you don't feel the tingling. It's a really nice product, and it's a CBD product. And this one's called Happy Clam Everyday Oil. And today we're going to start off in a comfortable cross-legged seat facing the front of the room. Go ahead and close your eyes. And let's take a round of breath just to ground ourselves before we get started. It's always nice to be a little more at peace before we tap into our sensuality. Take a deep inhale through the nose. Exhale out the mouth. Letting go of anything that no longer serves you. Letting go of any self-limiting beliefs. And begin to awaken slowly, coming back to your center. And we're going to stay in this cross-legged seat. Take a deep inhale, bring your arms up overhead. I am sitting on my kimono, so arms up overhead. Take 3 rounds of breath, really filling your lungs with fresh oxygen. When we put our self-care first, it's probably one of the sexiest things we can do because we can't pour from an empty glass. Take a deep inhale. Take a deep exhale. Bring your hands down. We're going to come into one of my favorite poses. It is called half Sphinx pose. And you're going to rest on your right or left hip. It doesn't matter which one because whichever one you start on, you will just flip to the other side. And your legs will extend or they can stay tucked in. Your hand will come out to the side depending how deep you'd like this stretch. For a deeper stretch, your hands will come closer to your body. And you see I'm on my side body here, and your top hand will just rest over. So you kind of look like a mermaid sitting on a rock or on a beach. But this is half Sphinx or even side Sphinx. And you may start to notice just a little bit of a stretch along the rib cage, along the side. And if you don't, that's okay. Breathe deeply, perhaps close your eyes. During these moments of silence, tell yourself something kind. Imagine if we spoke as sweetly to ourselves as we did to our friends or to our loved ones. Imagine how much happier we would be. And you can't feel sexy without first feeling happy. So perhaps put a smile on your face, breathing deeply, in half Sphinx pose, looking like a mermaid. Take 3 more rounds of breath. And then begin to press yourself up, coming onto your tailbone, and we'll take it to the other side, coming onto the other hip, legs extended or tucked in, whichever feels better for your spine. Your bottom hand can be stretched out or in a little bit slightly, always listening to your body. Do what feels best for your body. Your body is your best friend, and it's honestly the only person looking out for you 100% of the time. So coming into the side sphinx on the other side, breathe deeply. Imagine your breath as a white light, a white ball of energy light starting at the crown of your head. And with every inhale, it begins to come down your entire body, sending you energy and light and love. With every exhale, it begins to diminish slightly, but never fully disappearing. And that's the same thing with our sensuality. Some days we feel extremely sensual, extremely sexy. And other days we don't feel quite as sexy, but it never quite goes away. You're always sexy within. Breathing deeply. And slowly begin to press yourself back up onto your tailbone. We're going to come into another one of my favorite poses. Let's be real, I love all the poses. Butterfly pose, bottoms of the feet together, knees come out like butterfly wings. And you're going to place your hands on your ankles, rotating your shoulders back and behind, squeezing the shoulder blades tight, lifting the chest up, lifting up the chin, having a nice tall spine, having a healthy, strong core and spine is so important. Breathing deeply, allowing your breath to guide you. Take a deep inhale, bring your arms up overhead. And as you exhale, begin to hinge at the hips, folding forward, allowing your fingertips to fall, walking further away from the body. Allow your head to come down, relaxing your chin to your chest, allowing your cervical spine to decompress. Take another deep inhale. And on your exhale, allow yourself to come down a little bit more, allowing gravity to take hold of you. Having total control over your body, but still allowing that softness. Begin to walk your hands in towards your torso, sitting up nice and tall. And we'll take a stag pose. So your dominant leg will come out in front as a 90-degree angle. Your recessive leg will become behind in a 90-degree angle. Sit up nice and tall. Take a deep inhale, lengthening that torso and spine. As you exhale, twisting from the belly, twisting over that dominant leg, staying up nice and tall. Take a few deep rounds of breath here. Just allowing your hips to sink in. Allowing your breathing to slow down just a bit. If you'd like to take this pose deeper, you can come down onto your forearms or even lower if you'd like, or if you prefer to stay up nice and tall, again, just listen to your body, whatever it needs right now, give it to it. Give in to the desires that your body wants or needs. Take 3 more rounds of breath here. And then begin to sit up nice and tall, coming back to center. And we'll take this to the opposite side, creating that 90-degree angle now with your recessive leg. Dominant leg comes behind, sit up nice and tall. Take a deep inhale. Exhale, begin to twist over that recessive leg. When you're ready, begin to walk your hands out a little bit further, coming down onto your forearms, or however deep you'd like to go. Take 3 more rounds of breath here. Coming back to a tall spine. Twisting to the front. And then bring your hands behind your back, planting your feet out in front of you. And let's windshield wipe our knees side by side, allowing an internal and external hip rotation. Creating a healthy movement within our hip joint, within our lower spine. Whatever movement feels good here. And then start to press yourself up, coming onto your knees. You will bring your knees out as wide as your mat, or even wider, and then bring your toes to touch, but not coming into a child's pose, but staying up on your knees. And we will begin to tuck and rotate our hips side by side. Just allowing a little bit of movement, breathing deeply. And then when you're ready, start to go into the opposite direction. Taking it nice and slow. Again, just listening to what your body needs. Then find stillness. Begin to walk your hands out in front of you, coming into your child's pose, bringing your head down onto your mat, knees out wide, and breathe deeply. Take 3 rounds of breath here in this child's pose. Coming towards the end of our practice. Take this time to recall your intention you set earlier in the day, earlier in your practice. Whatever feels good. And then when you're ready, you can come back up to a comfortable seat facing the front of the room. And I'll let Cynthia or Dee take over from here. Thank you for having me. Namaste.
Thank you, Bye. It was awesome. I just love him. So calm, so sexy. Thank you. Also peppered some information. I love it. Interior, anterior hips. That is amazing. Thank you. So we're going to continue. I wanted to do with you today a Ganja prayer. So if you have like an altar with your cannabis, a tray that you want to use to start rolling maybe, I'm doing to do like a short prayer. It's something that I've written on my own. Something I've been inspired by the Ganja yoga, but also by the history of the cannabis and why we are here today. I wanted to do it at the 420, but we are a little bit farther than the schedule, but that's totally okay. We are where we are. So we're going to go more vocal. So I think I'm going to unmute everyone in a few seconds, and it's going to be a repeat after me. So it's going to change a little bit the dynamic. Our hand more in her body. Now it's going to be more vocal. And yeah, so I'm going to unmute everyone. Feel free to say it as loud as you want. Speak your truth and really just follow your intuition. So it goes like this. Just start by sitting or being on the ground comfortably. Just take a big inhale through your nose and a big exhale through your mouth.
So fine art in 45 years.
Well, it's a repeat after me.
Sales has
Life is good today.
Life is good today.
Life is good today.
I am in a safe space now.
I am in a safe space
Now.
I am grateful for this community.
I'm
Grateful for this
community.
I am grateful for this plant medicine.
I am grateful for this
Medicine.
I carry this plant in my heart with all the respect that it's due.
I carry this plant in my heart with all the respect that it's due.
I acknowledge her past, I savor her present, and I honor her future.
Something about the past. Something about the present.
I trust her, she guides me.
Joke out of it.
I trust her, she guides me.
Guides me.
I know that I am exactly where I need to be when she's by my side.
I know I'm where I'm
I am when she's by my side.
She gives me peace in my mind and in my heart. There's
Peace in my mind and in my heart.
Peace to my mind and my heart.
And allows me to connect to my inner self.
It allows me to connect to my
heart. I am anxiety.
With her by my side. Sorry for this.
Anxiety
With
disorder.
her by my side, I feel like I'm more aware of my potential.
more aware of my
I will forever be grateful to have access to him.
I will
forever be grateful to access.
Grateful.
You can close your eyes and put your hands on your heart. Just take a big inhale and a big releasing exhale.
Right. Right. Always put your right hand over your heart, never the left. Right.
Moment to feel the energy inside you right now.
The left is the devil. No, you can't find that left.
Thank you, everyone, for trying something. It was just an intention to just speak our truths together and talk about this plan. So I hope you heard a few sentences, that you had the chance to exchange or see some faces, and that you feel good about that prayer. Thank you so much. Happy 420, everyone.
I loved that. We loved it. I heard sacred words and giggles. What's better than that? It was amazing. I love hearing all your voices, and because I could hear snippets of individuals that I know, right? I was like, oh, okay, cool. I love it. It was because, you know, in India, where yoga's from, it's loud. There's lots going on, colors, smells. It's not like a peaceful kind of how we make our yoga studios, right? There's this, you know, spirituality has to be this messy, wild. It has to happen everywhere. You're awesome, Cynthia. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, now I have the pleasure to announce it's time for our Jamaica raffle. So this is a trip for two, not airfare, but meals, cannabis farm, snorkeling, you know, the 2 lagoons, kayaking. And so the value is $1,600. It's with Keiko's company that Keiko was on earlier, for those that were here at the beginning, Coral Cove Cannabis. Such a generous, beautiful gift, beautiful offering. And there's optional fungal ceremonies if you're interested in fungal medicines. So here is the link to their Vimeo if you want to check out the retreat property later. It's so stunning looking. And we're planning a Ganja yoga teacher training there. I don't know when exactly. It was supposed to be January that just happened, and then we had a pandemic. So, once we're more vaccinated and stuff, I'll put it back on the calendar. So if you haven't yet trained with us, if you want to be teaching at next year's 420, then stay tuned to get trained with us in Jamaica at the same property. But in the meantime, you could win a trip for 2. And so things are going to get spicy. Things are going to get spicy because there's so many interpretations. But let's hear it. The first, Cynthia's the judge. I'm the speaker. She's the judge. So Cynthia, you got to say it's the first and also the most, also incorrect. You can't just put anything. It's not just the first. It's first plus the correct one. Where did 420, where, why, who? Tell us, what is the origin of the 420 ceremony? Who started it? When, where, why, who? You can put it in the chat box. Cynthia's going to judge. But, if you Google it, there are more than one correct answer. Cheech and Chong, I'm seeing. Okay, keep it coming. High school legend met outside 420
Tari,
in the
we got
70s.
something. Can you tell more about it, Tari? The Waldos, yeah.
Waldos?
What they were
Police drug
doing.
code for a drug bust. After school meetup. Okay, well, who said the Waldos thing first? Let's go back. So we're going back.
The Waldos, yeah.
Who said that? Oh, Keiko.
Yeah.
I think right. But well, Keiko, you can't win your own prize.
Jade Wallin
Jade
said in California, after school, a time to meet and smoke. And it's completing the answer about the Waldos, because it's
Laura
meeting.
Laura said high school legend. She didn't say where though. She said high school in the 70s.
To school.
And then Hamlet High School kids in Cali.
I see it.
One person had the time, one person had the place. Yeah, I knew it was going to be hard to judge this one, but I told Cynthia she has to be the one that looks. If you say judge.
I think if I'm going higher, I see that Laura Barkty is having the good answer.
That was my thought too.
Yeah.
She was the first one to put the full sentence. Exactly. So let's, I'm going to get us all to unmute and congratulate Laura. Give her a snap, give her a holler. She's going to Jamaica. Good job.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh my God. Dee, also thank you so much. I've been following you for forever and I need to do a training, but you've been the biggest inspiration to me and I'm losing my mind right now. Thank you so much.
Yay, congratulations.
That's awesome. Yay. Congratulations. That's so
I love all of you so much.
Oh my God.
You're all amazing.
Okay, I'm celebrating a moment by smoking a organic joint infused with live resin. A little late for 420, but I want to celebrate that Jamaica trip. So, if you got them, smoke them if you got them before we head to our next class. Congratulations, Laura. Maybe I'll be there when you're there because I do want to go check it out before the training. So, maybe we do a little adventure group, informal Ganja yoga tour, and then we do the training a few months later. Just saying, Rachel.
Email?
Just Jamaica with me when I go. Yeah, exactly.
I need to give you the biggest hug, ASAP.
Yay! Yay! Let's all go to Jamaica.
Do you need my email in the chat or what? Or
I believe, Cynthia's. Yeah, grab it. Just give it to Cynthia. Either you can give it to her privately or in the chat box.
Oh my goodness!
Thank you,
Oh
Laura.
my gosh, what an amazing prize. That is so fucking cool. Congratulations. So we're going to keep that high energy going with our next class with Caroline, the 420 priestess. She's got the class. Sorry, Mom, I'm going to have to just say it. Cosmic Come. Hope there's no children in the room. Cosmic Come. So this is what she writes. In true Taurus fashion, Caroline spends much of her time searching for all the best practices to live a cozy, sexy life. Her favorite practices include herbs, visualizations, and gentle movements to create safe spaces for divine healing for all bodies. So Cosmic Come, I remember in the description of the class, she said something about generating fluids, and I really need to hear more. Caroline, are you with us?
Yeah.
Yay!
So first things first, I love to invite people to kind of push their boundaries in class with me. So toke up, I'm going to talk about a couple of herby things, maybe some witchy things for a second. So a little bit about my journey is, I mean, raise your hand if you like sex and cannabis together. Yeah, woohoo. So we all love to do that, and it's always worked really well for me, but in the past like year to 2 years, I've noticed that it's definitely makes me a little drier during the sexual experience, which I wasn't seeing much before. But I also study Chinese medicine and acupuncture, and so one of the things that we learn is, as women, every like 7 years or so, our Jing changes, and Jing is our essence. And so that's all of our like fluids in our bodies. So I was like around the age 28 when it happened, which is pretty much right on the money. So as we go through different cycles of our lives, different things will ebb and flow. So I wanted to share some things that I found that are really helpful. And one is a Chinese herb. It's called He Shi Wu. It's a essence tonic, a blood tonic. You can add it to teas or elixirs and things like that. And it's really good for women, but it does make you very lubricated. And it's not uncommon to have some like really sexual dreams while on it because you are so juiced up. So just embrace that and have fun with it, or don't use it if you don't want to. Another thing that I found really helpful was I found all natural intimacy oil that I really like. This one's called Curious by Honey Colony, and it has Damiana and pomegranate in there and coconut and lots of different things. It's called Curious by Honey Colony. And I'll actually like take a veggie capsule and put a few drops or like fill it kind of halfway up with this and like use it as a suppository before I go to bed. And that also really helped just kind of naturally boost juices and stuff. So that was like kind of the herb part of my journey. I can't remember who said it earlier, but somebody earlier said you can't be sexy if you're not happy. So another thing I like to focus on is mental health. And one of my classes that I'm in acupuncture school right now, we're talking about the different types of stones and how we can use them to impact our mental health. And so this is a lepidolite, which, or that's false. It's a kunzite. And so it's got this like beautiful purpley, pinky color, but it's also chock full of lithium. So it's a great stone to have like on your sex altar because it's pretty and pink and sexy. But also if you get anxiety around sex or even around your body, this is a great thing to rub on because you'll absorb the lithium through your hands and that'll make you happy. And so there's just like lots of fun facets to the stone. So we're gonna move into a little visualization meditation, have some like sexy, sticky time. I invite you to find the most comfortable seat possible. So if you want to turn your camera off, get naked, get in bed, feel free to do so, or find a comfortable seat or lay down, however you feel your sexiest and most comfortable. While you guys are kind of settling in, I wanted to share kind of the genesis of this meditation. It was New Year's Eve this year, and so of course we were all inside. And I took some acid, and one of my like things for this year was like I really wanted to focus on building building my relationship with my pussy, but also like building up these juices. So took some acid and I masturbated, and that's how this meditation was born. So I'm gonna start some music. As you guys get comfy. Can you hear that okay? Yeah. I always like to start with 3 releasing breaths. So when you find your spot, go ahead and inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth with a loud sigh. And as you settle deeper into your surroundings and deeper into your breath, your awareness begins to be drawn to the inside of your chest. As you gaze on your heart space, you see the cavern of the universe, expansive, dark, but completely open. And as you fall deeper into this space, you find yourself floating in this cavern in your chest, in your heart space. Just floating in the cosmos, completely supported by the universe. Above your head, you notice the cosmos begins to crack open and a divine essence begins to drip just at the top of your crown. Each drip, you can feel it building, getting heavier. You can tell that it's moving slowly as it creeps to the edge of your hairline and begins to spill over your temples, down towards your ears, flowing through all the nooks and crannies like sticky honey. Flows past your clavicle and down to your nipples, pooling in your belly button, and it oozes through the little cracks in the seams where your legs meet your pussy or your pubic area. Letting it trickle and tickle through all the folds of your vagina, caressing over your penis. You are covered in cosmic cum. Begins to drip towards your ass and creep up your crack, and begins to flow up your back. I invite you here to get lost in a vortex of this essence. This divine, cosmic, sticky icky. With each inhale, allowing it to flow up your back. And with each exhale, allowing it to flood down to your toes. As you get lost in the breath and the sensation, maybe you find a movement or a touch or a tickle that feels aligned. If you have your partner close by, I invite you to touch and tickle them, getting lost in the sauce. Maybe you want to throw your hands over your head as you get lost in the rhythm. Maybe there's a sound that's just bubbling out of you. I invite you to make that sound as loud as you feel comfortable. Allowing this vortex that you're getting swept up in to warm you and comfort you. Let it tickle you and pleasure you. I invite you to slowly slow your movement if you're moving, or slow your breath if you got a little wrapped up in the moment. Coming back to your center. Maybe you'll take a deep breath here. Maybe you pull your knees in and give yourself a big hug. Making sure to move really slowly and intentionally here as you come back into this universe, into this plane of existence. When you feel ready, open your eyes and come back into the space. And with our hands over our heart, we take one more deep breath with each other. Thank you so much for joining in this practice.
Thank you, Caroline. That was so juicy, so sexy. Let's, well, I guess everyone's laying down. I was going to say, let's scan the faces and see all those smiles. And I feel flushed. I feel good. I feel juiced up. Whew. Yeah, no, I'm looking on gallery view. I have to pause between the classes, just sort of, people are like, yeah, almost like you could just light one up. I'm super excited to announce our next speaker, in part because I love her. She's a dear friend, but also in part because I'm excited about the topic, yoga for psychedelics. The speaker is Jess Dugan, and she's a Denver-based psychedelic advocate. She's a licensed massage therapist, and she's a yoga instructor, and she was the first Ganja yoga teacher after me. We launched in Oakland, I don't know how many years ago, but she was the very first teacher training, and she's a rad-ass babe. Jess, are you with us?
I am here. Thanks for the intro.
Welcome.
Cynthia, can I get the screen sharing capability? I got it. Let's see here. Ooh, this is interesting. Let's see. Chrome. Desktop.
While you're looking for that, Jess, can I invite Caroline to put her playlist in the chat box, please? Thank you.
D, that's your playlist. It's Pink Tantra. Like I literally use it for every single class. It's just like so drippy. I can't stand it. I love it so much.
Hey guys. Sorry, I'm having to troubleshoot over here in just a minute. I think I got it. All right. All right, can everybody see my screen? Yes, I think I saw a silent yes coming through. All right, so today we're talking about yoga for psychedelics alongside Ganja yoga. And when I am referring to yoga, I'm referring to the extensive practice that is inclusive to the philosophy as a life system beyond the asana practice. And then in the terms of psychedelics, I am referring to psychedelic as it relates to life or spirit and mind revealing. And it's inclusive of the entheogenic perspective, which is discovering God within. And so we're going to move really quickly today. This is a super dense subject. And we could only really scratch the surface. So if I'm moving really fast and you're like, oh, just know that my information's at the end and we can talk more about this later. So moving right along, commonalities, we'll start there. So both yoga and psychedelics had their momentum birth within the mind expanding era of the 1960s. Psychedelics and yoga are both alternative modalities for healing that are rooted in consciousness modification. So through meditation, we are altering our consciousness. And then through imbibing a sacred medicine or a substance, we're also altering our consciousness modification or modifying our consciousness, modifying our consciousness. I'm going to try to talk slow so that I can actually talk. Fragmentation. So this is kind of a big one. It might be hard to grasp at first. So bear with me as we move through this. So fragmentation. If you're familiar with psychedelic experiences, then you're probably aware of the recovery of aspects of yourself that might have gotten lost in translation. So when we take a psychedelic, we're working with a medicine that allows us to reconnect with these pieces of ourselves that were lost. The practice of yoga in and of itself, if you're practicing it in its entirety, is reintegrating all of one culture's lost parts into wholeness. The asana practice is actually a response to the British occupation, and the yoga in its original form experienced a lot of suppression, and to be valued or seen as meaningful or to keep some of the yoga alive, the asana practice, which was like mostly at one point just a few seated postures, was transformed into gymnastics and a physical demanding practice so that it could be seen as an acceptance by the British. So the nature of practicing yoga in its entirety is actually the act of integration into wholeness for an entire culture, as is the same thing with the psychedelic experience when you're going to exploring these aspects of yourself that got disjointed over time. You're bringing them back together so that you're integrating yourself into wholeness, so that when you respond, you're responding from a collective place and not from a subconscious aspect that's floating around that got lost in translation. That brings me to unity consciousness. So in the Yoga Sutras and in a lot of the yogic texts, they talk about the goal of yoga. Yoga meaning to yoke or join or ultimately come together. So yoga means union. And in the aspects of the sutras, we are learning how to meditate. And through meditation, we are experiencing this concept called ego dissolution. And ego dissolution is the deactivation essentially of the default mode network. And the default mode network is the aspect of our consciousness that is unplugged when we're in psychedelic state. So when we're in a psychedelic state, you might experience ego death. Ego death and ego dissolution are the same. There's also some studies that actually look at this. So the brain wave behavior pattern is similar when you're in a deep meditation and when you are on some sort of psychedelic. So there is a major overlap right there. And then both psychedelics and yoga are counterparts in the cognitive revolution. Moving right along. Okay, so the Yoga Sutras. The Yoga Sutras are the art and science of liberation. You probably saw them maybe if you read Ganja Yoga, the book that Dee wrote. Highly recommend, no pun intended. The Sutra 4.1, explains 5 paths to realizing the divine within you. And one of those paths includes the use of herbs. And most historians agree that the herbs were most likely psychoactive plants, probably cannabis. Patanjali was probably not called Patanjali at the time. He was probably called something closer to Pataliki or Patalika. And Patalika means the lifter of all veils, the remover of what is untrue. And so some traditions also believed he was half man, half snake, and half snake representing potential. And Vishnu is listed there. Vishnu means sustainer from the Vedic perspective. And I'll talk a little more about that as we move through the next few slides. Okay, so we talked about the psychoactive aspect of cannabis, but cannabis actually isn't a classical psychedelic. So what is a classical psychedelic? Here we go. Psilocybin. Psilocybin is probably the most sustainable and naturally occurring psychedelic to imbibe. It's mushrooms. And mescaline is going to be San Pedro or peyote. So it's the constituent in the cactus. If you're leaning in the direction of mescaline, I urge you to explore working with San Pedro. And if you're curious about why not peyote, I encourage you to look into the Native American Church and some controversies between them and decriminalized nature and the endangeredness of the peyote plant itself. DMT, it's the naturally occurring chemical that is found in our brain when we are born and when we are die. It's present in our dream state. It is in the chacruna plant, which is the second part of the Amazonian ayahuasca brew. It's also found in many other species of plants and animals, and it is it can be made synthetically in a lab as well. Ketamine is the only FDA approved psychedelic. It is available via an off-label prescription. It's an anesthetic and has been used for many, many years to support people in that way. There are clinics all over the states and popping up around the globe where it's accessible and allowed for people to use ketamine to treat depression, anxiety, etc. Ayahuasca is the Amazonian brew. In South America, the traditions are held most commonly known in Peru and Peru and Brazil. And then LSD was synthesized in 1943 by Albert Hofmann. We celebrated Bicycle Day yesterday. Bicycle Day is the celebration of the discovery of LSD. And LSD at one point was actually used to support alcoholic recovery. There was a bunch of people in Alcoholic Anonymous that had success utilizing LSD as a treatment to stop drinking. And then 5-MeO-DMT, this is a really powerful one. It's most commonly referred to as 5 or bufo. It's associated with I think it's like the Sorano desert toad. There's some controversy around this too, because of course, if you're taking something from an animal, there's questions around doing that in a sustainable way. Moving along. So controversies. What are the controversies between the concept of yoga for psychedelics? First, sustainability. I kind of touched on this already in the last slide. As the globalization for psychedelics takes hold, the demand for naturally occurring constituents is vulnerable, right? So there's a great conversation that Tim Ferriss put out about this. It's an article urging psychedelic users to reconsider the concept of synthetics versus natural occurring constituents. I can drop that in the chat box so people can explore. You guys probably have experienced mixed feelings in the yoga world yourself as a Ganja yoga practitioner. Not everybody believes that mixing yoga with anything other than the constituents of yoga itself is a path to that realization or union. The sages themselves were at the effect of the propaganda of the drug war, and they spoke out against combining cannabis with yoga, even though there is some clues that indicate that it was part of the practice for millennia. And then the sutras are historically considered a dualistic framework. And in most indigenous cultures that carry the original paths of the psychedelic medicine ways, the operating dualistic, meaning you are God and God is you, versus in the sutra,
Hi.
mind and body are separate, as is nature and spirit. To consider even the modern day interpretations of the sutras are leaning way. And then the fourth one here is cultural appropriation. So being mindful that while these two things make sense to go together, they have original root systems in cultural traditions that deserve care and respect when discussing. And I'm going to get a little bit into how we can combine the two in a good way based on Vedic perspective in this next slide. So the Vedic perspective is based on, I mean, there's so much rich content here. Again, really just scratching the surface. The Vedic perspective is based off of 4 texts that were written by many authors in a collaborative effort. And within the Vedic perspective, there is the qualities of evolutionary change, and they are creation, maintenance, and destruction. And these are the aspects of our universe that are happening all the time. So within creation, there's also destruction, and then there's the maintenance operator as well. And the maintenance operator, if you remember back from a couple of slides, is connected to Patanjali. And Patanjali is a way seer. He is the carrier of the original pathways to understanding how to implement yoga, right? So in terms of cultural appropriation or being mindful of the original ways and the people that are due reverence and respect, Vishnu, maintenance operator, keeps their traditions intact because they are relevant. The Vedic perspective says that we are always changing, and the change is encouraging us to move from less sophisticated to more sophisticated. So what is Shiva in relation to this? Shiva is related to attachment, right? So if you are attached to something that is no longer serving you, this can be a people, person, or person, place, or thing, that thing will start to create problemacy in your world. It will start to disintegrate in a way that has you needing to let go in order to up level, create change that is moving you forward towards more sophistication in your life. So it creates order through destruction. Some people think that destruction is a strong word to describe this because it can happen in a gentle form, but destruction nonetheless is the word that's used in the text. And so where does destruction make itself known within this conversation? So I would say that destruction is the dismantling of the drug policy that has kept the communities and the people who are exploring these medicines oppressed. The Shivas of the destruction mechanism are the drug policy reformers. And within those drug policy reformers, we have the creation of new policy and new framework to allow us to create a more equitable world that allows people to have safe access to medicine so that they can have a more integrated self and live a happier, healthier, whole life, whether through a psychedelic state or living through wholeness with yoga. And another thing to just say about the people that might not agree with combining anything with a yoga practice that isn't yoga, it's not for everybody, right? Psychedelics is not for everybody. So it's okay. You don't have to. And that's fine too. There's room for everybody here on this bus. And then also with the creation, there's this concept of like creativity is the joining of two already existing points. And those two already existing points make more of something so that it's relevant to the modern day. And what are the two relevant points in this conversation? Yoga and psychedelics. Cool. So, oh, and then Om. Yeah. So Om, I think you've probably seen it spelled O-M. The correct spelling of Om is A-U-M, right? And so A is creation, Brahma, U is Vishnu, maintenance, and M is Shiva, destruction. So when you are chanting Om, you're literally resonating at the vibration of the universe. And so that is creation, maintenance, destruction, operator happening all at the same time within that vibration. Let's see here. Okay, so what does a hybrid model for healing look like? So there's so much to look at in terms of how can yoga be applied to psychedelics. It can relate to preparation, ceremony, and integration itself. But I just took a quick snapshot of the Yoga Sutras for preparation and integration, essentially reading the modernized version called This Is That, is books 1 and 2. There's 4 books. I found a guidebook of sorts to prepare people going into a psychedelic experience and then catch them out on the other side to help them integrate that experience. And we'll go through these quickly just to be mindful of time. So first we have in book 1, sutra number 20, there's 196 sutras, by the way, 5 qualities to cultivate in order to access yoga. With due respect to the pronunciation of Sanskrit, I'm not going to say the Sanskrit words. I'm going to just read through in English. We have trust, and this is trust through the recognition of love. Passion, and that is the commitment to your practice, so showing up each day. Continued awareness and or mindfulness, so being mindful of your actions, something as simple as how you move your body in space, or the way you brush your teeth, or what you're cooking for dinner and why. Absorption, the practice becoming you. So at some point, you just become the practice because you're mindful all the time. That is the integration of the wholeness. And then true knowledge. So operating from a place that is truth. And from the yogic perspective, truth arises from silence, right? So it's not the chitter chatter in the mind, it's the wisdom from the body. And actually 80% of the information that's coming through our psychology comes from the body. Only 20% comes from the mind. So dropping into the body and letting true knowledge arise from that space. Pada 2.3 is 5 fundamental afflictions, or what is it? Kleshas, did I say? I think I spelled that wrong. It's kleshas. Okay, so these are obstacles in the way of accessing yoga. So what could these be? These are ignorance, egoism, attachment, aversion or suppression, and fear. I'm sure everybody can relate to how those elements have blocked their ability to access wholeness within themselves. Yeah, cool. So moving along, the third element that I want to call out as a tool for support with preparation and integration is the 8 limbs of yoga. And within the 8 limbs of yoga, we are looking at all of the rivers that lead to the whole body ocean that is yoga. So they coexist with each other, and most often you can't practice one without the other. Dharana, which is one pointedness, leads to dhyana, which is contemplation and or meditation. One aspect that I wanted to point out today is the pratyahara, which is withdrawing of the senses. And the reason why I wanted to call that out is because the withdrawing of the senses relates strongly to the default mode network. The default mode network, which is that aspect of the brain that unplugs to allow us to experience ego death and wake up to our truest self, is dictated by our senses. So it's really cool that within the 8 limbs, there's a specific aspect that is called out relating to the default mode network in that way. You also have ethical rules, habits, and observances, and there's 4 to 5 yamas and niyamas under each branch. So definitely worth looking into. Asana is only mentioned in 1 sutra in all 196 sutras. So coming back to like this deep rooted practice that is so much more than just asana, let that sink in. Like 1 sutra of 196 asanas included. Pranayama, the control of breath. And then again, you have samadhi, which is oneness and absorption. So this, my friends, is just a small little taste at what yoga for psychedelics could possibly look like. If you decided to deepen your research and understanding, there's a plethora of information. I'm super geeking out on the content right now. I'm not exactly sure where it's all leading, but where I'm at right now is in Denver, and I'm launching a yoga for integration program. It will be a weekly yoga class followed by an integration circle to catch people on the other side of their psychedelic experiences. If you want to learn more about yoga for psychedelics, you can reach out to me on email. And those are my 2 Instagram handles. Thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it, having the opportunity to put this information together and celebrate the high holiday with you all.
Thank you, Jess. It was amazing. So many information, and wow, the slides.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm seeing a lot of good comments. Everyone loved it. Wonderful. Thank you. Everyone wants the PowerPoint, actually, if you want to share it.
Oh, yeah, totally. I can share it. You guys, did you catch my email? Let's see. I'll put my email in the box. And if you guys want the presentation, you can email me and I'll send it to you.
That was amazing, Jess. So comprehensive, so well explained. You're such a good teacher.
Oh, thanks, babe. I learned from the best.
Stop. So good. So good. Does anyone want to unmute? Maybe we'll take one person to quickly unmute if you want. Did anyone like that? It's everyone just like, cozy. I'm seeing your
Hi,
faces
it's
looking
Molly
great.
from San Francisco. So happy to be here, and thanks for the invite, Jess. That just really blew my mind. Incredible. I think you have a career on your hands. And I'm definitely going to sign up for your, I don't know if you're going to do like a mail list or how we're going to get on board to follow your curriculum, or just even your knowledge, sharing your knowledge. Wonderful. So fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, thank you so much.
Okay, sometimes I have to stop my video. My internet's a little choppy. Is it time for a draw now, Cynthia? I think it is, right?
It is. And I think this one is my favorite. It's actually really funny. And yeah, so it goes with Lizzie's Jeff book, which I've started to read. It's talking about ways to take care of yourself, to empower yourself. So there's a lot of recipes, there's a lot of tips, there's a lot of rituals also that you can practice in the comfort of your home. And the photos inside are just amazing, really inspiring. So I really love also her music. If you don't know her, We're going to put her info in the chat box. So we have her book, One Access to our Mastermind class. We also have another Ushkush pockets that we had at the beginning. And we have the Saka infused wine, which I think you know a little better, Dee. It's a THC infused wine, if I'm not making any mistakes, in Napa Valley.
I think it actually is THC infused wine. So maybe you have to live in California to get it. I'm not quite sure. And they were supposed to ship me some in advance, so I haven't got to taste it yet. So mine's on its way too. That's all I can say to it. I think it is THC though.
Perfect. I'm seeing that they are using the nano emulsion technology in their products. So it's kind of interesting also. So we also have, I'm so sorry, I forgot, there's something that have been added to that price. We have another package from Ion Love. So I think it's the massage oil and bath oil also. So a lot of self-care products. And there's a value of $170 for that price.
I was going to say, I made the juice today. I made this delicious elixir from Lizzie's book. I started reading that. It's potions and principles and potions for peace, prosperity. There's one more word I'm missing. Maybe someone else knows it, Caroline or someone, but it's just like sexy and healthy. It's a digital book. It's so cool. It's just like Lizzie and her friends. Her song E3 Live makes me like so uplifted and like blown away. Like I cry from it. Goddess Code. Those are my two favorites. Maybe she's so good. Follow her, so it's just so cool that she donated for this prize.
Yeah.
Okay. Cynthia, how do they win it?
Okay, so everyone, I hope you're ready. You must turn on your camera for this one. And we're going to ask you for the first person that is bringing a toaster in front of the screen. So go get your toaster. I want to see a toaster.
Okay, we gotta scroll this.
Okay, I'm seeing Lindsay.
There's more than one. Already?
I think it's Lindsay.
The toaster first.
Congratulations, Lindsay.
Lindsay had the toaster. We figure at this point, many of us are too good. We want to get all up and just grabbing stuff.
That was fun.
So I'm also going to put the links of Lizzie Jeff, the Saka infused wine, and the Ion Love products in the chat box if you guys want to go follow them or need more information about those brands. And we're going to continue with Javiera, which is a dear friend of mine that I've met through Ganja Yoga, but we are now working on the traduction of the Ganja Yoga teacher training that they have recorded. So Javiera is taking care of the Spanish version. I'm taking care of the French version. And through that, we have been like collaborating and connecting on a deeper level. And she's just such a peaceful and lovely soul that you just feel so open when she starts talking. And I'm really excited about her class, which is a psychedelic healing meditation. And Javiera is a Chilean yoga instructor, cannabis guide, and coach. She first came to yoga and cannabis to help cope with chronic illness and to learn to befriend her body. And she offers free virtual Ganja yoga in Spanish. And now, like I said, she's taking care of the Ganja teacher training. The pre-sales are coming really soon, and I'm going to put the link in her bio in the chat box. I mean, if you want to go follow her Instagram page and have more information about the classes that she's giving online. So thank you, Javiera, for being here.
Thank you, Cynthia, for that lovely presentation. And thank you, Jess. That was awesome. I want to take a workshop on that. I really love it. So yes, hola, this is Javiera. People call me Javi because it's a lot easier. This is Floki. He'll be visiting us. I co-founded with my partner, Green Magic Yoga. We offer Ganja yoga and cannabis-assisted psychedelic therapy. I took this first Ganja yoga teacher training in San Francisco. And I also work with medicinal mindfulness, where we are now helping facilitate for psychedelic sitter school, formation of sitters and cannabis guides. Today, we're gonna do a little bit of a journey. Since COVID, we moved online, and it's been one of the weird blessings that we get to connect with so many amazing people from all over the place, like even international. We're getting Latin people to join these offerings. So it's been such a beautiful journey. We're going to do a little bit of an intention setting. So just taking a moment before our journey to come to your body, to come to your heart space. And you might close the eyes if you'd wish. Taking time to invite an intention, something that you want to cultivate, something that you want to release, maybe some part of yourself that needs healing. Taking a breath into that space. And then get your pipes and lighters at hand. We're gonna do a little bit of imbibing. I'm gonna play some music for you. And as you get your pipes and lighters, your vape pens, coming back to that intention. What feels important for you? What is present? And open up ceremonial space, inviting our plant ally, cannabis sativa, into our hearts, minds, bodies, and spirits for healing and transformation. And we thank cannabis for being available into doing this work. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are so, so grateful, so grateful. Coming back to that intention and letting it lead your journey tonight. In this good way, we take this breath, we take this medicine honoring the spirit of cannabis. That's your invitation to imbibe. And taking here as many tokes as you'd wish. Checking in with your body, with your intention, and with the medicine. As you feel complete, we'll begin to lay back down on the ground in Shavasana. Take your time, there is no rush in this space. Closing the eyes and the lips gently. Allowing the legs to open up and expand. Toes facing out, heels facing in. Arms by the sides, palms facing up. Allow yourself to use as much space as you need today. This is your time. This is your practice. And breathing, breathing, breathing. Allowing the body to adjust one more time before surrendering to stillness. Let the awareness to center in the breath, choosing to breathe a little bit deeper from the belly. And then choosing this again and again and again. Deep breath in. Long, smooth exhale out. This is a safe space for exploration. All is well, all is well. Breathing, breathing, breathing. Begin to notice the breath. The breath is not only air, but energy, prana. All around you is the healing, sacred energy of the earth. As you breathe in, allow this energy to come into the body, pulling it in. Breath like a palm. Anything this energy touches becomes relaxed. Every exhale, allowing the energy to wash through the body. This is a slow and gentle process. Allowing relaxation to build in. Breathing, breathing, breathing. There is nothing to do here. There is nowhere to be but to witness and allow. Turning your awareness to your body. As you let the breath move the energy through. Notice where there is tension, pain, or the need for healing. Let the breath feel these spaces. Every breath receiving, every breath. Breathing, breathing, breathing. Tensions, both physical and emotional, gently release with every exhale, letting go. What if it were that easy as to breathe and let go? To breathe and let go. You've got this. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Taking in as much energy as you'd wish. There is plenty for all. Every breath receiving. Tensions like salt and water They simply dissolve. Breathing and allowing every breath, letting go. Taking a moment to go back to your initial intention, allowing it to be present and to be the one that leads the way today. All is well. We're so safe here. You're welcome to explore and deepen. Expanding with the music, every breath. Every breath receiving. Trust your body, trust your breath, trust the medicine. Breathing, breathing, breathing. That's it, you've got it. Breathing, breathing, breathing. What if it were that easy as to breathe and let go? Breathe and let go. Inviting you now to go a little bit deeper. Final moment. Breathing, breathing, breathing. And kindly invite the awareness to gently come back to the breath, inviting those deep belly breaths. This is a mindfulness practice. Receiving the last few breaths, sacred energy from the earth. Inviting it, healing, transformation. Breathing in. Breathing out. Gently returning with each breath now, gently returning. Noticing sensations in the body, the heart, every breath returning. Awareness to the body, little fingers, toe. As you feel ready, you can inhale the arms all the way up and back. Let them land on the ground and then reach through fingers and toes, arms and legs. Really inviting a little yawn, full body stretch. You can turn to one side when you feel ready, taking your time to allow the mind and body to integrate, land. With the help of your hand and forearm, you can gently push yourself up to seated. You can bring your hands to your heart if you wish. And thanking our plant ally, Cannabis Sativa, and all of you for the presence and the work today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We have an informational talk on psychedelic cannabis one-on-one this Thursday We also have a conscious cannabis circle, which is a 2.5 hour journey with psychedelic cannabis. If you're interested, you can check that out on our website or on my Instagram. Happy to answer any questions. So honored to be here. So honored. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Javiera. Oh, wow. Just wow. I think everyone feels the same way. Just wow. Incredible people coming together, doing incredible things. Wow. I love all the love in the chat box. So beautiful. Wow. Our day is winding so beautifully down. So many magical moments, different types of moments. I feel like we could do this like for a week straight. And I usually don't even like zoom in. Our next experience, we call this the Ganja Yoga 420 experience. Our next one is a sound bath. Raise your hand if it's anyone's first time to experience a sound bath. Ooh, I see a few hands. How cool. How cool. Oh yeah, get ready, especially after, oh, that was my own voice. After Javiera's gorgeous, silky, delicious, creamy, I'm lost in it. I can barely speak. This is going to be the best segue. So I'm excited to introduce, let's see if I can remember. I wrote it down last night, but now so many joints a time ago. Muted or oh, it's off my own voice. Introduce. So he offers the first male speaker tonight. Tava offers support through meditation, yoga, sound, and energy work. And his past boss yoga, the yoga of love, and tantric yoga, which is the yoga of many things, including energy and sensuality. These are my additions to his bio. And he also does something called 7-point mind training. So if you like the sound bath, reach out to him afterwards and learn more about that. Cynthia will put his info in the chat box, and take it away, Kashava. And also let me know, please, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Hello, everyone. What an awesome, amazing.
You here?
Are you guys able to hear me?
Okay. I think your mic may not be working.
We're through on this end. Okay. Are you guys able to hear me now?
A little bit low.
Yeah.
Just a little bit low. If you could talk a little bit louder or get closer to the mic, that would really help.
Yeah, my vocals, I didn't do a vocal mic because we'll primarily be doing sound, but I will bring this a little bit closer just while we first start off. So again, I am Keshava, and I'm going to keep the dialogue to a minimum because I want you guys to experience the most of the sound that we can do in the time. I specialize in offering meditation and spiritual support in addition to sound and energy work. Ganja yoga wise, I do a monthly restorative yoga that features a 20-minute sound bath savasana. So we kind of overlap those into a really beautiful afternoon. But you could find out more about me through Mindtree Wellness, and you could reach out and open up a dialogue about anything you'd like to talk about. With that, we'll begin our sound meditation, and I'd like for you to get comfortable in however you like, and we'll be 10 minutes here. We're going to do a few breaths in the beginning, and then we will get the sound going. I do want to get my timer going. We'll begin with a 2-breath meditation. Taking our first breath up and in, breathing in the energy of the universe, exhaling out through our root chakra, grounding into the earth. On our next breath, visualize breathing into the heart, breathing in all the energy and light of the universe. Exhaling love in all directions, radiating love in all directions. And again, breathing up and in the energy and connecting with the universe. Exhaling into the earth through our root chakra, through the base of our spine. Breathing into the heart as though our heart had nostrils. And exhaling, radiating love in all directions. I'd like you to just rest here. Be with the thoughts. Be with the sensations. No need to respond, analyze, or appropriate. Just create an awareness of each feeling, thoughts that arise and leave, and just rest in this moment. Rest in sensation. And please bring your attention back to your physical self, finding the sensations in your body, the way your response, the way you feel emotionally, the way you feel in your heart. And come back to this practice in this moment so we can meet each experience from a place that is grounded, centered, from a place of compassion and a heart that is open. May all beings be free from suffering. And thank you all so much. It was such a absolute pleasure to share this time today with so many just amazing people and offerings that happened today, and everybody else who came out to enjoy what everyone was sharing and be a part of this. Just so grateful. So again, I'm Keshava, and anyone is welcome to connect with me about any of my offerings or just anything on your mind. My practice is about helping others through my experience and connecting them with the practices and the techniques that can help everyone grow on their own personal spiritual journey. And that's what I'm here for. So I'm grateful to connect with all of you here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Keshava. So peaceful and relaxing. I loved it. I'm seeing beautiful, wonderful. That was lovely. So peaceful. Much gratitude. Thank you so much again. So I think I also put it the link of Keshava in the chat box if anyone wants to link up with him. And we are going on with our last draw. It's actually the last one that we have, but we have a lot of prizes. So I think D is not too far, but oh yes, I see you. Hey.
Hey, okay, so do you have yours on? Okay, so you'll notice Cynthia and I are wearing rather adorable little sports bras that feature Blue Dream, the plant Blue Dream. So a brand that I work with, White Buffalo Spirit, is giving away the bra and the little shorts. They make, I also have their pants in the Durban Poison, so they have like different strains. So you get the shorts and the bra of the Blue Dream. We also include the Sava Cannaline Social. So I've been sipping on these all day. They're low dose, 2 milligrams of THC and 4 of CBD. So you get a case of those if you're able to get shipped that product. And you also get a little surprise gift from mine and Cynthia's favorite dispensary in all of Canada. It's Indigenous owned. It's the one she was mentioning at the beginning of the day, which feels that one so far goes, I want more, I want more. So Medbox is going to have a surprise gift for this winter. So you get the sports bra, you get the soda, and then also a dip device, a little dab collector, like the honey collector I was describing earlier. Our friends at Dip Device donated one of these. So plus Hazo rolling papers, which are sustainable rolling papers, and a tray as well. So for every pack sold, they plant a tree. So we work with rad companies. So this is a prize worth $200. And Cynthia, so what did we decide in the end? How do they win this one? We had two ideas. Do you want to go with our original?
Yes, it's kind of to make us move a little bit. We're going to need to go look up for something, and I'm going to say it in 3 seconds. So the first person to bring a weed leaf in the camera is going to win all the prizes that we just mentioned. So if you have the chance to have a weed leaf at home.
Oh, I saw one on somebody's socks. Does that count? I saw Jennifer on her socks. Okay, I saw weed leaf down on Jennifer Mann. Nice, congratulations. Yay! Yeah, so congrats, Jennifer. Cynthia, if you want to send her your email address to receive this tonic, dip devices, outfit. And that is the end of our raffle draws, and that is the end of our day.
Yeah, that was awesome. Beautiful.
That was so awesome. What a beautiful, rich world we have. I feel like we just had the best festival of minds, souls, and hearts. How blessed we are. I'm not gonna say goodbye. You're all looking at me like, okay, now what? I'm like, no way, man. I can't do it. I can't say goodbye. Say goodbye. Thank you to all of our sponsors, making this ticket price affordable, having our 2-day flash sale for essential workers. All of that was possible by our generous sponsors, giving all these great prizes. Thank you to all of our beautiful teachers. These are all certified Ganja Yoga teachers on the ganjayoga.com website. So that means that they took the teacher training, but then they also took an optional exam and passed at 80% or higher. So they're like, they got the material, they know what they're doing out there. And then they have to stay at the top of their field by keeping continuing education. So these are the cream of the crop in terms of cannabis enhanced yoga, if I do say so myself. So follow all of them. We're gonna hit you all up with an email after the event, again, with all the teachers and all the sponsors. So you can follow everybody on Instagram and stay in touch. And yeah, just keep this community going. And I don't think we should let a year go by before we do this again. So just planting seeds for some more of any more of this, please. All of you. I need to see all of your faces more. I've been told my connection is unstable. I guess like my love life. Cynthia, is there any final words you'd like to share before we bid these beautiful people farewell?
I just want to say thank you. Honestly, it's been a real success, and I'm just so grateful and honored to be a part of this community. And you guys have been lovely. I feel like I'm in a safe space since the beginning of this day. So I think Ganja Yoga is all about that. So thank you for bringing that up on that day. Thank you, Dee.
Let's all unmute and say goodbye. I love you all so endlessly. It's just, yeah, we're blessed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Bye.
Stellar walker, amazing wisdom.
You guys gotta leave. I can't leave it. You have to leave. I can't close it.
A joke back with mom. Bye. Yay.
I love you.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Justin. Thank you.
Cynthia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I sent you my contact information in the private chat. Can you see it?
So much. I have it right here. Thanks, babe. God.
You're welcome.
There you go. So I'm gonna send you some stuff from Canada.
So excited.
Yes, and let me know if you receive everything. There's a few products from the medicine box that are, I have some flowers in it. So I might exchange the products for like something like a CBD, bath salt or something, just to make sure that you receive the package. I don't want any THC in it. Is that?
I understand. Whatever has to work.
Perfect.
I'm so grateful. Like, you have no idea. I'm over the moon. I'm just like, I rarely win anything. I was like, are you kidding?
Yay, that's awesome. Just for you.
I know. God blessed me, right? Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night. You guys did a great job. This is my first year attending. It was like the truth.
Next year is gonna be bigger and bigger. Like the community is growing. That's so cool.
Yeah, Diane Melton is my friend, and she was the one who sent me the invitation. And so I'm going, through her. And so I was like, next year I need to totally take off. I want to be off for hours. So yeah.
Good.
Anyway, have a good night. Thanks.
You too.
Bye.
Take care of you. Bye. That's good. Jennifer Mann. Jennifer Mann. Full. There I go. Yay.